I was a young 17-year-old teen at the time that this disaster happened. I had just got a new car from my parents for my birthday. I was excited at the idea of taking my girlfriend, now wife, out and about, without the spying eyes of our family, who tried to keep us from having fun. One night me and my girlfriend decided to go up Lover's Lane, just so we could have a make-out session. Whenever we got alone time in either our parents' house, our parents would walk in on us and spoil our fun. We all want that alone time with our loved, so we can have some fun or even to show how much we love each other. Me and the girlfriend wanted everything to be perfect for our little outing up Lover's Lane. We both planned on what we were going to take with us. I was going to get the drinks and a blanket just in case we decided to sit on the floor. The girlfriend made some sandwiches for us to eat. However, me being the male, I wasn't interested in drinks and sandwiches, just a make-out session. When the time came, I drove around to my girlfriend's house to pick her up. Upon seeing her, I thought to myself that I am a very lucky man indeed. She looked so good in her red skater dress and her blonde hair tied back. As usual, and like all parents, her dad came over to my driver's side car and warned me about getting his little girl pregnant or breaking her heart. I was hugely relieved when her mom came out and told the father to leave me alone. "Have fun," the mother shouted as my girlfriend got into the car. It's 8 p.m. We set off for Lover's Lane. We set off at this time as we did not want anyone spying on us making out. The drive up to Lover's Lane will take about an hour to get there. We spent that hour talking about things we did and saw at school that day. We had such a laugh making fun of other kids' misfortune. The hour had passed. The sun is now setting. It will be dark in 30 minutes, I told her. She looked over at me and gave me this cheeky smile. I cannot wait to hold and kiss her, I thought to myself. We arrived at our destination. The sun had nearly died down. She grabs the lunch from the back seat. "Hope you're hungry," she says as she starts pulling out food. I just gave her a smile and took a sandwich from her while I poured us some soda. I didn't really mind as I was hungry and didn't mind waiting for that kiss. Now that we have finished eating our lunch, I put on the radio and look over to my girlfriend and over to the back seat. She seemed to have took my hint well and smiled as she starts to move towards the back seat. I then climb between the two front seats and make my way to the back seat to join her. Just as we started to make out, an important report comes in halfway through a song. We both stopped kissing and had to listen. In an ominous voice, the broadcaster stated that a convicted murderer had escaped from jail and was seen around our area. The killer is deemed very dangerous and people who spot him should report his whereabouts to the police and not to approach him. After hearing this newscast, my girlfriend is now scared. She begs me to take her home. Wanting to look brave and not a fool in front of her, I make a bold move and look the doors off the car. I continue to try and kiss her, but right now she doesn't want any of it and continues to beg me to take her home. We climb back into the front seat, now wishing I never put on the radio. I was gutted. I start the car and start to pull out. Faster, she tells me. I decided to floor it and sped out of the area. While on the way to her house, I try to calm her down. I tell her there is no way he could be anywhere near us. I pull up into her drive. I gave her a hug and a kiss and tell her not to worry and I will see her at school tomorrow. As she closes my door after getting out, she starts to scream uncontrollably. Now wondering why, I get out and go over to her. That is where I see it. Chills ran down my spine as I cannot believe what I am seeing. The parents run out of the house, their hands grab their mouth as they grasp in horror. Right there on the door handle was a bloodied hook still attached. So girls and boys, when you and your girlfriend decide to go out for a make-out session, make sure you park up in a well-lit area and at least make sure a friend knows where you are. It could have been a lot worse for us that night. I am glad my girlfriend insisted we went home.
There are rumors of many hauntings in Caldwell, Idaho's centuries-old Canyon Hill Cemetery, but the one that gets the most attention is the Midnight Jogger. As with many of the best urban legends, you have to do your part to get her attention. In this case, it involves parking between certain trees in the cemetery at night. Do it right, and the legless apparition will knock on your window to let you know she's there, then continues on her route. It's creepy as hell, though now it's only the second worst image conjured when you think of sinister joggers. The origins are unknown, though, considering there's another conspiratorial legend that the entire state of Idaho doesn't actually exist. Perhaps the jogger is just a creation of a deranged and deceptive government. An elaborate marble statue of a woman in a wedding dress is bound to stand out in a cemetery as it is, but that's not what's driven the Italian bride to be a subject of local fascination. Upon closer inspection, there is an actual photo plaque on the gravesite of a woman in a casket, looking perfectly preserved, even though, as an inscription notes, the photo was taken 6 years after burial, after the body was exhumed. Reports of unusual activity cover everything from the smell of fresh flowers near the gravesite in the dead of winter to the ghostly figure of a woman in white roaming the cemetery, or the halls of nearby Proviso West High School, in the dead of night. In 1921, recently married Julia Bucola Petty died in childbirth and was buried in her wedding dress. Legend has it her mother immediately began experiencing nightmares that Julia was demanding her grave be reopened. The source of the distress varies depending on the storyteller, often relating to some sort of discontent with Julia's new husband, but what isn't in dispute is that 6 years later the mother got her wish and Julia's pristine condition inspired her to raise funds for the statue that's been creeping out generations ever since. Along the shores of Lake Michigan, fishermen, vacationers, and other passers-by have reported sightings of Diana, a ghostly nude female apparition floating along the shoreline and eventually disappearing into the water without a trace. Fishermen first started reporting the sightings of a woman skinny dipping in the waters of Indiana's Lake Michigan coastline in 1916, and that's because Alice Gray, the source of the Diana legend, was still very much alive at that point. The exact circumstances that caused her to live a reclusive life in a lakeside shack aren't entirely clear, but the years that followed saw her marry a man who later became a murder suspect, and then die an early death, allegedly from uremic poisoning. Her ghostly presence has been a subject of local lore ever since, so, the murders themselves are very much not an urban legend. They happened. And they remain unsolved. Sometime between the evening of June 9, 1912 and the morning that followed, 6 members of the Moore family and 2 houseguests were brutally murdered, with each victim having suffered an axe wound to the head. One suspect was tried twice and never convicted. Surprising no one, the somehow still standing house is the subject of numerous rumors, legends, and reports of paranormal activity. You can find out for yourself, because you can actually stay there, just like the ghost hunter who mysteriously stabbed himself in the chest there in 2014. The tiny town of Stahl has counted very few residents since it was founded in 1856. The most famous is rumored to be Lucifer himself, who some say appears at the town cemetery on Halloween and spring equinox. They say he uses the site where a roofless church once stood as a portal to and from hell. Some say that he's drawn to the site of frequent witch hangings. Others believe one of the graves actually contains Satan's own child. Either way, new graves continue to be dug, despite signs warning against trespassers, perhaps referring directly to the Prince of Darkness himself or the cults that are rumored to flock to the grounds. The first published article about the horrors is traced back to a 1974 article in the University Daily Kansan, though whispers about evil have persisted since 1900 or so. In 1998, the hanging tree was torn down to stop people from visiting. It hasn't lessened the need for the small town to bolster an annual police presence to deter visitors looking for a glimpse of the devil himself. Just looking at the pictures of young Mary Evelyn Ford's grave feels a bit unnerving, with a series of interlocking white crosses forming a fence around a pit of gravel and the bars appearing unnaturally bent in some places. Then you hear the alleged backstory, a mother and daughter both accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake in 1916. with the mother's charred remains being carried to a far-off location while the daughter was buried in a steel-lined coffin covered in stone and encased in crosses to prevent her escape. Some have claimed to witness tiny footprints appearing in the gravel, or even a young ghostly figure trying to escape the gravesite. Kid ghosts, as we know, are the creepiest ghosts. While stories about the gravesite go back decades and naturally increased in detail with the growth of the internet, there's not much evidence that anyone was burned at the stake for witchcraft in the area in 1916. Even back then, that was generally big news. Mary Evelyn Ford really did die a tragic young death, but the stated cause of death is peritonitis, an inflammation of the stomach lining. It's amazing what a truly unnerving gravesite can do for the imagination. We still wouldn't want to be near it at night. As far as spooky shit goes, Louisiana does not rely solely on voodoo, hoodoo, ghosts, and Woody Harrelson's accent from True Detective. Like any debonair bloodsucker male vampire worth his garlic, Jacques Saint Germain's hobby is seducing attractive young females in New Orleans, only to promptly drink their blood. By some accounts, he was born in the early 1700s. In others, he has been alive since Christ. After dying in 1783, he was spotted all over Europe before reappearing to terrorize New Orleans 1902. He's still on his blood-drinking binge in the French Quarter today, though now he just goes by Jack. Nice rebrand. Comte de Saint-Germain was certainly a real person, alchemist, and all-round high society snob who befriended a laundry list of famous 18th-century luminaries. He ran with crews including King Louis XV, Catherine the Great, and the philosopher Voltaire, who said he was a man who never dies, and who knows everything. He has been tied to several local murders, and in the 1970s a French pseudo celeb named Richard Chanfray publicly claimed to be the infamous Saint Germain. But then, he died of a drug overdose in 1983. Or did he? Well, he probably did. Instead of providing useful light to help ships navigate, the lighthouse on Wood Island reportedly provides a space for strange moans, unexplained shadows, and other indicators of paranormal activity commonly attributed to a murder-suicide that took place there decades ago. Howard Hobbs, a local fisherman and drifter, really did murder his landlord, Fred Milliken, on the Wood Island in 1896. Hobbs had been drinking and, after shooting Milliken, left the scene and turned his rifle on himself. You can read about the events of that day in all their 19th-century newspaper glory here. From ghost experts who weigh in on such things, Hobbs is generally considered the likeliest candidate to still be haunting the lighthouse. Maryland's infamous goatman allegedly does all the things you would expect a deranged half-goat/half-man to do: kill teenagers, eat dogs, scream like a goat, etc. But the most terrifying aspect is just how deep the lore goes. The USDA was even forced, at one point, to publicly deny accidentally creating the beast in their Beltsville Agricultural Research Center. Another tale revolves around a goat farmer who, after realizing a group of rowdy teens had killed his tribe, went totally crazy and turned into a teen-slaying goat monster. Though the lore had been around for a while, the first recorded media mentions of the goatman occurred in 1971, courtesy of writer Karen Hosseller of the Prince George's County News. The first was a deep dive into Maryland folklore, followed by an actual news item about a family blaming the brutal decapitation of their puppy on the goatman, which they may or may not have just heard about via the county news. 1 month later the Washington Post ran a national feature detailing the legend of the goatman. Ultimately, the goatman has become one of America's most persistent and well-known urban legends, with claimed sightings still occurring with regularity and cheesy fictionalizations still creeping out the old line state. The Salem witch trials were creepy enough to begin with. Go read The Crucible again if you don't believe it. But the story of Giles Corey, who was slowly pressed to death under a series of progressively heavier rocks in an effort to extract a confession, is particularly unsettling. Legend has it he uttered a curse against Salem right before his dying breath. You could understand why he'd have some ill will. For generations, his apparition has allegedly appeared in the cemetery before something terrible is about to happen, including a 1914 fire that burned down a sizable proportion of the city. There has also been a series of tragedies that have hit the Salem Sheriff's Office, starting with the 1696 heart attack that killed George Corwin 4 years after he presided over the trials. The Nain Rouge and Dogman? They've got nothing on the tail of Elias Frisk, a deranged old preacher who, according to blood-curdling lore, Pied Pipered a group of tethered children into the woods near what is now Algoma Township. He slaughtered them one by one, casting them into Cedar Creek before being caught by their parents and hanged, but not before saying he was possessed by demons. In its current form, Hell's Bridge is a creaky, narrow metal footbridge in the middle of the woods, where those brave enough to cross at night claim to hear the voices and screams of children, and are sometimes greeted by a black figure with glowing eyes as they traverse it. There is no record of an Elias Frisk in the area, though there was a prominent Frisk family beginning in the 1910s. Still, despite the lack of hard facts, anyone who's visited the bridge will attest that there's something out there, and it usually makes its presence known as you're teetering on a shaky metal bridge in the moonlight. What's not to be creeped out about? An 8-foot, musty-smelling, barefoot man with a reputation for being unnaturally aggressive is a hell of a thing to consider encountering in the woods. Some reported sightings were just that, sightings. However, reports like Ken Zitso's made the hairy man more than an apparition, but something to fear. Zitso returned from driving in the woods with dents all over his car hood and said the hairy man jumped onto the road and began pounding the hood. Nobody really knows. Sightings trace back to the 60s, had a significant increase in the 70s, and still happen from time to time. Some say it's a legend. Some say there was an old hermit living in the woods who wasn't too keen on your rascally kids wandering his land. Others say the hairy man is real and point to a mysterious skull discovered in the Vergas Trail area that is human-like, but not hominid. It was discovered by a private citizen who didn't turn it over, so no one knows if it's human, Bigfoot, animal, or hoax.
So this happened some time ago, a few hundred years give or take a decade. I will not go into it much, but we all know how the urban legend happens. You stand in front of the mirror with the lights off, sometimes with candles, other times without candles. Anyway, you repeat the name Bloody Mary 5 times, and when you come to turn on the light, then she appears in the mirror and attacks and steals your soul. However, this story is not about that Bloody Mary but a different character in which she would use an enchanted song to steal sleeping children from their bed. She would then soak in the blood as she believed that this would rejuvenate her and make her young again, in which she believed she would become immortal and would be able to live till the end of time by soaking her in the innocent blood of children. I have no idea if there is any merit to this story, as I was not around during those times. However, we have a museum that is dedicated to her witchcraft. In the museum, there was items from her house, cauldron, furniture, clothes and also a painting. It is said that anyone who stares at the eyes of those paintings will become cursed and live a horrid life. So let's get on to the story. There was this old hag that lived in tiny rundown cottage deep in the forest. In her spare time, she would sell herbal remedies. Folks living in the town nearby would call her Bloody Mary, as they believed she was a witch. None dared to cross the old hag as they feared their cattle would go dry, their food store would rot away before the winter season, and their children would take sick of fever, or any other terrible things that an angry witch could do to her neighbors. Then the little girls in the village began to disappear one by one. No one could find out where they had gone. Grief-stricken families searched the woods, the local buildings, and all the houses and barns, but there was no sign of the missing girls. A few brave souls even went to Bloody Mary's home in the woods to see if the witch had taken the girls, but she denied any knowledge of the disappearances. Still, it was noted that her haggard appearance had changed. She looked younger and more attractive. The neighbors were suspicious, but they could find no proof the witch had taken their young ones. Then came a night when the daughter of the miller rose from her bed and walked outside, following an enchanted sound no one else could hear. The miller's wife had toothache and was sitting up in the kitchen treating the tooth with a herbal remedy when her daughter left the house. She screamed for her husband and followed the girl out of the door. The miller came running in his nightshirt. Together, they tried to restrain the girl, but she kept breaking away from them and heading out of town. The desperate cries of the miller and wife woke the neighbors. They came to assist the frantic couple. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed farmer gave a shout and pointed towards a strange light at the end of the woods. A few townsmen followed him out into the field and saw Bloody Mary standing beside a large oak tree, holding a magic wand that was pointed towards Miller's house. She was glowing with an unearthly light as she set her evil spell upon the miller's daughter. The townsmen grabbed their guns and their pitchforks and ran towards the witch. When she heard the commotion, Bloody Mary broke off her spell and fled back into the woods. The far-sighted farmer had loaded his gun with silver bullets in case the witch ever came after his daughter. Now he took aim and shot at her. The bullet hit Bloody Mary in the hip and she fell to the ground. The angry townsmen leapt upon her and carried her back into the field, where they built a huge bonfire and burned her at the stake. As she burned, Bloody Mary screamed a curse at the villagers. If anyone mentioned her name aloud before a mirror, she would send her spirit to revenge herself upon them for her terrible death. When she was dead, the villagers went to the house in the wood and found unmarked graves of the little girls the evil witch had murdered. She used their blood to make her young again. From that day to this, anyone foolish enough to chant Bloody Mary's name 3 times before a darkened mirror will summon the vengeful spirit of the witch. It is said that she will tear their bodies to pieces and rip the souls from their mutilated bodies. The souls of these unfortunate ones will burn in torment as Bloody Mary once was burned, and they will be trapped forever in the mirror of her domain.
There are creatures of myth out there that you would want to stay away from. These creatures comes from the thing of nightmares and will truly haunt your dreams, having you wake up in a cold sweat. So with that in mind, here is the top 5 urban mythical creatures that will haunt your dreams. 5. The Chupacabra. Chupacabra, translated as goat sucker, is a reptile-like creature, said to have leathery or scaly greenish skin and sharp spines or quills running down its back. It is said to be approximately 3 to 4 feet high and stands and hops in a fashion similar to that of a kangaroo. The first reported attack occurred in March 1995 in Puerto Rico. 8 sheep were discovered dead, each with 3 puncture wounds in 3 chest area and completely drained of blood. So a vampire-type creature, that can sneak up behind you, without you knowing and suck all your blood out, definitely not something I would like to see in my dreams. 4. The Banshee. There are many varying descriptions of the Banshee. Sometimes she has long streaming hair and wears a gray cloak over a green dress, and her eyes are red from continual weeping. She may even be dressed in white with red hair and a ghastly complexion. Sometimes the Banshee assumes the form of some sweet-singing virgin of the family who died young, and has been given the mission by invisible powers to become the harbinger of coming doom to her mortal kindred. The Uabrian Banshee is thought to be named Abel and the ruler of 25 other Banshees who would always be at her attendance. It is possible that this possible story is the source of the idea that the wailing or numerous banshees signifies the death of a great person. When several banshees appear at once, it indicates the death of a great or holy person. The tale sometimes recounted that the woman, though called a fairy, was a ghost, often of a specified murdered woman, or a mother who died in childbirth. So hearing the wailing of a nearby banshee that no one else can hear is not my idea of a great night or day. 3. The Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman is traditionally depicted as a man upon his horse missing his head. Depending on the legend, the horseman is either carrying his head, or missing his head altogether, and searching for it. The legend of the Headless Horseman begins in Sleepy Hollow, New York, during the American Revolutionary War. Tradition folklore holds that the horseman was a Hessian artilleryman who was killed during the Battle of White Plains, Indiana 1776. He was decapitated by an American cannonball, and the shattered remains of his head were left on the battlefield while his comrades hastily carried his body away. In myth, the horseman is known to ride along the streets looking out for any person that may be around. There he would chop off the head of his victim, where he would then put the severed head upon his own shoulders and disappear into the night, all while looking for his next victim. I don't know about you, but I am keen on keeping my head on my shoulders. Mind having a ghostly man keeping it on his. 2. The Wendigo. The Wendigo is a mythical cannibal monster or evil spirit native to the northern forests of the Atlantic coast and Great Lakes region of both the United States and Canada. The Wendigo may appear as a monster with some characteristics of a human, or as a spirit who has possessed a human being and may then become monstrous. It is historically associated with cannibalism, murder, insatiable greed, and the cultural taboos against such behaviors. In some traditions, humans who become overpowered by greed could turn into Wendigos. The myth thus served as a method of encouraging cooperation and moderation. Humans can also turn into Wendigos by being in contact with them for too long. The Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones. With its bones pushing out against its skin, its complexion the ash gray of death, and its eyes pushed back deep into their sockets. The Wendigo looked like a gaunt skeleton recently disinterred from the grave. Yikes, definitely not a creature you would want to stalk you when alone in the forests. 1. The Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's a legendary creature in certain North American indigenous peoples' history and culture. It is considered a supernatural being of power and strength. It is especially important, and frequently depicted, in the art, songs and oral histories of many Pacific Northwest coast cultures, but is also found in various forms among some peoples of the American Southwest, East Coast of the United States, Great Lakes, and Great Plains. The Thunderbird controls the upper world while the underworld is controlled by the underwater panther or great horned serpent. The Thunderbird throws lightning at the underwater creatures and creates thunder by flapping its wings. Thunderbirds in tradition are commonly depicted as having an X-shaped appearance. Well, seeing the Thunderbird and the underwater creatures in a battle would be glorious, but being anywhere near the battle is not a place I would want to be. Think, all that lightning being thrown around is sure you will be struck and dead.
Item, SCP-020. Object Class, Getter. Special Containment Procedures. Samples of SCP-020 are stored in a series of sealed cultivation chambers inside a sealed containment room at Biological Research Area 12, which is accessible only via airlock. Nutrients are administered via automated robotic systems, as the cultivation chamber must remain sealed at all times. Hermetically sealed video surveillance cameras are installed within the containment room, and must be checked daily for integrity. Any personnel entering the containment room must wear Biosafety Level 5 equipment including rebreathers and undergo full antifungal disinfection upon exiting. Description: SCP-020 is a fast-spreading fungal organism that is capable of affecting the senses and behavior of living creatures, including humans. Samples of SCP-020 exhibit an unknown effect that renders them effectively invisible to direct observation, even when under a microscope. SCP-020 is only visible to humans when viewed through photographic or video surveillance. Once SCP-020 forms a colony, usually within a human residence, it will produce spores that affect the behavior of humans around it. Affected subjects will increase the heat and humidity within their homes to create an environment more suitable to the growth of SCP-020. Affected subjects also become more sociable in many cases, and often invite acquaintances to their homes to further spread the organism. As the spores and mold colonies are invisible to affected subjects, the mold may sometimes grow directly on living subjects. As the spores and colonies within a home approach critical concentration, the health of affected human subjects will rapidly deteriorate, resulting in death. Further spread of the mold may occur as the bodies of any deceased subjects are encountered by emergency responders and healthcare agents, as well as transportation of the bodies to local morgues. SCP-020 was first encountered in Redacted, where an undercover SCP agent noted dramatic personality changes in personnel working at the local hospital. Upon investigation by a containment team, it was discovered that almost data expunged civilians had been infected, as well as a majority of the town. The civilian population was terminated, and the town incinerated under cover of a local flash forest fire. To date, over 12 outbreaks of SCP-020 have been reported. Investigations are currently underway to determine the source of these outbreaks and possible preventative measures. Addendum 02001: excerpts from the audio, video mission recorders of Mobile Task Force Eta-10, See No Evil, during the initial containment of SCP-020 on Redacted. T2 Lead Team 2 moving to the Red House. T2 Com copy, UAV-1 is picking up one heat signature. T2 Lead Team 2 in place, ready to BR, expletive. T22: door opening. At this point, a civilian woman appeared in the doorway, holding a kitchen knife. Video surveillance showed that nearly 2/3 of her face was covered by mold growths. Civilian woman: well, hello there, gentlemen. Care to take a breather inside? T2 Lead on the ground. Drop the weapon. Civilian woman: don't be silly. Come on in and stay a while. T2 Lead: stop where you are. Drop the weapon. Civilian woman: we just want to have some guests. Please. Come in. T22: drop the expletive weapon. It is assumed that at this point, the infected civilian noticed T24 carrying a primed incendiary weapon, and lunged forward at the team members with the knife. Civilian woman: data expunged. T2 Lead: open fire, open fire. Gunfire, screaming.
Item, SCP-038, the Everything Tree. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-038 is to be watered twice per day via overhead mister. Should the mister break for any reason, attendants should water SCP-038 by hand until it has been fixed. Lighting is provided by computer-controlled lighting arrays. Attendants watering SCP-038 by hand and maintenance personnel fixing mister or lighting should wear hazmat suits to prevent accidental cloning. Description: SCP-038 was found on an abandoned farm in Data Expunged, New York, in 1928. It was at first thought to be a common apple tree. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that SCP-028 was growing things other than apples and, in fact, other than fruit. SCP-038 has the ability to clone any object that touches its bark. Objects begin growing almost instantaneously and reach maturity within a matter of minutes. A weight limit of 90.9 kilograms, 200 ib, per object has been previously recorded. Objects that SCP-038 has thus far cloned include apples, oranges, watermelons, eggplants, candy bars, snack foods, televisions, toasters, laptops, keys, chairs, DVDs, CDs, cats, dogs, and people. Human and animal cloning through SCP-038 is not recommended, as they appear to age quickly. The majority of these clones live, on average, 2 weeks. After a thorough examination of the deceased clones, it has been determined that they had begun to ferment before death. Object is currently held on Site-23 and there are currently no plans to move it. SCP-038 Partial Testing Log, Select Experiments Only. Date, Data Expunged. Intent, Confirmation of Mass Limit, and Investigation into Consequences of Exceeding the Limit. Test Results, 400 pounds steel ingot made contact with the outer bark of SCP-038. Chamber vacated as a precaution. Cloned ingot grew at a typical speed, but growth halted abruptly short of completion. Examination at the end of the aborted facsimile revealed a rough texture superficially resembling miniature-scale tree bark. Item detached from SCP-038 as typical and was subsequently found to weigh 90.91 kilograms, or almost precisely 200 pounds. Date, Data Expunged. Intent, Investigation into duplication of non-biological animate matter. Test Results, SCP-0173, deemed a suitable test subject because of its lack of verifiable life process, introduced into containment chamber by Class D personnel. Contact made with outer bark of SCP-038, and SCP-173, returned immediately to containment. SCP-173 facsimile began development at a typical speed, beginning at the point of contact. As consistent with previous results, growth halted at the 200-pound threshold, in this case, termination development after replication of the head, right arm, and partial upper torso. Class D test subject was ordered to break eye contact with the clone. When the test subject eventually blinked, no movement was observed in cloned material. Extinguishing and re-establishment of containment chamber light supply revealed no apparent reaction from cloned material. Experiment concluded. During the storage of a cloned portion of SCP-173, it was observed that the partial facsimile was in fact making violent gestures, at a dramatically slower rate. The movement was shown to continue regardless of the state of observation.
Siren Head is a hostile cryptid and urban legend created by the artist Trevor Henderson. It is a tall, mysterious humanoid creature known for its odd appearance and the various sounds that emanate out of its head, which consists of a metallic pole with sirens attached to it. Originally, Siren Head was created back in 2018, by the Canadian horror-type artist known as Trevor Henderson, who is known for making various bizarre creatures of the internet. His other creations include Cartoon Cat, the Country Road Creature, the Bridge Worms, the Man with the Upside-Down Face, the Smile Room and the Good Boy, the Lamb, the Giants and Long Horse. The first photo of Siren Head he made was the one featuring Siren Head at the graveyard, in which he wrote a story about. Henderson also mentioned that Siren Head is very similar to the famous creepypasta character today known as Slender Man, as both of the characters got edited into real-life photos with a story being written regarding them. Henderson also goes on to explain that Siren Head isn't a human, although Siren Head does have a voice and can possibly speak a language. Specifically, Siren Head does not have eyes, so it is possible that Siren Head uses other senses in order to orientate in space, like echolocation, though Siren's Head use of camouflage says otherwise. According to Henderson, people all over the world started sending their own photos to Henderson, with the intention of having Siren Head or other cryptic made by Henderson get added to the image. Siren Head is a 30-foot-tall humanoid creature with a heavily emaciated, skeletal frame covered in dried, mummified flesh the color of rust metal. Its limbs are disproportionately long and thin, with arms as long as its legs, ending in a huge, bony hands. Where its head and neck would be is a thick pole of flesh with two sirens attached to them, hence the name, and several black wires snaking around its neck and into its upper shoulders, pressed against its abdomen. These speakers are the only mental part of its body, fused to the neck by tendrils of skin and capable of swiveling around it much like the head of an owl. Some images depict Siren Head speakers with toothy, lipless human-like jaws and a long, retractable thin snake-like tongue, though Henderson has said that the teeth are only visible on a certain radio frequency. True to its name, Siren Head speakers can play various types of loud noises, typically air raid sirens, garbled music, conversations, imitations of people close to the victims, numbers station broadcasts or emergency broadcasts. When mimicking a human, a distinctive distortion in the voices is always present, due to the sounds being played through Siren's head instead of vocal cords. As expected, Siren Head is very hostile and dangerous. Siren Head is mainly located in rural areas. The victim of Siren Head are lost travelers, hikers, and even children. If the sounds of someone in distress are released, it can be a method of Siren Head trying to lure the victims into the woods. Since Siren Head can blend in very well within the trees, people do not even notice it. It could make its brutal attack at any time, and capture its victims, while the sound of their loved ones talking are being played from Siren Head's sirens. The most common hunting tactic used by Siren Head is blending into the environment. This usually consists of heavy woodlands and rural areas. It has the ability to mimic the voices of people close to its victim, effectively luring them in. It is currently not known for sure what Siren Head does to the victim once caught. Theories include eating them, or simply making them disappear without a trace, adding them to the roster of voices used by it. The first sighting of Siren Head occurred in 1066, when a family on vacation in Arizona desert captured an image of Siren Head near two telephone poles. About 30 years later, on July 16, 1995, Chad and his friends were hiking in the woods of Tanyard Creek, where they found Siren Head to be lurking. According to Chad, his friends was found alive with a few injuries, while the friends were gone, either taken or killed by Siren Head. In total, there have been about none reports or Siren Head that were released by the victims. One example is a photo of Siren Head on the streets in Indiana, where citizens started disappearing. However, these many incidents are not the first depictions of Siren Head. Ancient cave paintings of Siren Head depicting him engaged in combat with ancient humans have been found all over the continent of North America, which indicates that Siren Head is not a new species on Earth. There has been also sightings of a creature that resembles Siren Head but lacks similar features, though these sightings are implied to just be the same Siren Head shape-shifting into different forms to adapt to new environments. A photo of Siren Head was posted where it appears to have a head resembling a street light lining the sidewalks. It is very possible that Siren Head has the ability to transform into various structures in order to better blend into surroundings and lure its victims. However, there are also theories that Siren Head is actually a hostile species, that there used to be a lot of creatures similar to Siren Head which are now deceased, and Siren Head is the last remaining member of his species and is always on the move to eat. Siren Head is a very aggressive, remorseless and skilled predator, which makes him very dangerous. He seems to have some degree of intelligence due to using tactics such as camouflaging within forests and mimicking sounds like voices to hide from and lure his prey. Other than that, nothing much else is known about Siren Head's way of thinking, though unconfirmed theories suggest he is the last of his king and so might have a strong will to survive, possibly developing his camouflage skills to hide from other dangerous creatures, though again this is not confirmed. Siren Head is not above fooling people with their friends' voices, and one sighting of him suggests that he also blocks out the screams of his devoured victims with his own sounds, ensuring there is no chance anyone will help them. This is most likely to ensure a successful hunt by confusing and disorienting the prey, though it might also simply be a form of cruelty. Siren Head also sometimes does not consume its victims as seen in the Siren Head video game, meaning that it possibly kills for sport or other reasons. Siren Head has the ability to release sounds of new broadcasts, human conversations, sirens, and screams. It is believed that Siren Head is extremely powerful due to his size. Siren Head is able to break down trees or various heavy objects at will. Some say that Siren Head is a stronger, moving relative of trees, which is the reason why Siren Head can blend inside a forest or behind a tree. He can stay motionless for days at a time to blend in with his surroundings. Siren Head appears to be a shapeshifter, being able to transform his head into actual sirens and street lights. He is also known that Siren Head may be able to disguise himself as a piece of home furnishings or pipes in the walls to kidnap a family of 4. He was seemingly able to kidnap them without breaking in, as the only sign of their disappearance was that the backyard patio door was open, seeing that Siren Head had lured them out somehow. Robert is a one-of-a-kind, handmade by the Steiff Company of Germany around the turn of the century, standing 40 inches tall and stuffed with wood wool known as Excelsior. He is dressed in a sailor suit and once bore paint features, not unlike those of a jester. His unusual size indicates he may have been fashioned in the image of his constant companion, a boy named Robert Eugene Otto. The doll took Robert as his name, while the boy simply went to be known as Gene. Together they would go on to make history. Robert the doll originally belonged to Robert Eugene Otto, an artist described as eccentric who belonged to a prominent Key West family. The doll was reportedly manufactured by the Steiff Company of Germany, purchased by Otto's grandfather while on a trip to Germany in 1904, and given to young Otto as a birthday gift. The doll's sailor suit was likely an outfit that Otto wore as a child. The doll remained stored in the Otto family home at 534 Eaton Street in Key West while Otto studied art in New York and Paris. Otto married Annette Parker in Paris on May 3, 1930. The couple returned to the Otto family home in Key West to live there until Otto died in 1974. His wife died 2 years later. After their deaths, the Eaton Street home containing the doll was sold to Myrtle Reuter, who owned it for 20 years until the property was sold to the current owners, who operate it as a guest house. In 1994, the doll was donated to the East Martello Museum in Key West, where it eventually became a popular tourist attraction. It is annually rotated to the old post office custom house in October. According to legend, the doll has supernatural abilities that allow it to move, change its facial expressions, and make giggling sounds. Some versions of the legend claim that a young girl of Bahamian descent gave Otto the doll as a gift or as retaliation for wrongdoing. Other stories claim that the doll moved voodoo figurines around the room, and was aware of what went on around him. Still, other legends claim that the doll vanished after Otto's house changed ownership a number of times after his death, or that young Otto triggered the doll's supernatural powers by blaming his childhood mishaps on the doll. According to the local folklore, the doll has caused car accidents, broken bones, job loss, divorce and cornucopia of other misfortunes. This all because people took photos of Robert the doll, never asked for permission from the doll itself, or people had mocked the doll to her. The doll got revenge by cursing those for the mocking him. Robert the doll has thousands of letters sent to him every day from people who have apologized to him for either the mocking or the photos they took without his permission. People have even sent the very photo they took back to Robert in hopes that Robert would lift the curse he put on them. Museum visitors supposedly experience post-visit misfortunes for failing to respect Robert. Museum staff noticed a shift of energies at the Fortis Martello Museum. Though Robert was not initially on display, he started receiving visitors as word spread about his new residence. Once he was put on display, cameras and electronic devices malfunctioned in his presence. It was like a metal bar running down my back. At first, when we walked through the door, the look on his face was like a little boy being punished. It was as if he was asking himself, "Who are these people in my room and what are they doing to me?" said one visitor. There was some kind of intelligence there. The doll was listening, said another visitor. Item, SCP-030, the Homunculus. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-030 is to be held at Site-17 within a modified humanoid containment cell. Minor adaptations to accommodate its statures, such as an appropriately scaled workspace and chair, are to be included. Lighting within the cell may be altered upon request of SCP-030 to a maximum of 2000 lumens via a simple dimmer switch. Should the need to render SCP-030 inert arise, staff may extinguish the lighting from the exterior switch and draw blackout curtains as necessary. Standard night vision equipment is available for observation of SCP-030 in its inert state. SCP-030 may request materials for personal research every 90 days. All previously requested materials are to be collected and destroyed prior to the delivery of new materials. All materials are to be evaluated and screened by both research and security staff. SCP-030 is to be denied access to any modern scientific journals or texts, and fiction is to be restricted to works produced no later than 1623 CE to preserve the integrity of its innate knowledge. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in writing are to place a formal request, document number 030-RS/B, with the supervising researcher on duty. All correspondence is to be retained. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in person are to submit a formal request to Site Management, documents 030-RP/A, 17030/A, at least 30 days prior to their preferred consultation date. All consultations are to be recorded and retained. Senior research staff may request SCP-030 to be temporarily removed from its containment for a maximum of 1 hour to provide observational insight into non-restricted materials or events within Site-17. Under no circumstances is SCP-030 to leave the confines of Site-17. Requests must be presented in person to site management and security staff at least 30 days prior to their preferred observational release date. All observational release events are to be recorded and retained. SCP-030 has been equipped with a tracking device, inventory control code number 030-171, so its location within Site-17 may be determined precisely at any time. Description: SCP-030 appears as a hairless, genderless, gray-toned human 71 centimeters, 28 inches, in height and weighing 12.70 kilograms, 2 British stones in antiquated measure. Its solid blue eyes lack discernible irises or pupils and resemble small-cut sapphires. SCP-030 possesses an androgynous voice with a pronounced English accent not currently identifiable as specific to any modern region. It is able to converse, read and write in Ancient Greek, Latin, Italian, English, Spanish and Portuguese as well as two additional languages that have not yet been identified despite SCP-030's insistence that they should be common knowledge. SCP-030 has also demonstrated knowledge of physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics, and horticulture roughly equivalent to that of a 17th century CE academic. In addition, SCP-030 has demonstrated knowledge on these topics along research lines that do not appear in the historical record. These alternative or entirely unknown approaches to research in the natural sciences are one source of SCP-030's utility and consultation. SCP-030 remains active while a 15-lumen source of light or greater is within 1.5 meters, 5 feet. In the absence of light, SCP-030 becomes inert, apparently losing consciousness and showing no outward signs of life. Within 5 to 10 seconds of being re-exposed to light, SCP-030 becomes active once more, appearing to come out of a light slumber no matter how long the period of inactivity has been. SCP-030 does not appear to require these periods of inactivity as a human would require sleep, and has expressed a desire to remain active as often as possible. The biopsy analysis of SCP-030 remains inconclusive. While clays native to the English counties of Kent, Surrey, and Greater London make up the majority of its structure, traces of mandrake, mandragora office and arum, lye, mercury, and human blood have been found in each sample taken. SCP-030 has expressed that a full exploratory surgery to determine its workings would potentially end its existence. Samples removed from SCP-030 do not regenerate, and sampling is currently discontinued to preserve its integrity. Although SCP-030 can be damaged, it does not appear to feel pain, and will simply remold any portion of its anatomy that experiences deformation. Notably, SCP-030 cannot be molded directly by human hands, though any number of tools may be used to alter its surface. SCP-030 does not respirate, requires no sustenance, and produces no waste, although it does infrequently request a bath. SCP-030 refers to itself as Ariel and regularly requests that staff do the same. Questions regarding how SCP-030 was created and by whom are routinely answered with the seemingly rote statement, "I have been asked to forget that bit of information. Terribly sorry." SCP-030 delivers this response in the same tone and cadence each time any question regarding its origins or creator is presented. Given its composition and location of origin, a link to the alchemists of Iligata is suspected. SCP-030 was discovered 6/12/data expunged during a mandatory archaeological survey within London's Mortlake district pending construction of a car park. It was buried approximately 2.7 meters, 9 feet, below street level, contained in a small stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus bore no markings and was assumed to be that of a deceased infant as additional graves were discovered in the survey area. The sarcophagus lid was shattered during the excavation, exposing SCP-030 to daylight. Upon being struck by the sun's rays, SCP-030 roused from its inert state to one of mild activity within a few seconds, stating, "Good afternoon" to the assembled construction team. A member of the Foundation's Greater London Recon Force was summoned within hours and took the specimen into custody without resistance. The limited number of witnesses were given amnesties and released. Addendum 1. Hide Document 030C, Security Logs for SCP-030. 9/14/: Tracking System installed for SCP-030. 12/21/: SCP-030 reports the malfunction of its own tracking system. Repairs completed within 6 hours. SCP-030 offers to assist but is refused for security purposes. 3/13/: SCP-030 completes an 18-week seminar on Unknown Language Alpha, Zephyr 5. Staff researchers considered fluent. Lexicography transmitted to 05. 7/2/: While in consultation, the researcher inadvertently makes several remarks regarding photovoltaic technology. The consultation ended before the researcher can substantively elaborate. 8/12/: SCP-030 requests a supply of magnesium and indicates it intends to ignite samples to study the light produced. Request denied by researchers. 11/14/: Incident 0301, using only what appears to be standard potting soil, ginger, Zinniberofficinal, a 72-gram sample of rutilated quartz, and a 23 cm length of coiled copper wire. SCP-030 produces an object, device capable of emitting notable levels of directed ultraviolet light through unknown means. The device is confiscated. Effects not currently replicable without direct intervention from SCP-030. Researchers currently in consultation to determine if this line of SCP-030's research will be permitted to continue. It is speculated SCP-030 may be working towards an alternative and possibly anomalous manifestation of the photoelectric effect after receiving only minimal information regarding its existence. All research by SCP-030 suspended and materials removed pending review.
Item: SCP-025. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-025 is only to be opened during testing, as is the room in which SCP-025 is stored. Entry codes are to be given only to authorized research and security personnel. No other containment protocols required. Description: SCP-025 is a wooden wardrobe measuring 0.97 meters by 0.62 meters by 1.95 meters, full of clothing dating from a number of time periods. Articles contained within the chest, collectively named SCP-025-1, match with styles of decades from the 1920s to the present. The apparel from each time frame varies with regard to style. For example, a polyester striped shirt and pair of charcoal suit pants both correspond with general styles of the 1970s. The only unifying aspect of every article contained in SCP-025 is that each one is in poor condition. Moths have eaten at much of the collection, and tears and runs are not uncommon. When any item from SCP-025 is put on, the wearer is observed either to die or suffer an injury within 24 hours. The cause of death or injury in these instances is invariably linked to the aforementioned flaws in the clothing, but only ever appears to be an unrelated incident. Wearing a glove with a fingertip cut off may result in the loss of the fingertip through a simple kitchen accident like chopping onions. Similarly, a subject wearing a poncho with his sleeve missing will somehow cause the loss of the uncovered arm, be it an attack by a wild animal or a vehicular accident that necessitates the amputation of the limb. If placed in a sealed, unfurnished enclosure while wearing an item from the chest, the wearer will either seemingly spontaneously contract a flesh-eating disease that begins in the areas not covered by the clothing, or suffer the failure of an organ located beneath an imperfection in the article. Diseases arising from such incidents may or may not be contagious. No study has been successfully undertaken due to the speed at which the strains observed run their course. Recommended that, if possible, samples of the disease be taken to lab for possible weaponization. Following is an abridged testing log of SCP-025. More thorough testing will accompany the declassification of the document in its entirety. Test log SCP-025, Section 1. Subject, D-778, a 42-year-old white male. Article, 1940s era white tuxedo. Imperfections, torn seam in left shoulder. Test results, subject was allowed free roam of the halls, under agent data expunged supervision. For approximately 45 minutes, nothing eventful occurred, however, at data expunged. Security tapes and eyewitnesses indicate that D-778 appeared to make an attempt at attacking agent data expunged. He in turn overcame the subject with a knife, causing an inch-deep gash in D-778's left shoulder precisely at the point where the tuxedo's seam was ripped. Test halted, subject later terminated. Subject, D-690. A 26-year-old white male. Article, 2004 Boston Red Sox baseball cap. Imperfections, missing size adjuster in back of cap, logo in front partially removed. Test results, placed in a sealed room with the subject was a table on which were a loaded Jericho Baby Eagle 9mm handgun, a grill lighter, and a hatchet. D-690 chose to wear the cap backward for the test. Potential effects of this decision on the outcome of the test are unknown. Subject expressed reluctance to touch any of the objects on the table for several hours. Food and water were provided as necessary. After 4 hours of general inactivity, subject picked up the handgun and examined it, while holding it at roughly eye level. The weapon discharged into D-690's forehead, where the size adjustment band would have been. The round exited the subject near the part of the hat with the missing part of the logo. Subjects, D-736, a 22-year-old white male, D-771, a 23-year-old white male. Article, burgundy striped sweater vest. Dating from 1973. Imperfections, article seemed to have been partially eaten by moths, several large holes in the front of the sweater. Test results, D-736 was asked by researching staff to wear the sweater vest, which he did under duress. D-771 was given a loaded handgun out of sight of the other test participant and instructed to, on a given signal, fire all 6 shots in the direction of D-736. After doing so, it was noted that every shot fired passed through one of the holes in the sweater vest, leaving the clothing intact and killing D-736. Firearm retrieved, surviving subject transported back to quarters. Subject, Dr. Data expunged. Unplanned experiment, an unidentified individual left an article from SCP-025 on Dr. Data expunged desk that looked similar to an item of his own clothing. Any information about this incident and or the perpetrator of same should be reported immediately to senior staff. Article, lightweight scarf, dyed a number of colors. Imperfections: heavily pulled seam caused scarf to be considerably shorter and tighter in the middle. Test results: according to his itinerary, Dr. Data expunged, wearing the item from SCP-025, was en route to the enclosure of SCP Data expunged on Data expunged for routine testing. However, he diverged from his intended path and began in a direction towards an entirely separate wing of the facility. Subject then entered the enclosure of SCP-173 without gathering accompaniment or following safety procedures, and, upon hearing the door closing, blinked. Cause of death listed as strangulation resulting from a crushed windpipe. Subject: D802, a 30-year-old Hispanic female. Article: 1980s Flashdance, style white shirt. Imperfections: right shoulder removed, left sleeve completely cut off, entire bottom hem shredded. Test results: Data expunged. All present were presumed infected, then quarantined and Data expunged. All further tests involving 1980s-era fashion have been postponed indefinitely due to the expenditures and safety hazards presented by the aforementioned experiment. Full cleanup estimated to take an additional Data expunged weeks.
At the time of this incident, I was working as a 911 operator, and what I heard from that call on that night still gives me shivers, 5 years later. I can remember every little detail about that night. It was about 8 in the evening, it was August, the rain was falling fairly heavy, and also sounds of thunder rocked throughout the building. I was on the evening shift when I got a call on the system. It was from a young woman in her mid-20s shouting down the phone at me in total fright. It was very hard to hear her over the phone, it sounded like her voice was going 100 miles an hour. After spending about 10 minutes trying to calm her down, she was now calm enough so I can understand everything she is saying. "What is the emergency?" I asked her, while she was still breathing heavily down the phone. "I am at 7 Sins Motel on Highway Route 66 and there is someone that is trying to break into my room," she told me. I told her to keep all the doors and windows shut. This is standard practice to delay the intruder so the police can get to her in time and we can make an arrest. I also asked the lady to go to the window and take a peek, so she could describe the intruder to me. However, what she told me next sent shivers down my spine. "He's not trying to get through the front door, he's coming in through the medicine cabinet," she told me. "How do you know that?" I asked. "I heard a banging noise in the bathroom. I went to investigate and didn't see anything. I then saw the cabinet mirror moving and decided to open the door on the cabinet. That is when I saw little chunks of plaster fall off the wall behind it and an eye appear in the hole afterward." I was dumbstruck at what I heard. I mean, people usually use the front door or a window to break into a place, but breaking down the wall in the next room, that was a first to me. The woman proceeded to tell me that, as soon as she saw the person, she ran out of the bedroom, locked the bathroom door, and shoved a chair up against the door handle to stop him from coming into the motel room. I asked her if she could get out of her room quickly and get to her car. However, she also told me that, when she did make a run for it, the next room had its curtain ripped down, and as soon as the guys saw her exit the room, he made a run for her. Lucky for her, she managed to get back into her room. I diverted about 5 police cars, each car has 2 policemen, that would have been 10 policemen in total, should be enough to handle this intruder. I could also now hear in the background while talking to this lady, the wall being smashed apart, It sounded like it wouldn't be too long before he is in the same room as her. The lady started to panic more and more as she heard more of that wall in the bathroom breaking down. Then all of a sudden it stopped. The lady too went quiet. I expect she was waiting to hear any sign of him in that bathroom. You could actually hear a pin dropped on this call. Next my heart dropped when I heard a knock on the bathroom door. The woman started to cry down the phone. "I don't want to die," she told me. "Don't worry, you are not going to die. The police are 5 minutes from the motel. Can you make sure the bathroom door is defiantly sealed and he can't get into the same room as you?" I asked her. She went and checked on the door. It didn't budge an inch, but I could hear her moving furniture in the room. I expect she was trying as much as she could to try and barricade the bathroom door. It was a good move, as anything else that is in the intruder's way can slow him down. "I have put more furniture against the door," I heard her tell me. "Good," I replied. "At least it will give you a head start if he does break through and you have to run for it." I also checked on whereabouts the police was, about 3 minutes now from her destination. "He has an axe," she shouted down the phone. "Madam, please relax, the police are around the corner from your destination and will be there soon." I can hear in the background that this intruder was now smashing the door. I could also now hear the sirens in the background too. Again my heart skipped a beat as I heard this man come rushing into the room, smashing everything that was blocking the door to the ground. I could hear over the phone call, "Please no, please let me go," but he just told her, "I have been hunting you down for a while now. I am not letting you go, you are mine." I then heard a blood-curdling scream as she shouted, "He stabbed me." I thought this was the end of this lady. I wasn't able to help her out. However, I was joyed when I heard banging on the door. "Police, open up." Then a few seconds later, I can hear the door being smashed open and then gunfire. At that point I had to put the phone down. I was distraught. I didn't even know if the woman was still alive or not, but right now, my mental health was all over the place and I had to take the rest of the night off. Coming into work a few days later, I found out from one of the other operators that the police had made it just in time and actually shot the intruder dead, just as he was about to lunge at the woman. I am now just glad that they got to her in time before he could actually finish her off. I know she would have to spend a few nights in the hospital, but better that than a funeral home.
The story of this urban legend, you may have never heard of it, but then again it is possible that you may have. The creature that I saw that night, I will never forget myself. It was horrific, and what it did to me and my friends that night was beyond nightmares. As a matter of fact, I still have those nightmares to this day, years later. I will tell you all my story of what I saw that night and how I am still running from this creature even to this day. You see, I and my mates were in our early adult ages and living in a small town of only a few thousand people. Well, you can see that things can get boring very quickly. There wasn't much for us young people to do. Living in this town, I would say, this village was more of a retirement village for the elderly. There were several cafes, a cinema that only played vintage films, a shopping center, and then about a dozen second-hand shops. I don't know why, but these second-hand shops do seem to be popular with the elderly. However, a few miles outside of town, there was a sort of mall that sat between two towns, our town and the next town, which was larger than ours by, I would say, about 20,000. I and my mates would go to the mall to hang out and meet up with our girlfriends. That is all we could do these days. One day we were that bored, we couldn't even go to the mall. That was how bored we were. All day we threw off things we could do, play knock-a-door run, couldn't be bothered, DP people's house, no, couldn't do that either. This went on for several days, just sitting in the backyard, drinking a beer or two and having a barbecue. Nothing much more we could do. There was the odd day that we would go round to our mate's house who had a pool. That was nice on those hot days, but it did get old very fast. One day while we were sunbathing by the pool, still thinking about things to do, my mate, let's call him Dave, told us about a website. He came across a website that told about abandoned places in our area. I had to admit this caught my attention. He told us about a sawmill that was abandoned in the woods about 10 miles outside of town due west of here. However, there was also an old hospital about 5 miles north that we could also visit too. Now that everyone's interest was piqued, the only thing left to do was to decide on which place we wanted to go and visit. We talked it out and decided that an old hospital would have been the same old thing. There would be beds, chairs and also ghosts. The sawmill, however, that would be very interesting. I mean, how often do you see an old sawmill? After talking it over for a few hours, we decided to go to the sawmill. It would seem to be more interesting. However, we wouldn't leave out the old hospital either. We would go and visit that place a few days later. We also talked for a few hours more after we decided on the location, as now we need to know what time we wanted to go and also who was going to take who, as there were about 8 of us and only 2 of us could drive, including me. There was 8 of us shared between 2 cars. That would mean 4 people in each car. We would also collect $5 from each of us for gas. That would mean neither of the 2 cars would run out and break down on the way there or back. We decided to go at the weekend as some of us do work and in this time and day we need the money to pay our bills. This way, we should all be available to go. We also decided to go near night time. We didn't want anyone to spot us being there if there was anyone patrolling the area. So now we are on a Friday, but before we set off on our quest, we all decided to meet up at ours for a few hours and have a barbecue as the weather was lovely and also to make sure how bellies were full for the ride there and back. We sat around the table eating, chatting and overall having a laugh about what we think could happen, maybe seeing a bear or getting caught by a guard or police. We would never know what fate awaited us that night. After a few hours, the sun started to set. We got together our stuff, which comprised of water bottles, cameras, and torches. We were also preparing for a hike, but we also wanted to record our trip there too. We all got into our designated cars and started our journey there. It was about 10 miles to the sawmill and would off took about 40 minutes to get there. Not too bad of a drive really, I guess. During the drive up there, we were a bit shocked as we did see another building is dismay along the route. There were too many abandoned buildings and we were now getting a little worried. I mean, why is there so many? However, at least it would keep us busy for a few weeks just checking out these buildings. Maybe we could also do a paranormal ghost hunt just to see what is there. You never know. There is a reason why there are so many that are abandoned. After a few miles, we were now in the country. No more buildings ahead of us except for the sawmill. All we could see are trees and fields ahead of us. We were all getting more and more excited, to say the least. After a further 20 minutes, we are now at the sawmill. However, we would have to park at the car park and hike about 2 miles further to the mill. We didn't mind, we all work out and we were all fit for the walk. Walking along the trail, you can see that no one has been here for a long time. We had to push aside branches just so we could get past. I could tell that this could take us a few hours to get there from how thick the vegetation now is. After a crawling few hours, pushing past thick branches and kicking aside weeds, we are now at the sawmill. It was so overgrown, you could tell nature was now taking back the land she had once lost back when they were operational. When we got to the sawmill, It was now dark and had to get out our flashlights out just to see around us. This was scary as we could see shadows around us. We just put this down to the trees moving around in the area. In videos you see on YouTube, you would see people who would separate from their group. However, we didn't do that. We knew that if we did, then someone could get hurt and maybe not be able to call for help, so we all stuck together just in case. Looking around the area, you could see how creepy it was around here. There was no light as the trees in the area covered the light from the moon. The only light around here was the light from our flashlights. What we all heard next had us all stunned. Looking around the group, everyone's face was as white as a ghost. The sound we all heard sounded like one of those old World War sirens from back in the day. We all looked around, looking for that sound that we heard. We couldn't see anything around us. Even with the flashlights, we couldn't see anything. We were all now nervous at what we heard but can't see. We didn't get a break after what we heard, as straight after we heard someone talking over a loudspeaker. At the time, we all thought that we got caught and there was someone approaching us. We all waited to see who it was, however, no one showed and now we are all getting scared. Next, the talking stopped and now weird noises just started calling out over this loudspeaker. We are all now looking around us but still, there is nothing that can be seen. We all looked at each other and without saying anything, we all decided to make our way back to the car, but this time, the noise was getting louder, a sign that whatever it was not approaching us. We didn't want to be in the area to find out what it was. We all gather and start heading back. We keep out cameras trained on the trail ahead of us. Our cameras have night vision and because of that, it would pick things up that we would not be able to see otherwise. We are about a quarter of the way back to our cars when one of the guys ahead of us halted with a real bad look on his face. "What up?" we asked him. However, he could not speak but instead, lifted his shaking arm and pointed to the trees ahead of us. Looking to where we were pointed, we could not see anything. "There is nothing there," we told him, but he just kept pointing as we continued to look ahead. He then pointed his camera ahead of us and raised it so we all could see the screen. Looking at the screen of this camera, we couldn't believe what we could see. The sound now loud as ever and in front, you could see what looked like a tree moving around. Whatever this creature was, it was massive. The body of this creature went way above the tree line. I pointed the camera up following the silhouette of the creature until I could see the head of the creature. What now scared me, there was no head but instead, two loudspeakers facing opposite, both with teeth. We are all now really scared for ourselves and now pondering on to get out of here. Making things worse, this creature knew exactly where we were and was approaching us fast. I looked to the other and told them to turn off their lights and use the night vision on the cameras to get down the trail. This, however, was no use, because he had such long legs. He managed to get ahead of us. I also reckon he could also see us too. Then we heard a blood-curdling scream as one of our mates was grabbed from our pack and just shoved into the mouth of the creature. At that moment, we all knew how bad things were. We all just starting running towards our car, but it was no use. Another scream, and another mate eaten by this creature. It seemed that it was no good. No matter how fast we ran, this creature was still with us. By the time we got to our car, 4 of our mates was now gone, eaten by this creature. Just as I opened all the doors, the creature grabbed another mate. The sound you hear of bone being crunched by teeth is not something you want to hear. 3 of us now left, 3 of us in the car. I put the car into reverse and just peel out of there. I must have broken the speed limit to get back into town, just to get away from the creature. However, running was useless. It followed us. Yes, followed us. We could see it behind us running after the car, speeding down the road, and this creature could keep us with a speeding car. I thought about losing the creature by taking side roads, and at some point, I must have lost it as I could not see it anymore. As soon as I knew I lost it, I went straight home. My mates got out and they all went home too. Now back at my own house, I sit in my bedroom now crying at the loss of my other mates, that is until another of my mate ring me. Upon picking up the phone, he tells me it is no good, it knows we live. What do you mean, I ask just before the phone dies. Now knowing what my mate said, I quickly pack some stuff and head out. I didn't care about where I went, just as long as I am one step ahead of this creature, but just as my mate said, it is no use, he knows where we are, and he will come for me. All I have to do is keep one step ahead of it.
Item, SCP-023. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-023 is to be contained in a walled-off inner section of 2 corridors at site data expunged, with at least 3 meters of space in each direction, and full stores at 3 of the 4 ends, in addition to the real door. Security cameras will be placed and maintained above all 4 doors. At all times, SCP-023's eye sockets are to be filled with spherical inserts made of hard rubber. Eye inserts must be replaced as they degrade. Degradation can be monitored by measuring the brightness of the burning effect as observed by security footage. Brightness greater than 12 candela requires that the inserts be replaced within 12 hours. Eye inserts are only to be replaced individually, and only after the sun has completely set. Personnel are not to look directly into eye sockets of SCP-023 at any time. Following Incident 02327, all reflective surfaces, including displays, monitors, and eyewear of any sort are not permitted within 30 meters of SCP-023's cell. This includes monitors linked to security cameras within its enclosure. Security personnel posted at checkpoints outside both corridors will enforce and adhere to this measure. Experimentation involving SCP-023 has been suspended indefinitely. Description: SCP-023 is a large, sexless shaggy canine, 1.5 meters at the shoulder, with black fur. Data expunged. See Incident Report 02326. Anytime an individual makes eye contact with SCP-023, either that person or a member of their immediate family will die exactly 1 year after eye contact is broken. Research into the method of selection is incomplete due to a moratorium on experiments, but the available data suggests that having a larger immediate family lessens the chance of the individual making eye contact themselves dying, and neither a pattern nor a preference in victim types have been found. This may indicate that SCP-023's victim is designated entirely at random, but it is unknown whether this selection occurs at the beginning or at the end of the 1-year time period. Attempts to terminate an individual who has made eye contact with SCP-023 and their entire immediate family before the 1-year time period has ended. Data expunged. Autopsies of individuals killed by SCP-023's effect show that, while outwardly appearing unharmed, their remains have been filled in with highly compacted ash, including but not limited to all organ systems and the circulatory system. Muscle tissue, bones, and brain tissue universally show signs of exposure to temperatures above data expunged. If not contained in a setting that at least superficially resembles a crossroads, SCP-023 will phase through walls to get to the nearest suitable location, incinerating all materials it passes through. SCP-023 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when it attacked a church in data expunged while it was in session, killing data expunged civilians directly and, redacted, as a result of eye contact. Following retrieval of SCP-023, Class B amnesiacs were administered to all witnesses and surviving victims. The incident was covered up as a case of arson. Addendum 023001. SCP-023 broke containment on data expunged by passing through its cell wall. Incident 02301. SCP-023 was later discovered at the intersection of two corridors elsewhere on site. Data expunged. Agent Data Expunged noted SCP-023's similarity to a redacted Special Containment Procedures for SCP-023 updated. Assistant Researcher Data Expunged issued a reprimand for negligence. Addendum 023002. SCP-023 has been responsible for the deaths of data expunged personnel and data expunged civilians since it was first brought into containment on 10/12/data expunged. Addendum 023003. Request for reclassification to Keter pending. Addendum 023004. Due to both anomalies focusing on specific geographic spaces, their destructive capabilities, and canine appearance, it is possible that SCP-1111-1 may be a variant of the same phenomenon observed in SCP-023, or vice versa. Investigation into the origin of both anomalies is ongoing. Due to the inability to capture SCP-1111-1 for study, investigations are currently focused on SCP-023.
Item hash, SCP-029. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-029 is to be incarcerated in a Class 5 containment cell. She is to be allowed access to nothing of a physical nature. Her containment cell is to be placed behind a triple airlock, to avoid her escape. As of Incident 02934-A, SCP-029 is no longer to be fed, as she does not appear to need sustenance to survive. There are to be three guards on duty at all times on her cell, and two guards on monitored duty. Floodlights have been installed in the walls of the containment chamber, and are to be on at all times. Once a month the chamber is to be cleaned and checked for defects. Under absolutely no circumstances are any meant to encounter SCP-029 in any manner. Any males who do encounter SCP-029 are to be held under Class 3 detention for interviewing before termination. SCP-029 has requested a bed, denied. A blanket, denied. Books, denied. Clothes, denied. This is ridiculous. The girl can't even have clothes. We are not animals, let her cover herself. Dr. Erica Bodine. Dr. Bodine, you are granted permission to deliver clothes to SCP-029. Dr. Light. As of Incident 02953-B, Anyone who has potential access to SCP-029 is required to first watch surveillance tape 029 Bodine, as a reminder of threats involved when working with SCP items and SCP-029 in particular. Description: SCP-029 appears to be a pubescent female of Asiatic Indian descent. She appears to suffer from alopecia universalis. Over 80% of her pigmentation is a true black, while the rest of her skin has a complete lack of melanin, to the point of albinism. Her eyes are also a dark black in color. SCP-029 has severe homicidal tendencies and has displayed a remarkable ability to use any item as a weapon. However, she has a severe compulsion against shedding blood, preferring instead to strangle her victims. SCP-029 has demonstrated dexterity and physical reactions 4 times as fast as the average human. SCP-029 has also displayed extensive resistance to damage of all forms. Both of these extra-human abilities are greatly hampered in the presences of bright or direct light, natural or artificial. In addition, any males who come within the presence of SCP-029, an area defined by her current perception, find themselves pliant to her will. Such males become willing to kill or even die for SCP-029. SCP-029 refers to herself as Data Expunged, which roughly translates to Daughter of Darkness, Daughter of Shadows, or Daughter of Night. Interviews with SCP-029 have proven difficult to conduct, due to SCP-029's constant attempts to kill or convert all who speak with her. Over her years of captivity, the black patches on her skin have increased in size. SCP-029 was first brought to the Foundation's attention by an agent working in rural India. An attempt on his life led him to a small cult of men who claimed to be Thuggy, in service to the daughter. Several weeks of investigation proved that they believed the world to be in the last years of the Kali Yuga, and that by sacrificing 1 million lives to the Daughter of Darkness, they could raise their goddess and end the world. They also believed that only sacrifices performed through strangulation added to this tally. Events led the agent to their mountain fortress, where he discovered SCP-029. After the loss of said agent, Data Expunged, which ended in our acquisition of SCP-029. Addendum 7 years after capture, SCP-029 began showing anomalous growth in her black pigmentation. When questioned about it, she claimed her followers were on the move once more. Investigation led us to a concentration of so-called Thuggy that had escaped our initial foray. After discovering that all her followers were there for one of their holy days, a tactical airstrike was called in. When the first bomb dropped, SCP-029 awoke from slumber, screaming at the top of her lungs. SCP-029 continued to scream for the next 4 hours, ranting and raving that we were killing her people. Since said event, the growth of black pigmentation has stopped completely. Also since said event, SCP-029 has redoubled her efforts to escape. SCP-2820 has been proposed as a possible method of neutralization should the situation worsen. Item hash, SCP-028, Knowledge. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. No special means are needed to contain at this time, as SCP-028 has not shown any change in size, position or shape during the entire period of its containment, but access must be restricted. Currently, SCP-028 is contained on site, as SCP-028 is not transportable by any known means. SCP-028 is sealed in a 6 by 6 by 3 meter, 20 by 20 by 10 foot, concrete room with a single door, with two armed personnel stationed outside. Only authorized personnel are to be allowed exposure to SCP-028, and extreme care must be taken at all times. While SCP-028 is itself harmless, the effect can be very damaging to the unprepared. See document L028-1125. Description: SCP-028 is located in an abandoned storage yard outside a copper mine in northern Michigan. SCP-028 has no detectable physical presence of any kind, but its effect occurs in a 2.1 meter, 7 foot, cube around what is commonly held as the center of SCP-028. All forms of scanning and testing in the area of SCP-028 have shown no abnormal readings. Adding or removing objects, or attempting to remove dirt from under SCP-028 has no effect in altering the size or shape of SCP-028's area of effect, nor the onset or quality of the effect. Subjects entering SCP-028 are, within 3 to 6 seconds, struck by total and complete knowledge of a subject. This knowledge is thus far completely random in both size and usefulness, and sometimes goes unnoticed for extended periods of time. More profound knowledge generally has a stronger effect, with some cases, expunged. See document L028-1125. This effect can be experienced multiple times by exiting and re-entering SCP-028, but can result in increasingly strong migraines and dizziness after two exposures. SCP-028 came to the Foundation's attention after research into news reports of a local miner who submitted a design for a cold fusion reactor to the U.S. Patent Office. Mr. reported that it just came to me, like a bolt out of the blue. News and subjects were suppressed and contained after discovery of SCP-028, and the reactor designs implemented in the containment of SCP-1995. Subsequent testing of SCP-028 has yielded mixed results. Document L028-14, partial information retrieval log for 1/5/. Note: all knowledge is perfect, total, and eidetic. Every phone book entry for New York City in 1998. How to redesign the internal combustion engine to run on human blood, using only pre-existing parts. Note: full redesign takes 4 hours, and runs at higher efficiency than gasoline. Location of keys for a Buick LeSabre. The proper method of care for a mole rat colony. Origin and history of 12 SCP objects. Note: the main, expunged. Family history of the Blackthorn family, located in London, England. Geological structure of the Earth beneath Greenland, including several unknown caves and, expunged. Document L028-1125, log. E112, subject D1182 exposed to SCP-028. Subject began to cry and went into fetal position, showing signs of high distress. unresponsive to questioning and outside stimulus for several days. Lapsed into catatonia shortly after stating that this is not life. Subject passed into a coma and died shortly thereafter. COD was attributed to shock. E127, agent accidentally exposed to SCP-028. Agent showed signs of sudden surprise and bemusement. When questioned, agent requested a moment to gather my thoughts, please. After several seconds, agent laughed, shook his head, and removed his service pistol from its holster. Agent then shot and wounded Dr. and killed agents and before being restrained. Post-incident interrogation revealed agent had extensive knowledge of classified Foundation activities, and several SCP objects he had not been previously exposed to, including SCP-2669. Any Foundation personnel found to have entered SCP-028's area of effect are to be detained indefinitely. Document #L028-1128, Log. Experiment 189, Subject D9843 was exposed to SCP-028/03/191146. Examination of subject revealed abnormal respiratory actions. /03/1913-37. Questioning reveals subject had learned to recycle the carbon dioxide inside his body. /03/1917-21. Repeated attempts to teach skill to other D-class personnel failed. /03/2412-11. Subject terminated. /07/1815-03. Autopsy reveals no abnormal organ formations. /07/1818-37. Researchers notes, Dr. seriously, how the hell did he do that?
Item SCP-027. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The host of SCP-027, currently Subject 02702, is to be kept in a 5 meters by 5 meters containment cell with a grated, raised floor connected to a strong vacuum system. All creatures removed from the subject's containment cell are to be incinerated, except for a small portion to be diverted for analysis and necropsy. The cell is to be cleaned and inspected for structural damage daily. Subject 02702 must be monitored by at least 2 personnel at all times. Any unusual behavior or vital signs on the part of the subject or the appearance of any unusual species in the subject's vicinity must immediately be reported to Level 4 personnel. Security personnel assigned to SCP-027 must be inoculated against all known animal-borne pathogens and must be armed with tranquilizer guns, with standing orders to subdue the subject if the need arises. Until SCP-027 is better understood, no personnel of Level 4 clearance or higher should approach within 200 meters of the subject. Description: SCP-027 appears to be a phenomenon of unknown source that seems to be tied to one human subject, currently 02702, at a time. As host to SCP-027, Subject 02702 is constantly surrounded by swarming vermin that are drawn to his location. The subject does not appear able to assert control over these creatures in any way, and is in fact prone to occasional attacks from feral specimens. These creatures have also been known to attack personnel who approach too closely. Wherever the subject goes, an initial swarm of flying insects such as gnats and flies will start to form a cloud around him, usually within 2 to 3 minutes. Shortly thereafter, crawling animals, including lice, cockroaches, worms, spiders, data-expunged, mice, and rats, will begin to appear. The longer the subject remains in a location, the more vermin will gather there. When the subject leaves a location, some of these creatures will follow, but most will disperse. SCP-027 has been known to transfer between hosts once. Upon the death of the first known host, Subject 02701, see Appendix 1 for more information. Since SCP-027 could likely repeat this feat upon the death of Subject 02702, all high-value personnel should be kept far away from the current host until more about SCP-027 is understood. SCP-027 has also likely transferred between hosts an unknown number of times before containment. Research into potential previous hosts has commenced, with preliminary evidence suggesting that SCP-027 may have existed for at least data-expunged years. It is not yet known how SCP-027 chooses or attracts animals, or even what SCP-027 exactly is. The previous host never expressed having any sort of communication with a separate conscious entity. Analysis of the current host has been inconclusive at best. Appendix 1. Timeline of significant events. The 4th of August 1999, Subject 02701 is discovered in an abandoned warehouse outside Data-Expunged, that had been completely overrun by rats, cockroaches, and other vermin, and is contained and cataloged as SCP-027. The subject is described as a Caucasian male in his late 30s, of average height but gaunt, filthy, and covered in bites and scratches. The subject also shows symptoms of degraded mental health, evidence of heavy use of alcohol and illicit drugs, and signs of prolonged sleep deprivation. The 10th of August 2000, subject expires. Autopsy shows more than 70% of the subject's body, data-expunged. A colony of rats nesting in the subject's abdomen for at least data-expunged generations. The 10th of August 2000, between 140 and 150 hours after the subject's death, Security Officer Data-Expunged reports being awoken by breathing problems due to a large housefly having crawled up his nose, later shown to have laid eggs. Subsequent observations lead to categorization of Officer Data-Expunged as Subject 02702. The original host is reclassified as Subject 02701, and SCP-027 is redefined. Appendix 2, Transcript of Interview 027-201. The following interview was conducted on the 10th of November 2001, shortly after Subject 02702 was identified and transferred to the containment cell that had housed Subject 02701. Dr. Jameson, good morning, Officer Data-Expunged. How are you feeling? Subject 02702, scared. Confused. Mostly scared though. J, understandable. S, and itchy. I feel like I need to shower all the damn time. J, R. But what about, inside? Do you feel anything different inside you, like a presence? S, thinks, scratches his head. No, I don't think I do. I haven't really noticed anything like that. J, you haven't felt anything different since the original host died, besides the itching? S. No, I can't say I have. J. What about any sort of voices, or compulsions? S. Agitated. No, I haven't felt anything except bugs crawling all over me. I feel dirty, and scared, and... Doc, what about my family? You gotta get this thing out of me so I can see them again. J. Of course. We're going to do everything we can to get 027 out of you. God, I'm sorry, data expunged. Note, shortly after this interview took place, Dr. Jameson and several other members of the research team for SCP-027 were transferred to the SCP-1772 project.
Item, SCP-023. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-023 is to be contained in a walled-off inner section of 2 corridors at site data expunged, with at least 3 meters of space in each direction, and full stores at 3 of the 4 ends, in addition to the real door. Security cameras will be placed and maintained above all 4 doors. At all times, SCP-023's eye sockets are to be filled with spherical inserts made of hard rubber. Eye inserts must be replaced as they degrade. Degradation can be monitored by measuring the brightness of the burning effect as observed by security footage. Brightness greater than 12 candela requires that the inserts be replaced within 12 hours. Eye inserts are only to be replaced individually, and only after the sun has completely set. Personnel are not to look directly into eye sockets of SCP-023 at any time. Following Incident 02327, all reflective surfaces, including displays, monitors, and eyewear of any sort are not permitted within 30 meters of SCP-023's cell. This includes monitors linked to security cameras within its enclosure. Security personnel posted at checkpoints outside both corridors will enforce and adhere to this measure. Experimentation involving SCP-023 has been suspended indefinitely. Description: SCP-023 is a large, sexless shaggy canine, 1.5 meters at the shoulder, with black fur. Data expunged. See Incident Report 02326. Anytime an individual makes eye contact with SCP-023, either that person or a member of their immediate family will die exactly 1 year after eye contact is broken. Research into the method of selection is incomplete due to a moratorium on experiments, but the available data suggests that having a larger immediate family lessens the chance of the individual making eye contact themselves dying, and neither a pattern nor a preference in victim types have been found. This may indicate that SCP-023's victim is designated entirely at random, but it is unknown whether this selection occurs at the beginning or at the end of the 1-year time period. Attempts to terminate an individual who has made eye contact with SCP-023 and their entire immediate family before the 1-year time period has ended. Data expunged. Autopsies of individuals killed by SCP-023's effect show that, while outwardly appearing unharmed, their remains have been filled in with highly compacted ash, including but not limited to all organ systems and the circulatory system. Muscle tissue, bones, and brain tissue universally show signs of exposure to temperatures above data expunged. If not contained in a setting that at least superficially resembles a crossroads, SCP-023 will phase through walls to get to the nearest suitable location, incinerating all materials it passes through. SCP-023 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when it attacked a church in data expunged while it was in session, killing data expunged civilians directly and, redacted, as a result of eye contact. Following retrieval of SCP-023, Class B amnesiacs were administered to all witnesses and surviving victims. The incident was covered up as a case of arson. Addendum 023001. SCP-023 broke containment on data expunged by passing through its cell wall. Incident 02301. SCP-023 was later discovered at the intersection of two corridors elsewhere on site. Data expunged. Agent Data Expunged noted SCP-023's similarity to a redacted Special Containment Procedures for SCP-023 updated. Assistant Researcher Data Expunged issued a reprimand for negligence. Addendum 023002. SCP-023 has been responsible for the deaths of data expunged personnel and data expunged civilians since it was first brought into containment on 10/12/data expunged. Addendum 023003. Request for reclassification to Keter pending. Addendum 023004. Due to both anomalies focusing on specific geographic spaces, their destructive capabilities, and canine appearance, it is possible that SCP-1111-1 may be a variant of the same phenomenon observed in SCP-023, or vice versa. Investigation into the origin of both anomalies is ongoing. Due to the inability to capture SCP-1111-1 for study, investigations are currently focused on SCP-023.
Item, SCP-030, The Homunculus. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-030 is to be held at Site-17 within a modified humanoid containment cell. Minor adaptations to accommodate its statures, such as an appropriately scaled workspace and chair, are to be included. Lighting within the cell may be altered upon request of SCP-030 to a maximum of 2000 lumens via a simple dimmer switch. Should the need to render SCP-030 inert arise, staff may extinguish the lighting from the exterior switch and draw blackout curtains as necessary. Standard night vision equipment is available for observation of SCP-030 in its inert state. SCP-030 may request materials for personal research every 90 days. All previously requested materials are to be collected and destroyed prior to the delivery of new materials. All materials are to be evaluated and screened by both research and security staff. SCP-030 is to be denied access to any modern scientific journals or texts, and fiction is to be restricted to works produced no later than 1623 CE to preserve the integrity of its innate knowledge. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in writing are to place a formal request, document number 030-RS/B, with the supervising researcher on duty. All correspondence is to be retained. Staff wishing to consult with SCP-030 in person are to submit a formal request to Site Management, documents 030-RP/A, 17030/A, at least 30 days prior to their preferred consultation date. All consultations are to be recorded and retained. Senior research staff may request SCP-030 to be temporarily removed from its containment for a maximum of 1 hour to provide observational insight into non-restricted materials or events within Site-17. Under no circumstances is SCP-030 to leave the confines of Site-17. Requests must be presented in person to site management and security staff at least 30 days prior to their preferred observational release date. All observational release events are to be recorded and retained. SCP-030 has been equipped with a tracking device, inventory control code number 030-17-1, so its location within Site-17 may be determined precisely at any time. Description: SCP-030 appears as a hairless, genderless, gray-toned human 71 cm, 28 inches, in height and weighing 12.70 kilograms, 2 British stones in antiquated measure. Its solid blue eyes lack discernible irises or pupils and resemble small-cut sapphires. SCP-030 possesses an androgynous voice with a pronounced English accent not currently identifiable as specific to any modern region. It is able to converse, read and write in Ancient Greek, Latin, Italian, English, Spanish and Portuguese as well as two additional languages that have not yet been identified despite SCP-030's insistence that they should be common knowledge. SCP-030 has also demonstrated knowledge of physics, chemistry, astronomy, mathematics, and horticulture roughly equivalent to that of a 17th century CE academic. In addition, SCP-030 has demonstrated knowledge on these topics along research lines that do not appear in the historical record. These alternative or entirely unknown approaches to research in the natural sciences are one source of SCP-030's utility and consultation. SCP-030 remains active while a 15-lumen source of light or greater is within 1.5 meters, 5 feet. In the absence of light, SCP-030 becomes inert, apparently losing consciousness and showing no outward signs of life. Within 5 to 10 seconds of being re-exposed to light, SCP-030 becomes active once more, appearing to come out of a light slumber no matter how long the period of inactivity has been. SCP-030 does not appear to require these periods of inactivity as a human would require sleep, and has expressed a desire to remain active as often as possible. The biopsy analysis of SCP-030 remains inconclusive. While clays native to the English counties of Kent, Surrey, and Greater London make up the majority of its structure, traces of mandrake, mandragora office and arum, lye, mercury, and human blood have been found in each sample taken. SCP-030 has expressed that a full exploratory surgery to determine its workings would potentially end its existence. Samples removed from SCP-030 do not regenerate, and sampling is currently discontinued to preserve its integrity. Although SCP-030 can be damaged, it does not appear to feel pain, and will simply remold any portion of its anatomy that experiences deformation. Notably, SCP-030 cannot be molded directly by human hands, though any number of tools may be used to alter its surface. SCP-030 does not respirate, requires no sustenance, and produces no waste, although it does infrequently request a bath. SCP-030 refers to itself as Ariel and regularly requests that staff do the same. Questions regarding how SCP-030 was created and by whom are routinely answered with the seemingly rote statement, "I have been asked to forget that bit of information. Terribly sorry." SCP-030 delivers this response in the same tone and cadence each time any question regarding its origins or creator is presented. Given its composition and location of origin, a link to the alchemists of Illigata is suspected. SCP-030 was discovered 6/12/data expunged during a mandatory archaeological survey within London's Mortlake district pending construction of a car park. It was buried approximately 2.7 meters, 9 feet, below street level, contained in a small stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus bore no markings and was assumed to be that of a deceased infant, as additional graves were discovered in the survey area. The sarcophagus lid was shattered during the excavation, exposing SCP-030 to daylight. Upon being struck by the sun's rays, SCP-030 roused from its inert state to one of mild activity within a few seconds, stating, "Good afternoon" to the assembled construction team. A member of the Foundation's Greater London Recon Force was summoned within hours and took the specimen into custody without resistance. The limited number of witnesses were given amnesties and released. Addendum 1. Hide Document 030C, Security Logs for SCP-030. 9/14/ Tracking System installed for SCP-030. 12/21/ SCP-030 reports the malfunction of its own tracking system. Repairs completed within 6 hours. SCP-030 offers to assist but is refused for security purposes. 3/13/ SCP-030 completes an 18-week seminar on Unknown Language Alpha, Zephyr 5. Staff researchers considered fluent. Lexicography transmitted to 05.7/2/ While in consultation, the researcher inadvertently makes several remarks regarding photovoltaic technology. The consultation ended before the researcher can substantively elaborate. 8/12/ SCP-030 requests a supply of magnesium and indicates it intends to ignite samples to study the light produced. Request denied by researchers. 11/14/ Incident 0301, using only what appears to be standard potting soil, ginger, Zinniber officinal, a 72-gram sample of rutilated quartz, and a 23 cm length of coiled copper wire, SCP-030 produces an object, device capable of emitting notable levels of directed ultraviolet light through unknown means. The device is confiscated. Effects not currently replicable without direct intervention from SCP-030. Researchers currently in consultation to determine if this line of SCP-030's research will be permitted to continue. It is speculated SCP-030 may be working towards an alternative and possibly anomalous manifestation of the photoelectric effect after receiving only minimal information regarding its existence. All research by SCP-030 suspended and materials removed pending review. Just before dawn, on the outskirts of New York Harbor, a small sloop sailed listlessly into the bay. The ship had no crew, no lights, and a deck covered in blood. It presented a mystery to the local police, who set their detectives on the case, which led to a manhunt up the east coast of the United States in pursuit of a phantom. The police may have had a description, a name, but they had no idea of the monster they would find at the end of the trail. More than a phantom, they were chasing a legend, a man who would later become whispered about in taverns as the last pirate of New York. Albert W. Hicks, also known as Elias W. Hicks, William Johnson, John Hicks, and Pirate Hicks, was a triple murderer, and one of the last people executed for piracy in the United States. Cultural historian Rich Cohen places him as the first New York City legendary gangster figure, a bridge between the piracy of old and rise of a new gangster nation. According to Hicks' testimony, he was born in 1820 in Foster, Rhode Island. His father was a farmer who had 7 sons, of whom Hicks was the second youngest. He was known to be headstrong and a fighter. He never attended school and worked on the farm until age 15 when he ran away to Norwich, Connecticut, where he began a life of crime. Arrested for theft, he was put into jail. Biographer Rich Cohen suggests it wouldn't have been uncommon for a teenage runaway to be buggered by older inmates. Hicks escaped a number of times, but he was reapprehended and given increasingly severe sentences, including a year in solitary where Hicks said he went a little crazy. He swore vengeance against the whole human race. The account given by Hicks for the next 20 years is murder and mayhem on the high seas, the goldfields of California, throughout South America, Mexico, the South Pacific, and the Atlantic Trade Triangle. Ship mutinies and highway robberies were his main occupation. It is possible that Hicks killed hundreds of people. He and an accomplice typically killed their victims and stayed on the move, spending money on alcohol, prostitutes, and fine clothes until it ran out. He was a known raconteur, and when his confessions were published, the New York Times raised some doubt about their accuracy, but modern biographer Rich Cohen said there was evidence to support at least some of the stories. Hicks eventually washed up in New York City, at the age of 40, with a newly married wife who knew nothing of his criminal past and a young child to support. Needing money for his family, he turned to the skills he knew best. Hicks hired on as a deckhand with the oyster sloop A.E. Johnson out of New York City, which he knew to be carrying a large amount of cash for buying oysters in Virginia to be transported back to New York. There were 4 men on the boat, including Captain George H. Burr, brothers Oliver and Smith Watts, and Hicks. It was nighttime as the boat neared the Narrows. Captain Burr and Oliver retired to their quarters to sleep. Smith had night duty and Hicks joined him on deck, politely taking a turn on the wheel. Hicks saw something and pointed it out to Smith, asking what it was. Smith didn't see anything. Hicks said, "Look again." Smith turned his back. Hicks grabbed a sea axe and struck a blow to the back of Smith's head, felling him to the deck. Hearing the commotion, Oliver Watts stuck his neck out through the cabin hatchway. Hicks struck again, decapitating Watts. Hicks recalled that the body slowly sagged downward and the head rolled onto the deck, now sprayed with the blood of 2 brothers. Hicks carried the bloodied axe into Captain Burr's cabin, who was by now alert. The captain was a tall, strong man and the ensuing fight lasted a while, with Burr almost strangling Hicks to death. Eventually, Hicks managed to slash the captain with the axe, slicing off half his face, including an eyeball and nose left hanging on the axe blade. Exhausted from the struggle of killing Burr, Hicks searched the living quarters for loot. When Hicks returned onto the deck, he saw a movement and was shocked to see Smith on his feet moving towards him. He believed it might be an apparition. Hicks forced the injured man overboard, but Smith grasped a rail and hung on with a death grip. Hicks swung the axe and chopped off his fingers, which fell onto the deck. The rest of Smith slipped into the water. Hicks threw the other bodies and the axe overboard. The A.E. Johnson had been running unattended and struck another ship, the schooner J.R. Mather, breaking the Johnson's mainmast and bringing down her rigging. Hicks set out to sink the ship, with the evidence of the killings, by drilling a handful of holes through the keel. He then took the money, about $230, and the possessions of the murdered crew, and abandoned ship in a yawl, rowing for shore and landing about daybreak next to a farmer's field on Staten Island just above Fort Richmond, Battery Weed. Believing that he would not be caught, he made his way back home to Manhattan, stopping at saloons merrily drinking and making a spectacle of himself. When the abandoned but still afloat A.E. Johnson was discovered the next day by the Coast Guard, they found the deck and cabin bathed in blood, including inexplicably a set of severed fingers. The city was shocked by the gruesome scene and intrigued by the mystery of what happened. Police detectives could see that a yawl was missing and began a search for it. After a few days, a local boy led them to where it had been abandoned in some rushes. They began following a chain of witnesses who had seen a strange man carrying a large heavy sea bag. The detectives followed witness sightings all the way back to an apartment in Manhattan. Hicks learned the police were on his trail through newspaper reports and fled the city. Detectives had by now determined Hicks' identity, and they continued to follow a chain of witnesses who remembered a large man with a wife and small child taking trains and boats northward. When police found the last witness to see him, a cabbie who took Hicks to a boarding home outside Providence, Rhode Island, they surrounded the house in the middle of the night and took him captive in bed without a fight. They found in his possession Captain Burr's watch, several money bags, and a daguerreotype belonging to Watts, among other damning evidence. When the abandoned but still afloat A.E. Johnson was discovered the next day by the Coast Guard, they found the deck and cabin bathed in blood, including inexplicably a set of severed fingers. The city was shocked by the gruesome scene and intrigued by the mystery of what happened. Police detectives could see that a yawl was missing and began a search for it. After a few days, a local boy led them to where it had been abandoned in some rushes. They began following a chain of witnesses who had seen a strange man carrying a large heavy sea bag. The detectives followed witness sightings all the way back to an apartment in Manhattan. Hicks learned the police were on his trail through newspaper reports and fled the city. Detectives had by now determined Hicks' identity, and they continued to follow a chain of witnesses who remembered a large man with a wife and small child taking trains and boats northward. When police found the last witness to see him, a cabbie who took Hicks to a boarding home outside Providence, Rhode Island, they surrounded the house in the middle of the night and took him captive in bed without a fight. They found in his possession Captain Burr's watch, several money bags, and a daguerreotype belonging to Watts, among other damning evidence. Hicks soon became a legend in the New York underworld, with the help of showman P.T. Barnum. Barnum had met Hicks in prison and made a deal that would allow Barnum to take a death mask while he was still alive. In return, Barnum would give Hicks a new set of clothes, the electric blue suit he wore for the execution. Barnum used the casting to create a full-size wax statue of Hicks wearing the same clothes as when he committed the murders. The wax likeness was displayed for 10 years and seen by millions of visitors before it melted in a museum fire. Biographer Rich Cohen argues that Hicks originated a gangster clothing fashion that can still be seen in art and real life. The Hicks look of a Kossuth hat pulled low over one eye, long-tailed monkey jacket, and pumped footwear were displayed at the Barnum Wax Figure Museum, where millions saw a very bad but handsome man. This style passed from gangster to gangster and through generations as a sort of badge of association with legends of the past, eventually reaching Hollywood films of the 1930s and broader culture to the present. Hicks was hanged on Friday the 13th. There is some speculation Hicks originated or helped solidify a superstition of the day's ill luck, though there are other theories. His name became a slang gambling phrase, meaning 6 on a pair of dice, rhymes with Hicks. Henry Sherman Backus, an itinerant composer of murder ballads that romanticized crimes, dedicated a ballad titled Hicks the Pirate, sung to the traditional Irish tune The Rose Tree. Irish singer-songwriter Vincent Cross recorded a modern take on the 1860 ballad for his album The Life and Times of James the Rooster Corcoran, 2020, titled Albert W. Hicks. 8-9. The execution of Albert Hicks is dramatized in Chapter 18 of McKinley Cantor's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel Andersonville, 1955. Hicks was portrayed as a wax figure in the Twilight Zone episode The New Exhibit. In the show, wax figures in a museum come to life and commit murders when they learn their exhibit is to be shut down. Hicks is accurately dressed in a Kossuth hat and carries a sea axe. He is portrayed by the American actor, Bob Mitchell.
Item, SCP-011, Sentient Civil War Memorial Statue. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, Item SCP SCP-011 and the surrounding area are to be cleaned once every day. For safety purpose, cleaning should start at least 30 minutes after sundown. Cleaning should always be performed by at least 2 personnel, who are also advised to note anything unusual about the item or the debris cleaned up. In a situation where the item cannot be cleaned for more than 2 days, local residents must be contacted and instructed not to approach the item. Containment Procedures Nullified 2004. Description: SCP-011 is a Civil War memorial statue located in Woodstock, Vermont. The statue is the image of a young male soldier holding a musket at his side, and is carved out of granite quarried within the area. Occasionally, SCP-011 has been observed lifting its musket to the sky to fire at birds which attempt to land or defecate on it. Reports detail that its movements produce soft grinding sounds but do not cause it any structural failure. Oddly, the gunfire is very similar to that of a standard firearm, despite observations that the item only loads granite bullets and granite power into the musket, which is unharmed by the firing. In spite of its efforts, some fecal matter does manage to strike SCP-011, and it has reportedly become distressed when it has a large amount of feces on it, on some rare occasions even firing at humans. Addendum: those assigned to maintain SCP-011 are to see Document 011-1 for instructions. Document 011-1, Maintenance Brief. Document Archive 2004, accessible to personnel with security clearance 2011 or higher. Additional information: SCP-011's seeming sentience has increased since the first report of activity in 1995. As of 2004, the item's containment procedures have been dropped, but it remains under constant observation. Recorded below are landmark events in its activity. Timeline: March 12, 1995, Woodstock resident reports the statue's eye moving, first sign of activity. September 30, 1995, statue shoots musket for first time. October 9, 1995, statue begins shooting birds from sky. January 25, 1996, registration as SCP-011, containment procedure begins. April 14, 1997, SCP-011 observed moving casually and looking around. May 2, 2000, after caretaker, date expunged, jokingly shouts "good shot" to SCP-011, the item's replies, "Thank you," in a reportedly very human voice, first speech from statue. October 22, 2001, SCP-011 has a conversation with caretaker, data expunged. 2001, shooting at bird stop. February 6, 2002, at the imploring of data expunged, SCP-011 steps down from its pedestal. 2003 to 2004, SCP-011 reaches a human level of self-awareness. November 10, 2004, containment procedures dropped, custody of SCP-011 transferred to data expunged. May 17, 2005, data expunged reports that SCP-011 is romantically attracted to her. August 29, 2006, most recent psych test reports IQ of 133.
Item, SCP-026. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-026 is to remain securely locked and boarded up at all times when there is no research ongoing. Alarms are set to alert the Foundation in case of entry by civilians or other agencies. Description: SCP-026 is a 3-story public school building built in data expunged. It has two wings connected to a central foyer. It was declared condemned in day to expunge after it was found the floor plan didn't match up to the building's blueprints. See interview log 02601. It came to the Foundation's attention after several disappearances in the area were linked to visits to the abandoned building. The building demonstrates spatial anomalies. The internal space is much greater than the external of the building would allow. Hallways display variable length, while stairways have differing number of steps going up or down. The number of rooms of the hallways changes each time they are counted. Attempts at trying to reach the far ends of the hallways have met with failure so far. Entrance located at fire escapes located at the end of the hallways lead to doors approximately midway down the length of the halls. Edit, see note 026A. There is considerable graffiti on the interior walls of the school. Most appears typical, including gang signs, names, and street art. However, the graffiti fades and reappears, changing location. Writing on chalkboards and bulletin boards changes in a similar fashion. Subjects typically found range from standard school subjects, mathematics, literature, biology, to more esoteric subjects, such as quantum entanglement, data expunged, and eugenics. One researcher reported one board detailing information about SCP data expunged, but photographic evidence showed only a blank slate. See note 026B. The phrase the children used to sing has appeared multiple times in various places throughout the building, but there is currently no explanation for its significance. A number of unconscious subjects have been found in the building, mostly of high school age, ranging from 12 to 18. They are dressed in accordance to the school's dress code, circa data expunged. Several have been identified as former students or faculty of the school who disappeared after the school shut down, in at least one case, more than 10 years after the closure. It is currently unknown how they were transported back into SCP-026. See note 026C. All attempts to wake the subjects while inside the building have failed. On being removed from the grounds of SCP-026, the subjects wake abruptly. They experience a period of confusion, before dying from extremely rapid dehydration, followed by advanced decomposition. No useful intelligence has been recovered from the subjects to date. The inability to wake subjects extends to those who fall asleep on the grounds of SCP-026. Though the rapid dehydration only seems to affect those who have been found on the grounds of the school. See Incident Report 02612. Note 026A. Robotic exploration and video feeds have shown that the apparent spatial anomalies are caused by changes in the perceptions of observers, rather than actual spatial phenomena. For this reason, SCP-026 does not require the expertise of Mobile Task Force Row 8 roadside picnickers at this time. Update: further exploration has shown that some spatial phenomena do occur. See the exploration logs for more details. Note 026B, the contents of notepads, books, and pieces of paper have been observed to disappear, only to reappear on surfaces within SCP-026. New writings have appeared, mostly drawn from graffiti or textbooks. Caution should be exercised in bringing documents onto the grounds of SCP-026. Note 026C, several Class D personnel exposed to SCP-026 have disappeared from Foundation control, only to reappear inside the anomalous building. The subjects in question had previously complained of dreams identical to those experienced by Agent Malek. Update: see interview log 02608. Incident Report 02612. During a routine security check of SCP-026, Agent Malek was found unconscious by his partner, Agent Jones, in the main foyer. Initial attempts at rousing Agent Malik were ineffective, so he was moved for transportation to site data expunged. Upon leaving the grounds of SCP-026, he woke abruptly in a state of agitation. When questioned, he revealed that he had been dreaming of a classroom setting. This dream has been consistent throughout all subjects who have fallen asleep within the grounds of SCP-026.
Person on site is Dr. Data Expunged. The date today is data expunged. The current time is 1700 hours. Entering object SCP-019 code named the Monster Pot. Item, SCP-019. Object Class, Getter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-019 is to be kept on a wide grade in a 3 m x 3 m x 4 m reinforced concrete room, installed with an incinerator. Room is to be kept at 0 degrees Celsius when incinerator is not activated. An observation chamber separated by a plate glass window is to be used for constant observation of SCP-019, and if, when specimens of SCP-0192 are observed, the incinerator is to be activated. In the event of an outbreak of SCP-0192, ordinary firearms are successful in terminating individual specimens, although in the case of a swarm-level outbreak, flamethrowers may be more effective. SCP-019 should be kept in a vertical position at all times. Description: SCP-019 appears to be a very large ceramic vase, 1.8 m in diameter at the mouth and 2.4 m high. Style and decoration indicate it was created in classical Greece, although conclusive dating is impossible, as the surface is entirely unbreakable by any known means. If a successful method is discovered, SCP-019 is to be destroyed with prejudice. Periodically, entities emerge from SCP-019. Collectively, these are known as SCP-0192. The entities vary in many aspects, but tend to be small, vaguely humanoid, though they may have animaloid features, and extremely hostile. They often choose to attack with teeth or claws. Although fairly delicate, also, surprisingly, flammable, they are reasonably strong and pose a considerable threat in large numbers. When kept at 0 degrees Celsius and totally at rest, entities will emerge from SCP-019 at a rate of approximately 1 entity per hour. The following traits are known to affect SCP-0192's manifestation rate. Movement of SCP-019. Threat to SCP-019. Extreme temperature highs and lows. Sudden shift in surrounding environment. Introduction of objects or organisms to the inside of SCP-019, known to cause a flood reaction. Traits that may or may not influence SCP-0192's manifestation rate. Presence of human life near SCP-019. Current weather patterns. Specific individuals near SCP-019. Some individuals seem to affect SCP-0192's emergence rate more drastically than others. In addition, tipping or tilting SCP-019 will create a reaction as though it was previously filled with SCP-0192 specimens, although viewers looking into SCP-019 from above will merely observe a dark hole. Due to the production rates of SCP-0192 when the object is disturbed, measurement of the internal cavity is difficult, but it is suspected to be inconsistent with outside measurements. Addendum, Document SCP-0192-A. SCP-0192 Notes, as maintained by Dr. Light and Dr. Vox. Data expunged. SCP-0192 specimen was removed from containment chamber and kept in reinforced pen, provided with water and live chickens as food. Specimen made quiet, continuous, garbled vocalizations, determined to be phonetically similar to ancient Hellenic languages. Although the reason for this is unknown, specimens are still thought to be no more intelligent than animals. The specimen lived for less than 48 hours, and a dissection revealed anatomy consistent on a cellular level with normal biology, but with an extremely unstable musculoskeletal structure. Other notable anomalies included an unstable respiratory system, nearly non-existent digestive tract, and virtually no other internal organs. All other captured specimens have followed similar patterns of behavior and demise. Note: it appears that SCP-0192 specimens were not intended to live for meaningful amounts of time outside of SCP-019. Dr. Vox. Data expunged. Containment unit was slightly damaged following prolonged exposure to SCP-0192 specimen, missed by the monitoring team because of partial transparency. This has not been noted in SCP-0192 before. Monitoring teams will continue to report further anomalies. Data expunged. Monitoring teams report some specimens of SCP-0192 now appear to be significantly more resistant to incineration than others. It is hypothesized that this is a defense mechanism on the part of SCP-019. Data expunged. Most specimens of SCP-0192 are now all but entirely resistant to the effects of the incinerator. Replacement of incinerator with an acid bath is being considered. Evolution of SCP-0192 is being studied, and may be evidence of sentience in SCP-019.
Item, SCP-022. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. A vault door has been installed following Incident 022-827 to seal SCP-022. It is to remain locked at all times, with the sole exception being the appearance of an instance of SCP-0221. The original door to SCP-022 was destroyed during Incident 022-827, with attempts at replacement being met with failure. Security cameras have been installed to monitor for instances of SCP-0221. In the event that an instance of SCP-0221 appears, automated systems should incinerate it the moment it leaves SCP-022. At this point, the vault door may be unlocked to admit cleanup crews. Should the automated systems fail to destroy the instance of SCP-0221, response teams are cleared to enter and neutralize it. Under no circumstances may any living human enter SCP-022 except at the order of Class 4 personnel for testing purposes. Class 4 personnel may also order instances of SCP-0221 to be captured and held, however, they may not be removed from SCP-022 containment facilities. Description: SCP-022 is a morgue in the basement of, redacted, hospital in Great Britain. Until 19 data expunged, there were no reported anomalous occurrences within the morgue. Reports of strange activity were first received in November of 198. Data expunged. The area was soon quarantined by the Foundation, with an official story being released that the entire building had been condemned. The reason for the sudden manifestation of its strange properties remains under investigation. Periodically, a random drawer within the morgue will open to reveal a cadaver under a covered sheet. After approximately 6 minutes open, the cadaver will animate and attempt to leave the morgue. At this point, the cadaver is given the designation as SCP-0221. In some cases the cadaver will be too damaged or decomposed to successfully exit SCP-022 or even rise from the table it lies on. In this case, SCP-0221 will typically struggle and twitch on the table until expiration occurs. Should an instance of SCP-0221 expire while remaining on the table slides back into the drawer, which then shuts. Reports indicate that the scent of burnt tissue is evident immediately following such an event. The energy source that sustains instances of SCP-0221 is currently unknown. Instances do not breathe, eat, or sleep, and their bodies produce no heat. Analysis of SCP-0221 following expiration has discovered no abnormal organs or chemicals present. They appear to be fully human cadavers. Instances also possess physical strength that exceeds that of normal humans. Though direct testing has proven problematic, researchers estimate the strength increased to be approximately 112 pounds, of lifting force greater than what one would expect of a human body sharing a similar condition. Analysis is underway to determine if this effect is connected to the unknown power source or if it is an entirely separate phenomenon. When body parts are severed from SCP-0221, the portion with the greatest mass retains its effects, all other pieces become inert. Destruction of a head or brain does not neutralize SCP-0221, instead, the lower torso and limbs remain animate. Complete tissue destruction appears to be the only method of successfully terminating instances of SCP-0221. Left alone, instances of SCP-0221 will simply expire, all motion ceases and they appear to become normal cadavers again. The amount of time this takes depends on how damaged the body is and the rate of decomposition, and can take anywhere between 2 days and 3 weeks. Investigation has revealed that the bodies acting as SCP-0221 match the description of cadavers reported to have been stolen from morgues across the country. The mechanism for this transfer is currently being researched. Adding any new matter to SCP-022 has thus far proved impossible. Any object that enters SCP-022 disappears shortly after passing through the door, leaving no trace. This includes inanimate objects and biological specimens. See Addendum 022001 and 022002. So long as an instance of SCP-0221 possesses a functioning mouth, tongue, and trachea, it is able to communicate fully with researchers. See Interview Log 022751 for details. Addendum 022001, a request has been submitted to create a new entrance to SCP-022 by removing a portion of the south wall. Request pending approval. Addendum 022002, a pile of matter was discovered on the floor of the room directly above SCP-022. It appeared to contain all matter that had been sent into SCP-022, with the exception of humans. All materials appeared broken and worn down. Metallic components were covered in large amounts of rust, with all biological parts being in various stages of decomposition. Testing revealed that the time between inserting an object into SCP-022 and it reappearing above to be precisely 183 seconds. Humans who enter, however, do not appear in said pile. Instead, humans appear to become integrated into the morgue, and may later animate as instances of SCP-0221.
Item, SCP-014, the Concrete Man. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-014 is to be kept in sight, data expunged, in a chair with arms, preferably facing a window. Music should be supplied on a regular basis, preferably constantly. This music should not include pieces originating after 1937. A security camera should be present in SCP-014's room. Description: SCP-014 is a Caucasian male, appearing to be approximately 30 years of age, with black hair, brown eyes, and a somewhat round face. Records indicate his name to be Robert Chetford, confined in 1915 to the Norwich Asylum in Connecticut for delusional insanity, claiming that he had been cursed to live forever, and was slowly turning into concrete in consequence. The asylum closed in 1937, and the patients were transferred to various other facilities. SCP-014 came to Foundation attention in 19, from rumors of a patient who seemed to be entirely immobile and showed no signs of aging. Further investigation determined that acquisition was warranted. SCP-014 is to all outward appearances a normal man, but he does not appear to age, and shows no signs of possessing a metabolism. He does not eat, drink, perspire, or in any other way demonstrate life functions. He breathes only to speak, and apart from his eyes and vocal apparatus, is to all appearances utterly immobile. He has never shown any evidence of pressure ulcers despite his position not having varied for several decades, neither do his muscles appear atrophied. He can converse normally, but shows little knowledge of or interest in events since his confinement. Addendum. Note, frankly, were I to interview this man without knowing his history, I'd think he was a perfectly sane and well-adjusted individual who happens to be quadriplegic. As it is, I have to conclude that he's the ultimate proof of the idea that the mind rules the body. He thinks he's concrete, and will live forever, and so he's as close to both as he can be. Somehow. Dr. Data expunged.
Other good old age story of the Slender Man. We have all heard of the Slender Man, a supernatural thin creature, sometimes with tentacles proceeding from his back and sometimes not. That part of the story has never collaborated. What we do know about Slender Man, however, is that this creature commonly stalks, abducts and even traumatizes people, particularly children. No one knows why he appears or for what reason. Before Slender Man does appear, there are noticeable signs that he is approaching. For one, any electrical device that produces sound will produce a static sound with any lights on that device starting to flash. Secondly, if you do not carry any device such as a mobile phone, MP3 player or even a Walkman, the only other way to tell that he is coming is to pay attention to street lights that are around you. These lights will start to flicker as if the area has just been visited by a ghost. However, if you do not have any street lights or electrical items on you, then there is another way you could tell if he is approaching. For one, the air around you will develop in a thick fog, so thick you cannot see your hand. Second, the air will also become ice cold as if someone had sucked all the heat from the air. Now I have told you about the Slender Man. Let me tell you about the story of when I ran into the Slender Man and how I managed to get away from him. I can't recall what I did to get away, but I will try my best to remember. So when this happened, I just turned sweet 16. My parents promised me a birthday party for a couple of days after. I guess it was a bit unconventional, but that didn't matter to me. After all, I was getting my party. In my room, I looked to my calendar and started marking the days off with a cross. 6 days to go, I thought to myself. I couldn't wait. All my friends will be there, and also, my parents told me that I had one big present left to unwrap. I was so excited, to say the least. My parents even let me plan my own party, which was awesome in my eyes. I look around for a good venue. It had to be big, as most of my school would be attending. After a little searching around, I found a perfect venue. The venue I chose had stairs that lead downstairs into a ballroom. Perfect for when I made an entrance, I thought to myself. Now with the venue sorted, I left the decorations to my parents. They loved that sort of thing. Now with the venue and the decorations sorted, there was only one thing left to do, and that was my favorite thing, looking for a new dress to wear at the party. I arranged to go to town with my friends the next day. This day seemed to have gone so fast with having to sort everything out with the part. I put on my PJs and gave my friends a ring through Skype. We talked on Skype for what seemed like hours, talking about the type of dress that we were going to buy. I woke up the next day very excited, being able to buy a new dress for my birthday party. I hopped into the shower, got myself dressed and went downstairs to have my breakfast. I would say I would have about 2 hours before my friend come to collect me before going to the mall. In the meantime, I went back upstairs to my room and just browsed online at what type of shops I had at our mall. I must have lost track of time, because before I know it, I heard the sound of a horn just outside my house. Getting up and having a look at who it could be, it was, of course, my friends waiting for me in the driveway. I packed up what I needed, my mobile phone and my iPod, and put them into my bag and headed downstairs. I told my mother that I was going to the mall. I turned to my dad as he said good luck and planted a few $100s into my hand. That was something I was not expecting to happen, but I thought to myself, maybe now I can be a complete outfit and maybe some new makeup. I kissed my dad on the cheek, told him to thank you, and went outside to my friends. Getting in the car with my phone in hand, I noticed something very strange with my phone. The screen started to flicker, but what made things even more strange was, I started to hear static through my iPod. This was very strange to me indeed, as I was not even using the radio on the iPod but some tracks I had put on myself. I decided that there was a malfunction of some kind with both devices, a little strange but could happen. I reset both devices, which returned to normal afterwards. While driving to the mall, I talked excitedly with my friends on how great this party would be. They did tell me that it was sad that there will be no booze, but what the heck, we don't need it to have a good time. Now at the mall parking up, I noticed again that my phone and iPod was acting up again. Seeing as they are both Apple products, I just decided to take this into the Apple store and get them checked out. They should still be within warranty and shouldn't cost me anything. When we entered the mall, I asked my friends if we could quickly pop over to the Apple store as I was having a few problems with my phone. Thankfully, they all agreed and we made our way there. Taking out my phone and iPod, it seemed whatever was happening to my devices had stopped. Great, I thought to myself, how typical. Now this will be hard to find any problems with the phone. I handed the representative my phone, iPod, and told them the problem I was having with both of them. Even the representative said that this was strange but would have a look. They plugged the devices into a computer and scanned them for any problems. However, again nothing popped up. They did apologize to me for not finding anything wrong, but did say to come back if I had any more problem, which was great. The customer service was excellent from the store. Walking around the mall while window shopping, I thought I was starting to see things. Something that I was a horrid sight. It seemed to be in every direction I looked. After a few minutes I had to ask my friends if they could see what I was seeing, but they looked around and couldn't see anything. I was starting to think I was going crazy and seeing this person. However, this was no ordinary person I could see. Very tall and very thin. That wasn't a problem, but what made the problem worse was the man had no face. I pinched myself thinking I was still asleep, but no, that hurt and I didn't wake up. I told my friends about it, which did make them cautious, but just asked me in return, "Did you mother or father bake you some special brownies?" In which I returned and told them heck no, I would never touch that stuff. The figure did seem to disappear after a few hours of us walking around the mall. I had been so worried about seeing this person that I forgot all about my dress. My friends stopped in front of a store and asked, "How about this place?" I looked into the store and to my surprise, they had some really beautiful dresses. With time against us now, I decided to get my dress from here along with my shoes to match. I now had 3 hours before the store was to close, but I just took my time choosing several dresses I like. I must admit I had fun trying them on and pretending I was on a catwalk. I had also forgotten about the tall thin man following me. After about an hour and a half, I chose the perfect dress, slim pink so it would show all of my curves, a shiny tiara and pink high heel shoes. Perfect for a party princess, I thought to myself. My other friends who were also with me, also brought new dresses, but their dresses weren't as good as mine. I just think that they saw me as the host and thought I should be the best looking girl there, as it was my birthday. I loved my friends that way. Heading out of the store, I noticed that my Apple devices started to act up again. However, the mall was shutting very soon and I didn't have any more time to go back to the Apple store and thought to leave it for another day. Outside the store, the scene was something like Silent Hill. The movies or the game, you choose. It was very foggy outside, also it felt like someone had sucked all the warmth out of the air. It was freezing. Lucky I didn't bring a cardigan with me. I put it on to try and get a bit warm. It helped a little, but I could still feel a sharp frost through my cardigan. We all rushed to the car, just so we can turn on the heating and head home. On the way home, I started to see him again. This time he was everywhere I looked. This can't be right, I thought to myself. No one can run faster than a car. It seemed that every few hundred yards this man was pointing as we drove past. Now at home, I went and told my parents on what I thought I see. I can't say I did see him as I wasn't sure. They just looked at me and giggled to themselves while asking me if I have been on the wacky-backy. They were relaxed parents about some stuff. I don't think they would have minded me smoking stuff like that, but anything harder then they would have grounded my ass. They did say that perhaps I was a bit overexcited and was seeing them. They are right, I thought to myself. That week did go fairly fast, but not without being very strange for me. For a start, my Apple devices still acted up, but now it wasn't just the devices. The lights in my bedroom would start to flicker. This only happened in my room and nowhere else in my room. Also my computer did the same, but not my parents or brothers. Even at night when I woke up from a deep sleep, I even thought I was what was a mist or fog in my room, but put it down to being half asleep still, as I did go back to sleep. However, I did not see any more of this man that I saw earlier in the week. This made me feel a little better, but not much, as I still can't explain all the other strange stuff happening. The day before the party, I got onto Skype with my friend and told her all about my experiences. She didn't have an explanation either. She did tell me to have a go at Googling it, thought. Thinking to myself that it couldn't hurt to Google it, I decided to go and do exactly that. I Googled everything that happened to me and I got thousands of hits. However, going through Google, I did notice one subject that kept occurring. I clicked on one of the websites and scanned through it. I then noticed that whatever happened to me was also happening to other people. They even saw that strange figure that I saw myself. The website dubbed him as Slender Man. However, the website said that this creature was an urban legend and shouldn't exist, but looking through several websites, he has been around for thousands of years and haunted the dreams of millions of children and teens, never adults. With the party the next day, I decided to put it to the back of my mind. I wanted this party to be a night to be remembered. After all, it's only once a girl turns sweet 16. I woke up the next day ecstatic. I just couldn't wait for the party. However, I was still having strange things happening to me, which brought my memories back to those websites I visited the night before. No way on earth could urban legends could be true, I thought to myself, but what on earth could this be that is happening to me? Again I put it to the back of my head and started to get ready for the party. It was now time for the party. I head out on my own as my parents told me to. I think they didn't want me to see the last present they brought me. While walking over to the party, things got a lot worse. The mist or fog returned. It turned colder than the North Pole. My phone started to act up again, and then there he was, right in front of me, that figure I had seen at the mall. I stood there for a second, frozen in fear. Then quickly as he came, he left. I snapped out of this daze and hurried my rush to the party. The fog and cold remained. My sixth sense clicked in and forced me to look behind. Again there he was. This time, however, it seems he is coming for me, but not walking, no. Instead, he seemed to disappear then reappear even closer to me, like he was teleporting himself closer to me. I started to jog to get to the party fast to where I knew it would be safer for me, but then the creature began to teleport even closer to me. He was now chasing me. I picked up my pace and ran faster. No matter how fast I ran, he just got closer and closer to me. I started to feel myself panic. I knew I need to get to safety. I kept this in my mind as I ran and ran. At one point I could swear I could feel the breath on my neck. I can see the last corner in sight where I knew that by turning right, the venue is right there and so would my safety be. I looked back to see if I was still being chased. I couldn't see him behind me, but I just kept running. I didn't want him to catch up to me at any cost. I looked back to where I was running to and my heart about dropped. I could have had a heart attack because right now this creature wasn't behind me but now in front of me. I was now petrified. Luckily I knew a back entrance into the venue, but I also didn't want him to know where I was going. I decided that at the last moment, I would change direction and confuse him. This was however dangerous as I didn't want him to catch me. I got near and near to him, my heart pounding more and more and harder than it ever has. I see it. The other entrance. I look back towards him. He is now doing something strange with his hands, but I didn't care. I needed to do what I needed to keep safe. I was about 300 meters away from him when I suddenly changed direction. He also started to teleport towards me, but it was no use. I got inside just in the nick of time. I thought it was over, but I was so wrong. He decided to carry on coming after me. He even teleported inside the building. I picked myself up and ran to the room where my party was. Very lucky, I managed to run inside to where all my friends and family were. As soon as I got in, I collapsed onto the floor to where my friends and family ran up to me, asking what's the matter. All I could tell them was that I was being chased by a man. Who else would believe me about a faceless, tall, thin man in a black suit? My parents went outside to see if they could see anything of the man but couldn't. They came back inside and called the police to canvass the area to look for him and arrest him. I don't really know how they are going to arrest someone who can teleport.
Item, SCP-009, Red Ice. Object Class, Euclid. Description, SCP-009 is approximately 3,700 liters of a substance which exhibits a number of unique properties. While small amounts of the substance, in all phases, are as colorless as mundane water. En masse it takes on a distinct deep red hue. Its most notable property, however, is the fact that SCP-009 reaction to temperature extremes is exactly opposite of that of standard H20. The subject assumes a liquid phase at temperatures -100 degrees and 0 degrees, and converts into a solid state above those temperatures. At temperatures below -100 degrees, SCP-009 vaporizes into a gaseous phase similar to steam, though it still retains its red coloration when put under high pressure. Examinations of the atomic structure of SCP-009 have proved inconclusive. Tests indicate that the subject is composed of the same combination of hydrogen and oxygen as normal water, leaving researchers to speculate that the source of the subject's abnormalities may be the atoms themselves. Drive, data expunged, has suggested that the subject may have originated in or been altered by another reality in which the laws of physics are inverted. This theory may have some merit in light of SCP-009's marked ability to assimilate natural water into its mass. If placed in physical contact with any aqueous solution, be it ice, salt water, or water vapor in air, SCP-009 will spread and contaminate any H20 in said solution, causing it to exhibit the subject's properties. Though this capacity is present in all phases, it has been observed to progress most slowly, and this be most containable, in the liquid phase. If the subject comes in contact with any biological source of here, it begins a runaway reaction in which the living organism's bodily fluids are rapidly converted to SCP-009 and promptly frozen by their own body heat. Because of their generally high core temperatures, mammals are particularly susceptible. Because SCP-009 produces heat while freezing, at the same rate mundane ice consumes heat while melting, the process is self-perpetuating until all available moisture is converted, or until it is halted by external interference. Special containment procedures. Subject is to be contained within a sealed storage tank of heat-resistant alloy with dimensions not less than 14 meters cubic. Under no circumstances should SCP-009 be exposed to temperatures in excess of 0 degrees when not undergoing testing, and no mundane liquids in a solid state, especially frozen water, shall be allowed within 30 meters of the subject's containment area. Subject's chamber is to be fitted with temperature sensors which shall be monitored at all times, and is to be kept refrigerated by no fewer than 3 redundant cooling units. Any malfunction of sensors, or coolant systems, is to be reported and repaired immediately. If at any time the temperature in the containment area climbs above -5 degrees, the chamber is to be locked down immediately, and flooded with coolant until the temperature has been brought back down to between -30 and 25 degrees. Atmosphere must be evacuated from the containment area when personnel are present within, and any water vapor present must be filtered and kept in the same conditions as detailed herein for no fewer than 24 hours. Any vapor displaying properties of SCP-009 is to be quarantined and added to the containment area as soon as possible. All personnel interacting with or observing the subject must wear full environmental protection suits. All personnel leaving the containment chamber must undergo dehydration of all gear, research materials, and other objects contacting SCP-009's chamber. If contamination is discovered, no material or personnel shall be permitted to exit, and a Level 2 lockdown of the containment area shall be commenced. Lethal force is authorized in cases of dire need, but all security forces are strongly advised to remain as far away from their targets as possible. to minimize the chance of contact with fluids contaminated by SCP-009.
Experiment A. 1. Initial exposure. Subject is exposed to SCP-009, and it begins converting any water present on the exposed surface, usually skin, to exhibit its properties. Presence of mist, fog, snow, or other solid or vaporous water greatly accelerates this process. 2. Surface conversion. A thin layer of frost forms on the exposed area as body heat and heat produced by SCP-009 raise its temperature above freezing. Progression to this step can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 1 hour, depending on victim's body temperature. At this stage, freezing has begun progressing through the initial layers of the epidermis and soon reaches live cells. 3. Deep tissue conversion. Exponential increase in temperature of SCP-009 causes expansion of ice crystals throughout the victim's body, resulting in widespread perforation of internal cell structure. Actual blood loss is minimal at this stage due to the crystals filling the puncture wounds, allowing subjects to remain alive and conscious for up to data expunged hours. 4. Data expunged. 5. Death, multiple organ failure and exsanguinary systemic crystallization. Testing on D-Class personnel was discontinued as of April 23, 2020. Data expunged. Addendum. Circumstances of retrieval. Subject was found in data expunged, Alaska, on November 5, 2019. Data expunged. The Foundation became involved after reports were obtained from the native data expunged tribe, who came across the mangled bodies of a team of seal hunters which had apparently been shipwrecked. Data expunged kilometers from the village. All victims were found encased in red ice. Cause of death recorded as internal bleeding. On victims whose features were sufficiently intact, expressions of panic and intense pain were observed. It is surmised that the low ambient temperatures in the area retarded the freezing process. This prolonged the time to total conversion by data expunged hours, and allowed the victims to remain conscious until data expunged. Addendum. December 16, 2020. Data expunged. Supercooling of SCP-009 for the purposes of experimentation is disallowed until further notice. Personnel are advised that liquid nitrogen is only to be used on the subject in controlled amounts, and only until temperatures have reached acceptable levels. Related note, possible application of SCP-009 in cold fusion research pending evaluation.
The Organ Thief. Since I turned the age of 16, I have been waiting for the next 2 years, so I could go on holiday with my girlfriends. I dreamt of all different places that I could visit to party all night long. The thought of going out with having the spying eyes of my parents is something I wanted so much. I love my parents, but they are so overprotected and never let me do much. They even phone me while at the cinemas with my mates. Me and my mates dreamt for hours on end on going abroad someplace so we can party, or maybe going to one of these cities that hosts spring break. I would so love a good beach party with being able to drink and not being watched like a hawk. I must admit we talked daily about places we could go. We was of age. When that time does come, we won't need our parents' permission to fly or drive around the States. The next 2 years seemed to fly by. It was unbelievable, but we was both excited. This is now the time we could travel without having our parents' permission and having them watch over us. We both went down to the travel agents just so we can browse the catalogs and see what places we could travel to. It was so exciting, but also expensive too. I would have to get a job, I thought, just so I could afford to go, but I was fine with that. It was, after all, time away from my parents. We must have picked up several catalogs to browse through. We was excited to say the least. After some time looking through and arguing on which place we wanted to go, we decided on a travel destination. The holiday we chosen was a fair bit expensive. That very same day I started to look for a job. It didn't take me long to find the job. With both of us now working, we estimated that it would take at least a year to save up for the holiday. We worked every day and save and scrape the money together. It seemed like time had slowed down for the both of us, but we looked towards the holiday and kept that reminder to keep us going. That year seemed to take forever, but now the time has come. Went down to the travel agent and booked our holiday. It was perfect for the both of us. A hotel near the beach with a seafront view. Couldn't wait for it. The holiday was cheaper than we thought. We put this down to booking the holiday near to the date we left rather than booking months in advance. Great, I thought, more spending money for us. All we had to do now was wait 7 days until we leave for our holiday. We could not wait or contain ourselves. I guess it was lucky that we also booked those 2 weeks of holiday also. Now the time had come. Our bags was packed. We had all our spending money. We checked and double-checked to make sure we didn't miss anything. We was both very excited. We heard the sound of a car horn. It's our taxi. We grabbed all our bags and accessories and went outside. The taxi driver got out and helped us with our bags into the trunk of the car at the house, and when we got to the airport, the plane ride was a little scary when taking off, as there is so much force it pushes you back into your chair, but it was all good. When the plane landed, we got off and grabbed our bags from the conveyor belt and went outside to find out coach to take us to the hotel. The ride to the hotel seemed to take just under 2 hours. I hope this hotel is worth it, I thought to myself. I was amazed when we finally arrived at the hotel. It looked amazing. We couldn't wait to get inside. We booked into the hotel and went up to our rooms. Even the room and the view we had was amazing. We then unpacked our bags and put away all our clothes. We couldn't wait to get to it. We thought, with it being our first day and us being somewhat jet-lagged, we would sit and relax around the pool for a bit. We didn't want to get up to much on our first day, but rather relax and build ourselves up as we was tired. On the second day there, we went down to the beach for the morning. As you know, us ladies need our sundowns to look good. In the afternoon we decided to go for a meal at the local restaurant rather than the hotel, that we could taste the local food. That night we wanted to go and visit a few clubs that they had to offer. We got on our glam rags, got dolled up and went down the strip to see what we could see. Our club did stand out, more of a karaoke club, but it was only our second night there, so it didn't matter. We started to have a blast of a time, singing songs and having a drink or two. We also meet a couple of nice guys. We felt so relaxed without having our parents around watching us all the time. Most of our night, we spent talking to these guys. They ordered us drinks and we danced the night away with them. However, we both started to get groggy and didn't know what was going off. The next morning, however, we woke up very cold, sitting in a bathtub full of ice cubes. What on earth, I thought to myself. It wasn't like us, and to our horror couldn't even remember that night. I looked down at my side. It was throbbing in pain. It felt like someone was stabbing me over and over again with a knife. What I saw next had my heart racing in my throat. I heard of things like this happening but never could have believed it would happen to me. On my side was a bloodied bandage. The blood soaked through and it didn't look like it was slowing or even stopping at any time. I started to feel dizzy. I looked over to my mate who was on the bed, and she was in the same situation as me. I looked around the room and noticed a note on the wall. My heart really sank after what I read. I need to get my phone and call an ambulance, I thought, for me and my mate as soon as possible. The note read, "Do not be alarmed and do not make any sudden moves. I would like to thank you for last night, but we have taken your kidney and you may want to ring the hospital straight away if you don't want to die."
Item hash, SCP-028, Knowledge. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. No special means are needed to contain at this time, as SCP-028 has not shown any change in size, position or shape during the entire period of its containment, but access must be restricted. Currently, SCP-028 is contained on site, as SCP-028 is not transportable by any known means. SCP-028 is sealed in a 6 by 6 by 3 meter, 20 by 20 by 10 foot, concrete room with a single door, with two armed personnel stationed outside. Only authorized personnel are to be allowed exposure to SCP-028, and extreme care must be taken at all times. While SCP-028 is itself harmless, the effect can be very damaging to the unprepared. See document L028-1125. Description: SCP-028 is located in an abandoned storage yard outside a copper mine in northern Michigan. SCP-028 has no detectable physical presence of any kind, but its effect occurs in a 2.1 meter, 7 foot, cube around what is commonly held as the center of SCP-028. All forms of scanning and testing in the area of SCP-028 have shown no abnormal readings. Adding or removing objects, or attempting to remove dirt from under SCP-028 has no effect in altering the size or shape of SCP-028's area of effect, nor the onset or quality of the effect. Subjects entering SCP-028 within 3 to 6 seconds, struck by total and complete knowledge of a subject. This knowledge is thus far completely random in both size and usefulness, and sometimes goes unnoticed for extended periods of time. More profound knowledge generally has a stronger effect, with some cases, expunged. See document L028-1125. This effect can be experienced multiple times by exiting and re-entering SCP-028, but can result in increasingly strong migraines and dizziness after two exposures. SCP-028 came to the Foundation's attention after research into news reports of a local miner who submitted a design for a cold fusion reactor to the U.S. Patent Office. Mr. reported that it just came to me, like a bolt out of the blue. News and subjects were suppressed and contained after discovery of SCP-028. And the reactor designs implemented in the containment of SCP-1995. Subsequent testing of SCP-028 has yielded mixed results. Document L028-14, partial information retrieval log for 1/5/. Note: all knowledge is perfect, total, and eidetic. Every phone book entry for New York City in 1998. How to redesign the internal combustion engine to run on human blood, using only pre-existing parts. Note: full redesign takes 4 hours, and runs at higher efficiency than gasoline. Location of keys for a Buick LeSabre. The proper method of care for a mole rat colony. Origin and history of 12 SCP objects. Note: the main, expunged. Family history of the Blackthorn family, located in London, England. Geological structure of the Earth beneath Greenland, including several unknown caves and, expunged. Document L028-1125, log. E112, subject D1182 exposed to SCP-028. Subject began to cry and went into fetal position, showing signs of high distress. Unresponsive to questioning and outside stimulus for several days. Lapsed into catatonia shortly after stating that this is not life. Subject passed into a coma and died shortly thereafter. COD was attributed to shock. E127, agent accidentally exposed to SCP-028. Agent showed signs of sudden surprise and bemusement. When questioned, agent requested a moment to gather my thoughts, please. After several seconds, agent laughed, shook his head, and removed his service pistol from its holster. Agent then shot and wounded Dr. and killed agents and before being restrained. Post-incident interrogation revealed agent had extensive knowledge of classified Foundation activities, and several SCP objects he had not been previously exposed to, including SCP-2669. Any Foundation personnel found to have entered SCP-028's area of effect are to be detained indefinitely. Document L028-1128, log. Experiment 189, subject D9843 was exposed to SCP-028/03/1911-46. Examination of subject revealed abnormal respiratory actions. /03/1913-37. Questioning revealed subject had learned to recycle the carbon dioxide inside his body. /03/1917-21. Repeated attempts to teach skill to other D-class personnel failed. /03/241211. Subject terminated. /07/181503. Autopsy reveals no abnormal organ formations. /07/181837. Researchers' notes. Dr. : Seriously, how the hell did he do that?
Item, SCP-020. Object Class, Getter. Special Containment Procedures. Samples of SCP-020 are stored in a series of sealed cultivation chambers inside a sealed containment room at Biological Research Area 12, which is accessible only via airlock. Nutrients are administered via automated robotic systems, as the cultivation chamber must remain sealed at all times. Hermetically sealed video surveillance cameras are installed within the containment room, and must be checked daily for integrity. Any personnel entering the containment room must wear Biosafety Level 5 equipment including rebreathers and undergo full antifungal disinfection upon exiting. Description: SCP-020 is a fast-spreading fungal organism that is capable of affecting the senses and behavior of living creatures, including humans. Samples of SCP-020 exhibit an unknown effect that renders them effectively invisible to direct observation, even when under a microscope. SCP-020 is only visible to humans when viewed through photographic or video surveillance. Once SCP-020 forms a colony, usually within a human residence, it will produce spores that affect the behavior of humans around it. Affected subjects will increase the heat and humidity within their homes to create an environment more suitable to the growth of SCP-020. Affected subjects also become more sociable in many cases, and often invite acquaintances to their homes to further spread the organism. As the spores and mold colonies are invisible to affected subjects, the mold may sometimes grow directly on living subjects. As the spores and colonies within a home approach critical concentration, the health of affected human subjects will rapidly deteriorate, resulting in death. Further spread of the mold may occur as the bodies of any deceased subjects are encountered by emergency responders and healthcare agents, as well as transportation of the bodies to local morgues. SCP-020 was first encountered in Redacted, where an undercover SCP agent noted dramatic personality changes in personnel working at the local hospital. Upon investigation by a containment team, it was discovered that almost data expunged civilians had been infected, as well as a majority of the town. The civilian population was terminated, and the town incinerated under cover of a local flash forest fire. To date, over 12 outbreaks of SCP-020 have been reported. Investigations are currently underway to determine the source of these outbreaks and possible preventative measures. Addendum 02001: excerpts from the audio, video mission recorders of Mobile Task Force Eta-10, See No Evil, during the initial containment of SCP-020 on Redacted. T2 Lead Team 2 moving to the Red House. T2 copy, UAV-1 is picking up one heat signature. T2 Lead Team 2 in place, ready to BR, expletive. T22: door opening. At this point, a civilian woman appeared in the doorway, holding a kitchen knife. Video surveillance showed that nearly 2/3 of her face was covered by mold growths. Civilian woman: well, hello there, gentlemen. Care to take a breather inside? T2 lead on the ground. Drop the weapon. Civilian woman, don't be silly. Come on in and stay a while. T2 lead, stop where you are. Drop the weapon. Civilian woman, we just want to have some guests. Please. Come in. T2 drop the expletive weapon. It is assumed that at this point, the infected civilian noticed T2 carrying a primed incendiary weapon, and lunged forward at the team members with the knife. Civilian woman, data expunged. T2 lead, open fire, open fire. Gunfire, screaming.
Anyone who lives in the southwest of New Mexico can tell you about the story of the chupacabra. I will say it is more than an urban legend because there has been so many sightings and even photo and video evidence of the creature. The chupacabra is a rabid, dog-like creature and could or could not be the size of a bear, but this creature definitely has spikes on its back and glowing eyes. Stories go that it could also fly if it wants to, but one thing I do know. This creature will suck the blood from the neck of your pets, livestock and even other wildlife. The chupacabra was first spotted in 1996 back in Puerto Rico and eyewitnesses dubbed the creature as the goat sucker. It has been a steady trope across Central America, reaching a heat in Mexico and the Southwest over the 2 decades, with New Mexico being most of the source of the sightings. However, now that I have told you the story of the chupacabra, its first sightings, what it looks like and where it came from, this story is about how my father, who owned a farm down in New Mexico, he raised several animals down on his farm, but the one animal he raised more than any other was the goat. He just loved the animal. I still don't know why to this day, but one thing I will admit is on how interesting these animals was. If anyone ever took the time to study goats, then they would know. I would love watching when my father would go to the field and they all would come running to him for their feed or even for a fuss. It was too amazing on how high they could jump too. Anyway, one day in the morning light when my father had his breakfast and got ready, he went out for the daily routine of feeding the animals. He went to the cows first and fed them their hay, next to the pigs and gave them slop. We all know how pigs will eat just about anything these days. His last stop was the goats. However, because the goats lived in a large field, he would have to call them over. I can't believe myself that he actually trained the goats to come to him with a single whistle. I must admit, it was a sight to behold. Watching them all come running, it was like the world's biggest carpet running towards you. My dad looked on as the goats came running for their morning feed, but that morning there was something wrong. He decided to count the goats as he kept around 150 of them. He counted over and over but always came up 2 goats short. He started to panic a little but then remembered that they must be up to the field somewhere and decided to take a look a little later in the day after he had completed all his daily tasks. He still had to clean out the pigs, clean out the horses and also give them their feed. There was also the chickens to feed too. So many animals with so little time. Our farm also grew food too, sweet corn and wheat. So he had to go out and mist the fields so the crop wouldn't get eaten. It was into the evening when my father had finished all his chores for the day. When he got back to the house, he decided to have his dinner and then would go out and recount the goats again to see if those missing 2 had turned up. After dinner, he went and got his ATV, as I had stated before. The field was quite large and would have taken him into the night while looking and counting the goats. Lucky thing he had spray-painted numbers onto the goats to make things easier. He went up into the field and started driving around looking for all the goats. They were scattered all over the field here and there. It was awkward, to say the least, but he managed to round them up into one of the corners to count them. Still again, he came up missing 2 goats. This time he managed to find out what numbers were missing, number 10 and number 99 it seemed, a female and a male. My dad looked toward me and told me that they must have jumped the fence. They are after all, quite good at jumping but never traveled too far from the fence. We still had about an hour of sunlight before the sun went down. We both decided to canvass around the edge of the fence to see if we could see them on the other side and to get them back in if they were. We did find the goats however, but it wasn't what we expected. They were outside of the fence but the 2 goats were now dead, torn apart. We knew that this would be predators that did this, but what another thing we noticed and was very strange, to say the least. There were 2 puncture wounds on the neck of both of the goats. It looked like something had come onto the field, killed the goats and they dragged them into the woods behind the field and they just sucked all their blood. We both had no idea what this could be, as this was the first time this had ever happened to us, as at the end of the day, vampires don't exist. My dad had some trail cams back in the house and so decided that tomorrow morning he would go and put up the camera, as there was now a trail left by some sort of animal. The next morning my father got up extra early just so he could put up those trail cams. However, when he was heading to the woods through the field, he noticed a large amount of fur around a pool of blood. It seems that whatever creature was attacking the livestock had struck again. This time it was serious and this problem had to be dealt with quickly before it completely wipes out all of the livestock and even moves on to the rest of the animals on the farm. He got to the woods and put up about 5 cameras around the area. He really needed to catch whatever animal was killing our livestock. He then went back and started his daily routine with the farm until the evening when he came back for dinner. The next morning, again he got up early to go and get his cameras and see if he had caught anything on camera. However, on his way to the camera, he noticed that again one of his goats had been slaughtered. This was now beyond serious and needed to be stopped. He quickly arrived at the woods to collect his camera. Again around the area was the carcass of his goats with blood and fur all over. He quickly gathered all 5 of his cameras and as quickly as he came, he went back. As soon as he got back he could not wait to get the picture of the trail cameras. He opened them one by one and took a look at the pictures. The first 3 only caught the usual stuff, rabbits, birds, that kind of stuff. However, the 4th and 5th camera caught something we both had never seen before. We both looked at each other and I know what he was thinking. A new species maybe, we both thought. The picture the camera had caught didn't have any pictures of the whole creature but only parts. There was however a high creature with spikes down his back and red glowing eyes, even in the daytime. From the look of the pictures on the camera, it seemed that this beast was stalking the farm before attacking the goats. We did, however, see the goats being dragged out and using the size of the goats to compare to the beast. This is how we knew how big this beast was. My dad, now with this look of absolute hate on his face, went to the gun cabinet, unlocked it and grabbed all of his guns, his shotgun, a rifle and a handgun. He then proceeded to load all his guns. I knew what his plans were and decided that I want to be a part of this. I grabbed the rest of the guns, loaded them up and gave a nod to my father. We both wanted whatever this creature was dead. We both waited till dusk as we both knew this was the time this creature started its hunt. As soon as dusk hit, we both got onto the ATV and headed out to the spot in our ghillie suits awaiting for this beast. Now at this time, we could hear the owls, crickets and more. Because of this we knew that there was no predator lurking around. I had no idea how long it would be, but like my dad, I was determined to catch this beast. Thinking back to the night, I must have fallen asleep as I cannot remember much but waking up to a click of my father preparing his shotgun. I looked around confused and dazed, but then it hit me. There was no sound in the woods. Seems that predator was either in the area or on its way here. About 20 minutes later, I could hear like footsteps in the area. What gave it away was branches being broken under the foot of the predator. I took out my rifle and reloaded to make sure there was a round in the chamber ready to fire. We waited and about 10 minutes later, we could see the silhouette of a creature making its way through the bush. We both took aim and waited for the creature to be in our crosshairs. It's now time. We could see the creature in the crosshairs. We took aim and fired at the beast. I must admit, it was a big and mighty beast. We emptied all our clips into him. We both had our handguns, both empty. The beast was now dead and our livestock safe. We both got up and took a look at the creature. It was like nothing I had seen before. Even my father knew nothing of it either. We decided to put the creature on ice to send off for testing. All we know from the test was, this was a new creature, a hybrid of sorts, but what they couldn't figure out was what creatures it was related to. The creature now lays in the museum stuffed for all to see.
Item, SCP-031. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-031 is to be contained in a standard containment chamber, located in Site-77's Safe SCP Wing. Personnel interacting with SCP-031 are not to view it directly, and communicate with test subjects through an intercom system installed in each chamber. The containment chamber is to be cleaned once per week by custodial staff wearing opaque goggles to mitigate SCP-031's effect. Description: SCP-031 is an amorphous organism, with a mass of 75 kilograms. SCP-031 is able to move at a pace of 3 km per hour and leaves a trail of oil when it moves. It is only capable of rudimentary physical movement. Testing of recovered tissue samples has shown that SCP-031 is at least partially composed of human muscle and epidermal tissue. SCP-031 is capable of reproducing human speech in any pitch or tone, although it is not currently known how SCP-031's biology produces them. Subjects directly perceiving SCP-031 will see it as an individual the subjects knew and had a romantic attraction to at some point in their past. When made aware that it is being observed, SCP-031 will claim to be this person, and that they have been left destitute by some event in their past. SCP-031 will use this to attempt to persuade the subject to allow it to stay with them for an extended period of time until it is able to return to a stable situation. This effect applies to all persons who view SCP-031, and research has not determined an upper limit to the number of persons who can be affected by SCP-031 at the same time. After inspecting the residence, SCP-031 may attempt to start a romantic relationship with the subject, and if successful it will begin living in their home. Several cases have been documented where SCP-031 began to actively affect more than one subject at a time, eventually having a nest containing between at least 18 different hotel rooms containing subjects with some form of relation to SCP-031. SCP-031 was recovered following contradictory police records taken after a riot in Redacted. Multiple subjects reported wildly contradictory views about SCP-031's appearance, and initial civilian units were also affected. However, the wide distribution of amnesiacs and inhaled tranquilizers pacified all affected subjects, and NTF Psi-7 was able to recover SCP-031 from the condemned hotel it had taken residence in. As of November 16, 1958, SCP-031 has been classified as safe. Addendum: research has determined that aromantic subjects are not affected by SCP-031. However, all of these subjects will report SCP-031 as being a small, plump humanoid figure with specific features being obscured by dark smoke emanating around the entity in the shape of SCP-031's body. Further testing is required to explain this phenomenon. Further testing has shown that the perception of subjects affected by SCP-1937 is similarly affected. In the 1980s, I lived in a town with around 1,000 residents. For this reason, our town was one of the smallest in America. When growing up in the 70s as a teen finishing school, it can be hard finding things to do around the city. There are no malls, no cinemas, no attractions. However, what we did have was mostly festivals. However, these festivals were once a year and so we would have to wait each year for them to come around. I must admit, when the festival did hit the town, it was nothing like you have ever seen. The town would make it big, and at night, there was always a band playing. This music was so loud and bassy that you could hear and feel it from the next town over. To say the least, that next town must really hate us for throwing our festivals. We only have 4 festivals with our Halloween being the largest. It was great, the whole town got involved and I would say, the whole town looked something of a ghost town. It was awesome. The best part of our Halloween festival would be the hayride which opened around 10 at night. The whole town would come together, dress up in their scary clothes, and scare visitors. The ride would start at the beginning of the farm and go on a 5-mile tour around the farm. We had zombies, scarecrows that would come alive when you get near to them, people with chainsaws that ran up to the tractor, and also props all over the place, including the traditional pumpkin and haystacks which had a path. Here at the farm was also a scary maze made from the sweet cornfield. Here it would mostly be ghouls and zombies. It was amazing. Each time it was on, I would take a trip through in the field, and every time it was different. I must say, they really did a good job putting it together and making people scream. This next Halloween that we had coming up would change the whole atmosphere of the town. Thing here would never be the same again, never. So get ready as I tell you the story of how one Halloween attraction changed our whole town. This was in the year 75 and we were 2 months away now from our next Halloween festival. Looking around our town, you could see that so many people were getting very excited about the festival. All throughout the town, people were starting to put up decorations related to Halloween. Every shop and house had started to put up the decorations. Every street, every corner you went down had them. When driving down the streets and looking into garages, you could actually see people making changes to Halloween floats as well as making new floats. You see, on Halloween Day, we have a float parade that consists of a lot of people driving down the streets and all types of crazy horror scenes and monsters. I will admit, I too was looking forward to the festival and so had decided to work on my own house with Halloween decorations. I decided that I would try a foggy zombie graveyard type of scene. I had zombies that would jump out at you and well as some that will just sit up out of the grave. That along with a fog machine, made my garden looking scary as hell. Another thing that our city did was also a horror scene competition with our decorated houses. That was judged on Halloween Eve and I couldn't wait for that competition to start. Roll on 2 months, we are now on the eve of Halloween, my decorations are now up and ready to be judged. Looking around the neighborhood, I can see that I and only 2 others went way beyond and completely decorated the whole house and garden. The judges came around the neighborhood around 8 at night, that way it would have been scarier for them when these corpses would jump out of their grave and scare the judges. I must admit, it didn't take long. I guess not many people took part in the competition that I thought. There were about 5 houses that took part and I come in 3rd place. I was thrilled. Usually, I would come in last or somewhere near last anyway. Well, now the competition was over, I decided to go to the scary hayride at the farm. I wanted to take a ride and see if they made any changes to their scene or whether they kept it the same or not. There was a long line waiting for the ride. It must have taken me about an hour to get on the hayride, But I was pleased to see that they did indeed made a change to the ride. This time they had bodies cut in half with blood and guts hanging out, even so far as to have these half bodies hanging in the trees. It looked like something out of a horror movie. It was brilliant and yet scary, well, for those who can't stomach it, and kids of course. They even changed the makeup of the people who would jump out at you. I did indeed love it. Considering the hayride was 5 miles long, it took an hour and a half to finish the ride, which is a good buck for your money, and to top it off, you got plenty of scares in too. Now that the ride was over, there was one thing that I need to do next, and that would be the scary maze. I decided to queue up and wait to get in. They only allow about 5 people at once. The line for the scary maze didn't take as long as the hayride, about half an hour waiting in the queue, so it was quite fast. Considering they were letting 5 people in at once, the line went down fairly fast, and before I knew it, I was next in line to go in. Now entering the maze, I could see that they did not stick with the usual blueprint. This would make it harder for me to get through, as I did learn the route to the middle and out. However, this did not matter, and decided to enjoy myself. I went around corners, down long corridors, and kept getting myself lost. I was nervous but also loved it at the same time. I see they used the same style of decorations as on the hayride. Half bodies here and there with people jumping out at you. They did scare me, I would admit it. I came to a very long corridor which felt a little different. There was something off about it. I could not even put my finger on it. I decided that I would take my time down this one. It was very creepy and airy. The corridor I was wandering down was extra dark. There was fog, but I could not see any fog machines about. There was also this stench like rotting flesh. If this was fake, then they did a really good job, I thought to top myself. I got about halfway down when I stopped, and I got this really bad feeling in my stomach. Looking up, I saw what I thought was a decoration like the rest, a half torso hanging in the air with the lower half on the floor. The blood was still dripping. Even I know the fact that when you put fake blood on things, the blood dries up. However, this blood did not. I took a closer look at the body and used my finger to get a dab of blood on my finger. I wanted to look at the blood more carefully. Taking a sniff of the blood, I would say that it was very fresh indeed, like it was put on about an hour ago. This was very strange, but the blood also smelled a little, like it was clotting and starting to rot. I wiped the blood off my finger onto my shirt and take a closer look at the face. It looked very much real. I poked the skin, and at the moment, my heart sank. I knew in my heart that this was a real body, someone that was killed not long ago. I did not recognize who this is, must have been someone outside of town. We did get visitors coming to check out the hayride and scary maze. Now knowing that there was a dead body and a killer could still be on the loose, I ran for my life trying to find my way out. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to find my way out and immediately called the police. The owner saw I was distressed and came over to ask me what is wrong, as he knew me very well. I told him what I saw, and he shut down the attraction straight away. For all we knew, the killer could still be in the maze waiting for his next victim. The farmer decided to turn on the floodlights he set up around the maze. He did this in case someone would panic and could not find their way out. The police showed up and I told them about what I saw. They went into the maze to take a look at the body and to also see if they could find someone hiding out from them. I hate to say, they did not find anyone, and so the murder went unsolved, waiting for the next Halloween to strike again. Item, SCP-035, Possessive Mask. Object Class, Eater. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-035 is to be kept within a hermetically sealed glass case, no fewer than 10 centimeters, 4 inches, thick. This case is to be contained within a steel, iron, and lead-shielded room at all times. Doors are to be triple-locked at all times, with the exception of allowing personnel in or out. No fewer than two armed guards are to be posted at any time. Guards must remain outside at all times and are not allowed within the containment room under any circumstances. A trained psychologist is to remain on site at all times. Research personnel is not to touch SCP-035 at any time. SCP-035 must be moved to a new sealed case every 2 weeks. The previous case must be disposed of via SCP-101, as it shows no adverse reactions to SCP-035's corruption. Anyone who comes into contact with SCP-035 when it is in possession of a host is to be given an immediate psychological evaluation. Description: SCP-035 appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, although, at times, it will change to tragedy. In these events, all existing visual records, such as photographs, video footage, even illustrations, of SCP-035 automatically change to reflect its new appearance. A highly corrosive and degenerative viscous liquid constantly seeps from the eye and mouth holes of SCP-035. Anything coming into contact with this substance slowly decays over a period of time, depending on the material, until it has decayed completely into a pool of the original contaminant. Glass seems to react the slowest to the effects of the item, hence the construction choice of its immediate container. Living organisms that come into contact with the substance react much the same way, with no chance of recovery. The origin of the liquid is unknown. The liquid is only visible from the front, and does not emerge or is even visible from the other side. Subjects within 1.5 to 2 meters, 5-6 feet, of SCP-035, or in visual contact with it, experience a strong urge to put it on. When SCP-035 is placed on the face of an individual, an alternate brainwave pattern from SCP-035 overlaps that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain death to the subject. The subject then claims to be the consciousness contained within SCP-035. The bodies of possessed subjects decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. Nevertheless, SCP-035 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body experiencing severe structural damage, even if the subject's body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanically possible. No effect is found to be had when placed on the face of an animal. Conversations with SCP-035 have proven to be informative. Researchers have learned various details about other SCP objects and history in general, as SCP-035 claims to have been at many momentous events. SCP-035 displays a highly intelligent and charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak with it. SCP-035 has scored in the 99th percentile on all intelligence and aptitude tests administered to it and appears to have a photographic memory. However, psychological analysis has discovered SCP-035 to possess a highly manipulative nature, capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to the interviewer's psychological state. SCP-035 has proven to be highly sadistic, prompting some to commit suicide and transforming others into near-mindless servants with linguistic persuasion alone. SCP-035 has stated that it has intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind and implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time. Additional, SCP-035 was found in a sealed crypt in an abandoned house in Venice, in 18. Addendum 03501, SCP-035 has been found to be able to possess anything that has a humanoid shape, including mannequins, corpses, and statues. SCP-035 has been able to motivate all into movement, removing the need to expose live subjects to SCP-035. Still, anything it possesses inevitably decays into motionlessness. Addendum 03502, SCP-035 has facilitated an escape attempt, convincing several of the research staff to aid it in its bid for freedom. Insurrection failed. All staff that has been in contact with SCP-035 have been terminated, and mandatory psychiatric evaluations have been implemented for all personnel coming in contact with SCP-035. Addendum 03503, it has been determined that SCP-035 is capable of telepathy, whether or not it possesses a host, even penetrating to the subconscious of others, and using the knowledge it finds to its advantage. Extreme caution is advised when choosing subjects to converse with SCP-035. Addendum 03504, SCP-035 has expressed an interest in other SCPs, most notably SCP-4715 and SCP-682. Doctor has expressed worry that should SCP-035 bond with either, their regenerative qualities would negate its corruption and give it a permanent host. Addendum 03505, after several more escape attempts, and after reviewing SCP-035's incident record, the High Command has ordered that it be permanently sealed within the facility and prohibited from being allowed any more hosts. Several personnel has protested against this, with some even erupting into violence. As a direct result, all personnel that has come into contact with SCP-035 have been terminated. Going forward, all personnel that deals with SCP-035 are to be rotated frequently, and contact is to be limited even to its dormant state to as little as possible. Addendum 03506, personnel within 10 meters of SCP-035 have recently reported feeling unease, stating that they can hear unintelligible whispering. Several others have suffered from severe migraines. The object has been monitored, but there is no change in its dormant behavior, and no sounds have been recorded. The motion to reinstate SCP-035's host privileges has been brought up once more, if only on a temporary basis, to discover these new changes in the object's behavior. Denied. Addendum 03507, the walls of SCP-035's containment cell have suddenly begun secreting a black substance. Tests on the substance have revealed it to be human blood, although highly contaminated with several foreign and unknown agents. The substance is corrosive, having a pH of 4.5, and prolonged exposure to the walls has proven to be detrimental to their structural integrity. More notably, it seems to be forming patterns on the walls. Several segments seem to be paragraphs in various languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit. The translation is pending. Other segments appear to be diagrams depicting ritualistic sacrifice and mutilation, often for the arcane benefit of the person committing them. Several staff members have been shocked to note that all of the sacrifices bear an uncanny resemblance to various personnel and their loved ones, often in conflicting positions. Researchers while in the room examining these newly formed patterns have complained of hearing loud whispering, and high-pitched, unnerving laughter at irregular intervals. Personnel on the section working daily near and around SCP-035's containment unit have suffered catastrophic moral damage, with an all-time high in suicide rates in staff in that area, whether or not they have ever had contact with SCP-035. The only change in SCP-035's dormant behavior is regarding its contained glass case. Degradation of the case has increased to a high degree, enough so that the glass will occasionally shatter, causing a wide dispersal of SCP-035's contaminant. This occurs quite often at the most inopportune times, so far resulting in 6 casualties and 3 fatalities of both research and cleanup staff. Addendum 03508, in light of the mass suicide, homicide of the members of the research team tasked with translating the passages garnered from SCP-035's containment cell, the morale damage in the area, and general loss of staff dealing with SCP-035 to either death or insanity, it has been decided to coat the inner and outer walls of its containment cell with SCP-148, which has proved well in the containment of SCP-132, see Document 132-01, in order to hopefully block out the high levels of negativity being emitted by SCP-035. Addendum 03509. The use of SCP-148 has worked well, causing morale and suicide rates to return to near pre-SCP-035 rates. However, The material appears to facilitate the negativity within the cell, causing a veritable greenhouse effect inside. Personnel inside the cell have stated that they feel a heavy sense of dread, fear, anger, and general depression, as well as hearing constant, nearly inaudible whispering upon immediate entry. A prolonged stay causes severe migraines, suicidal tendencies, heavy hemorrhaging of blood vessels around the eyes and inside the mouth and nose, general hostility to others, and for the whispering to increase to almost deafening volumes, intersected by a constant mocking laughter. Exposure of more than 3 hours inevitably results in the subject falling into a deep psychosis and attempting to harm either themselves or others. Most spoke in Latin or Greek, despite the fact that several did not previously know how to speak said languages beforehand. The presence of blood in both word and diagram formations has increased disproportionately, the walls becoming cluttered, and the formations beginning to overlap each other. The substance has proven to be both difficult to clean, and even more corrosive than was originally recorded, with a pH of roughly 2.4. General estimation gives the current walls a life of 2 months before they will need replacement. It is becoming gradually more and more difficult to contain SCP-035, and the debate to reinstate its host privileges has once again come up. Denied. Addendum 03510, the walls, ceiling, and floor of SCP-035's containment cell have now been completely saturated in blood. All personnel entering and guarding the area must wear full hazmat protection suits. Constant cleaning efforts are being instated. Addendum 03511, the magnitude, intensity, and recurrence of the phenomena that occur within SCP-035's containment cell have increased to an alarming degree. The cell door has been known to become locked of its own accord while the personnel is inside, and unable to be opened for a period of time. Appendages form out of the larger puddles of blood and often attempt to grab or harm personnel near them. Blurry apparitions have started appearing to staff. Electronic devices no longer work inside the cell, and the light cannot be turned on, though there is no physical reason why it does not work, forcing those entering to use non-electric based light sources. Cleaning measures are having no discernible effect on the cell, and the walls are degrading at a very high rate, forcing them to be replaced within a week at best, although the blood makes it nearly impossible to properly achieve this. SCP-035 may have to be moved to a new cell entirely, with the old one sealed off and disengaged from the rest of the facility.
SCP-002 is to be connected to a suitable power supply at all times, to keep it in what appears to be recharging mode. In case of electrical outage, the emergency barrier between the objects and the facility is to be closed and the immediate area evacuated. Once facility power is re-established, alternating bursts of X-ray and ultraviolet light must strobe the area until SCP-002 is reaffixed to the main power supply and returned to charge mode. Containment area is to be kept at negative pressure at all times. 2 members of security are required within 20 meters of SCP-002 or its containment area at all times. Personnel should maintain physical contact with one another at all times to confirm there is another person present, as perception may be dulled, skewed, or influenced by proximity to the object. No personnel below Level 3 are permitted within SCP-002. This requirement may be waived via written authorization from two off-site Level 4 administrators. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 Level 3 security personnel for the duration of their visit and must surrender their rank and security clearance. Following contact, command staff will be escorted at least 5 kilometers from SCP-002 to undergo a 72-hour quarantine and physiological evaluation. If deemed fit to return to duty by Psych staff, rank and security clearance may be restored when quarantine expires. SCP-002 is to be connected to a suitable power supply at all times, to keep it in what appears to be recharging mode. In case of electrical outage, the emergency barrier between the objects and the facility is to be closed and the immediate area evacuated. Once facility power is re-established, alternating bursts of X-ray and ultraviolet light must strobe the area until SCP-002 is reaffixed to the main power supply and returned to charge mode. Containment area is to be kept at negative pressure at all times. 2 members of security are required within 20 meters of SCP-002 or its containment area at all times. Personnel should maintain physical contact with one another at all times to confirm there is another person present, as perception may be dulled, skewed, or influenced by proximity to the object. No personnel below Level 3 are permitted within SCP-002. This requirement may be waived via written authorization from two off-site Level 4 administrators. Command staff issued such a waiver must be escorted by at least 5 Level 3 security personnel for the duration of their visit and must surrender their rank and security clearance. Following contact, command staff will be escorted at least 5 kilometers from SCP-002 to undergo a 72-hour quarantine and physiological evaluation. If deemed fit to return to duty by Psych staff, rank and security clearance may be restored when quarantine expires.
Roberts Report 24th of January 2011. The following is a brief report detailing the discovery of SCP-002. Subject was discovered in a small crater in northern Portugal where it struck the Earth from orbit. Encased in a shell of thick rock, the fleshy exterior of the object was exposed by the impact. A native farmer happened upon the site and reported his findings to the village elder. Subject gained SCP attention when a Level 4 agent posted in the area detected a small radioactive anomaly generated by the object. A collection squad of SCP security personnel led by General Roberts was immediately dispatched to the area where they quickly secured the subject in a large container and performed initial testing with subjects recruited from the nearby village. 3 men individually sent into the structure subsequently disappeared. Upon discovering this deadly property of the subject, General Roberts issued a Level 4A termination order of any witnesses, roughly 1/3 of the village, to ensure no outside knowledge of the object and initiated its transport to SCP facility, data expunged. During preparation for transport, 4 SCP security personnel were inexplicably drawn inside the object where they too immediately disappeared. Following inspection, it appeared as if the object had grown several new furnishings and was beginning to look like the interior of an apartment room. General Roberts immediately ordered the requisition of several Class 3 hazmat suits for the remaining security team members, who proceeded to lift the container onto a waiting freight ship for transport to the SCP containment facility. Data expunged. Data expunged. Following the termination of General Roberts, SCP-002 was re-secured by SCP staff and brought into Special Containment in, classified, where it currently resides. Staff with clearance below Level 3 have been denied access to the SCP-002 container without prior approval of at least 2 Level 4 staff after the Roberts incident.
Item, SCP-033. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-033 should be inscribed on any single sheet of irregularly shaped and handcrafted paper, papyrus, canvas or vellum when not involved in active observation or study. The dimensions of the paper-like product should have no parallel borders, no right angles, and no sides. Length should be equal to any other, 033 safe dimensions. When contained in this manner, the paper-like product should be secured in a locked non-combination storage vault at least 30 meters from any computing or recording device. Logs for checkout or check-in of SCP-033 should be filled out at the minimum safe distance of 30 meters to avoid possible contamination of the paper product or electronic device the log is kept in. When removed for study, SCP-033 can be copied to a white chalkboard with 033 safe dimensions by Class D staff. Upon transfer to the white chalkboard, the paper-like product that had contained SCP-033 should be incinerated. Observation and study should take place in a secured conference room at least 30 meters from any computing or recording device for the maximum 2560-second viewing window. All observations or notes should be made on 033 safe materials. Under no circumstances should any notes regarding SCP-033 leave the storage facility or be input into a computing or recording device. At precisely 2000 seconds of viewing, research must stop and SCP-033 should be transferred to a new 033 safe paper-like product and returned to storage by Class D staff. The white chalkboard utilized in research must be incinerated as soon as possible after the transfer is complete, regardless of whether SCP-033 has faded naturally from its surface at 2560 seconds. Whether 033 safe procedures halt or merely slow the deleterious effects of SCP-033 is unknown. It is theorized the irregular borders and handcrafting by mathematically unpredictable humans somehow disrupt the logic which allows SCP-033 to function. Description: SCP-033 appears as a field of complex mathematical symbols ranging from simple layman identifiable representations to those only interpretable by highly trained mathematicians. The sum of the symbols is equal to a previously unknown integer, designated theta prime by Professor Hutchinson, of intermediate value between n dot. As all modern mathematical calculations are performed lacking the knowledge or use of SCP-033, its introduction into any system organized without it begins eroding the numerical and eventually structural integrity of said system. This effect extends to SCP-033's transfer to any paper-like, defined as paper, vellum, papyrus, canvas, surface not possessing 033 safe dimensions or any computing or recording device it is input into. If inscribed on any other material, SCP-033 fades into unintelligibility in precisely 2560 seconds. In addition, SCP-033 has shown an ability to leap from an 033 safe material to a manufactured or electronic material which it can destabilize in at least one instance. Incident Report 033-D, requiring the institution of a 30-meter safe distance for electronic devices and paper-like products without 033 safe dimensions. There is currently no 033 safe specification for electronic storage. Of the operational research projects involving SCP-033 are dedicated to finding such a method for electronic storage. Operational research projects are dedicated to the application of SCP-033 as a neutralizing factor for potentially hostile, machine logic-based SCP objects. Clarifying commentary from Professor Hutchinson follows for non-specialist staff in Document 033-A. Effects may be reviewed in Document 033-Q. Document 033-A, Debriefing of Professor Hutchinson after first observation. Transcript edited for clarity. Professor Hutchinson, Every school child knows that 2 plus 2 is 4. The solid mathematical certainty of numerical order and value is the basis for all logic-based systems. We know that after 2 comes 3 and after 3 comes 4. What this formula proves is that we missed a number somewhere. Imagine if all our technology was based on the belief that after 4 came 6. We simply didn't know or conceive of 5. That is, in essence, what this formula proves: we missed a number. Professor Hutchinson, I can't tell you why the handcrafted vellum works best. I can only surmise that it displaces mathematical predictability in 2 ways. 1. The irregularity of the crafting process due to human error serves to eliminate any traces of regularity that would be found in a machine-created product. 2. The irregular borders seem to confuse it somehow, as if it gets locked up looking for a pattern to identify and use as an escape hatch. I'll tell you this, though, I don't think it should be left on anything longer than a few days. It will find a pattern eventually. Professor Hutchinson, I don't think it destroys anything. I think it tries integrating itself into our system and our system can't hold it. It's like trying to cram another book into a full bookshelf. If you get a hammer, you can get it in there, but the whole shelf bursts eventually. If it gets out into the internet, we will potentially experience a full IT infrastructure collapse within hours. Document 033Q, test results, trial 033 Delta 5. SCP-033 inscribed onto a single sheet of standard 8.5 by 11 inch manufactured white copy paper, hereafter X1. A second sheet of identical paper, hereafter X2, placed 30 centimeters away. 80 seconds, symbols consistent with the content of SCP-033 begin appearing on X2. X1 unchanged. 160 seconds, full content of SCP-033's formulae appear on the surface of X2. X1 unchanged. 320 seconds, X1, X2 both appear wet. Symbols still visible. 640 seconds, X1 is now roughly 1 part, apparently, water and 5 parts pulp-like substance, still filling an 8.5 by 11 inch flat plane. Symbols become unintelligible. X2 still appears wet, symbols visible. 1280 seconds, X1 no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated, pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. X2 now roughly 1 part liquid and 5 parts pulp-like substance, still filling an 8.5 by 11 inch flat plane. Symbols unintelligible. 2560 seconds, X2 no longer visible at all. Liquid part appears to have evaporated, pulp-like substance apparently sublimated. Item, SCP-037, Dwarf Star. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedure, SCP-037 is magnetically contained in a subterranean complex known as Site-22. Object size, spectral signature, and temperature are constantly monitored both on-site and remotely from Site-98. The primary containment chamber is lined with heat-conducting, radiation-resistant nanopeak GFV polymer tiles, and evacuated of any atmosphere. The heat from the object is radiated into the surrounding rock. Should enclosure integrity become compromised, the emergency system will generate a low-power argon plasma shield. This is projected to provide a minimum of 4 hours for on-site engineers to effect necessary repairs before the object breaches containment. In the contingency that stellar revolution proceeds ahead of projections and a nova event appear imminent, or if containment failure is otherwise unavoidable, any remaining project staff are authorized to initiate the PCHY protocol. Description: SCP-037 appears to be a star approximately 5 cm, 2 in diameter, with a luminosity of about 1 × 1012 times that of our Sun and a surface temperature of about 5000 K, determined by UV analysis. The origin of SCP-037 is unknown, however, analysis suggests that it shares many properties in common with a typical main sequence star, other than its anomalously small size. It is theorized to have entered the Earth's magnetosphere via the North Magnetic Pole. The object was discovered in 19 above the Beaufort Sea at approximately the North Magnetic Pole. Intense electromagnetic interference was reported by Canadian Forces Station, CFS, alert, followed by an extremely bright object descending toward the ocean from the sky. The SCP's Guardian responded and discovered the object wavering in an erratic trajectory about 200 meters above the surface of the water. Once containment procedures were devised, it was transported to Site 32 for study. Containment and transport of SCP-037 have been achieved by the use of powerful electromagnets, to which the artifact aligns itself according to its own magnetic field. The primary challenge to containment thus far has been its powerful electromagnetic emissions, which are intense enough to be easily seen by the naked eye from high Earth orbit. Its current enclosure is located deep underground to prevent detection and to facilitate radiative cooling into the surrounding bedrock. In effect, the entire facility and the surrounding volume of the Earth's crust act as a massive heat sink. Addendum: over the past years of study, the star has undergone a shift in emitted EM radiation, suggesting that it is undergoing stellar evolution at a vastly accelerated rate. If standard stellar models hold up, this will soon result in an increase in radius by a factor of 100 to 300 times, and a concomitant increase in radiated energy. Emergency containment contingencies are being studied for that eventuality. Further progression of the star's life cycle will likely terminate in a stellar nova, which is estimated to have a yield of. Extrapolations predict this to occur, and. Research is underway for a method to arrest this development or to transport SCP-037 a safe distance from the planet before it occurs.
Item, SCP-006, The Fountain of Youth. Object Class, Safe. Description: SCP-006 is a very small spring located 60 kilometers of Astrakhan. Foundation Command was aware of its existence since the 19th century, but were unable to secure it until 1991 due to political reasons. On the spot of the spring, a chemical factory has been constructed as a disguise, with the majority of laborers under Foundation and/or Russian control. The liquid emitted from the spring has been chemically identified as simple mineral water in 1902, but has the unusual property of health. Ingesting the liquid produces the following properties in human beings: the ability to regenerate DNA damaged by sufficient duplication, heightened excitement of cellular duplication, vastly improved abilities in the repair of damaged tissue, and a frightening increase in the effectiveness of the human immune system. Upon testing the liquid on animal subjects, hostile bacteria and viral agents were destroyed immediately. Many reptiles and birds were unaffected, while higher primates experienced the same benefits as humans. Special containment procedures. Whereas the nature of SCP-006 does not warrant any extensive containment, a certain level of secrecy is necessary regarding objects' properties, for obvious reasons. The following procedures not for personnel safety, but to deny or hide knowledge of SCP-006's effects from personnel who interact with it. 1. All personnel interacting with SCP-006 in any physical way are required to wear modified Class 6B and C suites. Before personnel are allowed to perform procedures, they must be briefed with material SCP-006B or SCP-006C. SCP-006A briefing is the correct one and is restricted to only those with a O5 clearance. To ensure personnel are wearing suits properly, they are submerged into a pool of water. Any air bubbles spotted signifies a leak in the suit. 2. Procedures with SCP-006 are to be carried out under extreme surveillance. In case of contact with SCP-006, the commander in charge will announce Procedure 006, 11, 12, which the personnel have been briefed to believe to mean high toxicity is present and they must evacuate. 3. Any procedure in which liquid is acquired from SCP-006 must be approved by 305 level personnel. The liquid is to be transferred in a quad, sealant container and under armed guard. 4. If at any time personnel come into contact with SCP-006 or liquid from SCP-006, they are to be confined and terminated after sufficient studies are done. Due to the nature of SCP-006, the most effective termination method is incineration.
They say that the truth should never get in the way of a good story, and this is certainly the case for London's urban legends. Some are myths that have survived for centuries, whilst others are more recent additions. Some of them may even be true. I have put together the top 5 urban legends that are strange, spooky and even downright loony, to see if there's any truth to them. This is one of the most popular urban legends about London, and it simply refuses to go away. In 1968, when the old London Bridge was in danger of collapsing into the Thames, it was auctioned off to American entrepreneur Robert P. McCulloch, who had it shipped across the sea and rebuilt in glamorous Lake Havasu City, Arizona. End of story, right? Well, no, because the rumor went around that McCulloch actually though he was buying the Tower Bridge, and even thought it has been denied by literally everyone involved in the deal, it still makes for a fun story. Back in 1981, 4 kids were crossing the marshes on a cold winter's morning, when they happened upon a giant, great, growling, hairy thing. This can't be blamed on a disgruntled hipster without his morning caffeine fix, since this was long before Hackney got hips terrified. Naturally, it was assumed that this was some sort of hideous monster, and whilst it hasn't been seen since, we'd advise keeping an eye out if you're in that area. He's got long claws, he vomits fire, and he jumps higher than an Olympian. Spring-heeled Jack was the supreme terror of Victorian London, until another Jack turned up several years later to steal the crown. In the 1830s and 40s, tales of Jack were common, attacking women, causing carriage crashes, and pretending to be a fire-breathing policeman. Mass hysteria and regular appearances in the Penny Dreadful further contributed to the legend of Old Jack. A man called Thomas Milbank boasted of being Jack and was subsequently tried, only escaping jail because he was unable to breathe fire on command. The popular theory is that Jack was a wacky nobleman with money to burn on outlandish costumes, but that didn't stop him being spotted as recently as 2012. This isn't a secret London headline for a new Lido in Epping. One of the darkest of London's urban legends, this tale is about a pool that supposedly murders people. Many years ago in the darkness of the forest, a young couple in love were murdered beside the pond by the woman's disapproving father, and things gone rapidly downhill since. The water reportedly turned inky black, the wildlife around it started to die, and then corpses starting turning up on the shore. Locals began whispering that the pool was somehow drawing people towards it and then drowning them in the murky depths. Creepily, no one knows exactly where this pool is, and it doesn't appear on any map, so the rules for Epping Forest are the same as they were in Jaws: don't go into the water. I mean, who doesn't? When Hitler was brainstorming his takeover of Europe, he apparently spent time considering where his UK headquarters would be. Whilst Senate House also claims the dubious honor of being desired by the Führer, Duquesne Court in Balham emerged as another leading contender. It looks like a standard apartment block now, but at the time was considered an Art Deco masterpiece. Amongst the reasons for this rumor are the fact that it escaped the Luftwaffe's bombs even as much of Balham got hit, as well as the fact that it looks like a swastika from above. Or maybe Adolf was just really into Art Deco? Item hash, SCP-024. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Due to its nature, SCP-024 cannot be moved to a secure location, so security measures must be placed on site. To conceal its location, 5 identical-looking replicas have been erected around SCP-024. A tight security perimeter must be maintained around SCP-024's compound at all times, with separate security teams guarding SCP-024 and its replicas. None of the security teams, except for team leaders, will be informed of the location of SCP-024. SCP-024 must be secured with magnetically sealed blast doors and reinforced, armored walls to prevent unauthorized entry. Under no circumstances can any security or research personnel enter SCP-024. Only D-Class personnel are allowed entry and strictly for research purposes only. All researchers are to observe and experiment with SCP-024 from the remote observation lab. Any personnel attempting to leave the remote observation lab or enter SCP-024 without prior approval from a Level 4 researcher must be immediately apprehended, with termination authorized. Should containment be breached, or SCP-024's true nature compromised, then the entire compound must be destroyed via specialized demolition charges planted throughout the compound. Description: SCP-024 is an abandoned soundstage that was once owned by Data Expunged. However, SCP-024 itself had been abandoned since Data Expunged, and it is unknown whether its special properties manifested before or after its abandonment. SCP-024 is located in the heart of Data Expunged, and was initially discovered when a group of teenage youths broke into the abandoned compound. The testimony of the lone winner when she turned herself into the police was enough to have Foundation assets mobilized to contain SCP-024. Upon entering SCP-024, visitors are immediately greeted by an anonymous announcer, who communicates via intercom and is able to hear and comprehend the voices of people within SCP-024. The announcer will inform the contestants that they are about to take part in a game show in which the winners will win fabulous prizes, but will also warn that the game will be extremely hazardous, and that the losers will never leave SCP-024. It is at this point the announcer presents the choice of whether to stay or leave SCP-024. Contestants who accept will continue to participate in the game, while those who decline are immediately expelled from SCP-024. Contestants that win the game or decline to participate may never enter SCP-024 again, as entry is denied by an impenetrable, invisible barrier. It is then that the contestants are led to the actual game. The style, composition, and appearance of the game always changes in every individual playthrough, but the game is always centered around a long, elaborate obstacle course that the contestants must navigate through. The rules also vary. Some playthroughs may only allow a single winner, while others encourage the creation of teams to win the game. More often than not, the obstacles seen in these games range from incredibly benign to extremely hazardous and life-threatening. As the contestants attempt to negotiate the course, the announcer will continuously update their status and actively participate in the game, often giving advice, conversing with contestants, and adding new rules. As the game progresses, the obstacles become significantly more dangerous and difficult to overcome, and it is not surprising to have the entire pool of contestants succumb to the rigors of the obstacle course. If such an event happens, the announcer will express sadness at the lack of a winner and SCP-024 will shut down, resetting only when a new batch of contestants enter. Any attempts to break the rules, such as assaulting other contestants and deliberately bypassing obstacles, are met by extreme violence. The announcer will call out the offending contestant, who will be quickly and forcefully ejected from the course by studio guardians. These studio guardians will immediately materialize within SCP-024 when called upon by the announcer and disappear when not needed. The contestant will never be seen again. When a winner is declared, he or she will receive a random grand prize. Any contestants that have survived the course but failed to win are immediately declared losers by the announcer. The lights will switch off, and the winner will immediately appear outside of SCP-024 with her prize, while the losers completely disappear. However, the most mysterious aspect of SCP-024 is that after every game, a VHS tape or DVD will appear in the mailbox outside of SCP-024's main entrance. This recording is a complete record of the entire game that was previously played. Even the winners have claimed that they had never seen any cameras or recording devices inside SCP-024. Also, more strangely, A live studio audience can be seen in the background cheering on the contestants. Again, winners have claimed not to have seen a live studio audience while inside SCP-024. Addendum 1. So far, the list of prizes awarded to winners has included, but is not limited to, cash prizes, electronics, various consumer goods, cars, collectibles, full paid vacations to various countries, data expunged. Close examination of these prizes have confirmed that they are completely genuine, and possess no unusual abilities or characteristics whatsoever. There appears to be no consistent pattern for what the prizes will be. Addendum 2. In an attempt to track where the losers are taken, GPS locator beacons were planted on subjects D-124 through D-135 when Group D-245 was sent into SCP-024. When the losers were taken away, all signals from the beacons were lost. Whether this is because the beacons were destroyed, or because the losers were taken to an area that cannot be located via GPS is currently unknown. Addendum 3. The announcer living within SCP-024 appears to be sentient and aware of events that take place outside of the compound. During the test of Group D-523, which consisted only of doctored data expunged, the announcer instead engaged in a conversation with doctored data expunged. Analysis of the conversations have shown that the majority of the subjects are centered around pop culture and information distributed through television, implying that SCP-024 somehow is able to access and interpret television signals. Cutting all power and signal lines, as well as removing any potential wireless receiving equipment on SCP-024, does not affect SCP-024 in any way. When it became clear that no other contestants would participate, the announcer kindly asked Dr. Data Expunged to leave SCP-024 and suggested he return with more contestants. Addendum 4. The studio guardians that the announcer uses to enforce the rules vary in appearance every game, just like the course. If they appear, the guardians will always be dressed in a manner that matches with the theme of the obstacle course. The only common attributes all guardians share are the possession of humanoid appearance, ability to suddenly appear and disappear, superhuman strength, and face-concealing masks or headgear. However, winners have claimed that the guardians have no apparent shape or form inside SCP-024, instead appearing as huge, shadowy figures that engulf the offender. The tale of 6 temples hidden under the sea in the South Indian state of Tamil Nadu was first written down by a British tourist in the late 1700s. The story went that they were covered by a great flood, leaving only a 7th, the Mahabalipuram temple, to stand on land at the shoreline. The myth endured until the very real reality of 2004's Boxing Day tsunami proved their existence was true. The earthquake and waves that devastated South Asia with the power of 23,000 Hiroshima-type atomic bombs uncovered the network of temples in the ancient port city of Mahabalipuram. Excavations on shore and at sea were already underway before the tsunami struck the shore temple, around 45 miles south of Madras. But the recession of the coastline following the natural disaster meant visitors could stare at the full extent of the network of temples. Almost every child, and perhaps every nervous but imaginative adult, will have some point worried about finding someone hidden under their bed at night. The most common telling of the campfire ghost story often places killers lying in wait to pounce on their innocent victims in the dead of night. But a sleeping murder in Memphis in 2010 proved a tragic reality, albeit with a twist. The difference was the person lying under the bed was dead. James and Ronta Sargent were the unfortunate couples who had been sleeping above the body of Sonny Millbrook at the Budget Lodge Hotel. According to the Seattle Times, the mother of 5 was discovered in a bed beneath the king-size mattress after the Sargents had complained to the staff of the foul smell in their room. It's believed Miss Millbrook had been lying there undisturbed under several guests for several weeks. In 2014 a jury convicted Lockheath Moody, the father to 4 of her children, of her murder. Movie audiences recoiled in horror at the 1992 scary movie Candyman, which fictionalized the urban legend of a killer who broke into his victims' flats through their medicine cabinets. They may have been relieved to find it had been inspired by a short story, The Forbidden, in which saw people attacked in their bathrooms after saying the Candyman's name 5 times into the vanity mirror. The last part may have been fictitious, but the method of entry for the attack was shockingly factual. A Chicago crime reporter, Steve Bagheera, confirmed the short story and film plotline bore a remarkable resemblance to his 1987 report entitled They Came In Through the Bathroom Mirror. The 52-year-old victim, Ruthie Mae McCoy, had been shot dead in her apartment in the U.S. city's crime-ridden projects. It came after a distress call to the emergency services that she was being attacked by someone who had thrown the cabinet down in her bathroom. It turned out the method fictionalized in Candyman was a regular form of entry break-ins in her high-rise block, which in Mrs. McCoy's case, proved deadly. Sorry for the bad formatting. I'm on mobile and English is my first language. I'm just bad at spelling. This happened after years ago, so some of the details may be fuzzy. Let me set the scene. It's Auckland Airport. I'm waiting for my flight to Brisbane in a coffee shop when a mother and her crotch goblin sits next to me. Enter the cast: me, someone IDK, entitled Weirdo, entitled Weirdo's Weeb. I'm sitting down enjoying a nice iced coffee playing some random video game when 9 or 10, comes behind me and politely asks me what I'm doing. I explain to him what I'm playing. Asks if he could play and I say sure. I was in a training map so I wouldn't lose any points. He played for 10 minutes or so when his mom was ordering. Then comes back and loses it.
When I was a young teenager back in the day, I was obsessed with urban legends. I was so obsessed I would buy magazines each week from my local corner shop. I would then cut out the pictures, stories, and make my very own scrapbook of the legends that I thought was the best. When my mates came over, they would make so much fun of me as I used to collect these stories of urban legends. I'd even go so far as to have the posters made of the ones I loved the most. My walls was full of these posters. However, one legend that stuck out to me, the one I loved to read at least several times a day, was called Humans Can Lick Too, or The Hand Licker, depending on which part of the world you lived in. I even made up my own stories of this legend. I was so impressed with the story that I made several different stories and posted them just about everywhere I could on the internet, even Reddit. However, this story is a story on how I survived a night of horror with every detail restraining to every detail I have written in my stories. It looked as if someone had become obsessed with my stories and wanted to make it a reality for me. This story goes back to the summer of 2005. My parents would take one night a week where they would have a date night. As people with children know, it can be hard to have time to yourself with children. Also, you will know how children are. If they're not pestering you for something they want, then they will be wanting your attention for playtime, story reading. Even getting children to bed takes a few hours. My parents promised each other from the day the first child was born they will take one night a week where they will go and have fun with each other. You know, go for dinner, movie, or maybe just a dance. I am the oldest at the age of 17, so I was old enough to look after myself along with my younger siblings. They usually got a babysitter, but no longer did this as I was old enough now. Besides, the money they gave me I saved up each time, thinking of buying a car one day. One week this happened, they had planned to go out for a meal, the movies, and then for a dance. They wouldn't be back until the next morning. My older siblings were staying away at a friend's house. To be honest, I was actually looking forward to having the house to myself, as those of you with siblings will understand that you can never get any time to yourself. I had a great night planned for myself. The time for their date had arrived. Don't forget to lock all the doors and windows, my parents told me as I left through the front door. Taking the words into mind, I went through the house and started to lock all the windows and making sure the doors too were locked. Now, with all the doors and windows locked, there was, however, one window left. It would have to be in the most creepiest place. I thought to myself, oh well, better get on with it. The last window was down in the basement. I hated it. It was cold, damp, not lit very well. I grabbed a torch from the drawer, turned it on, and went very cautiously down into the basement to where the window was located. I grabbed hold of the handle of the window, but it was very stiff and would not move so easily. I pulled and pulled, but it would only move about an inch. Getting fed up of the window, I looked around the basement for anything that could help me close the window. There in the corner on the shelf I saw a small can of oil. I knew that by putting oil on the hinges, then it should loosen up if I just moved the window back and forth. I did this for what seemed like 5 minutes. In the end, the window did decide to close itself, however, it would not lock. I thought to myself that it wouldn't matter, anyone that walked past the window will think it would be locked as it was now closed. Oh, how that will come back to bite me on this night. Not thinking too much into it, I knew the basement had a deadlock bolt on the door, so I decided to lock the basement door instead, thinking that would be enough, just in case someone decided to go through the basement window. Now, with everywhere locked up, I decided that I would watch a bit of TV, have a nice dinner, and then go and browse the web for any new urban legends that I have never heard of before. Before I could do any of this, I would need to feed our dog. She was a border collie, brown and white in colour. I went to the cupboard, got out her food, and gave her a generous amount in a bowl. It seemed like I was on the web for hours browsing the urban legends of how time flies by when you're having a bit of fun. It was now dark outside. Looking at the time, it read 11 p.m. Wow, that was late, I thought to myself. It was time for bed. I turned off my computer, then went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. A nice hot shower, teeth brushed, and my PJs on. I walked into my bedroom and was delighted to see the dog laying with her head just out from under my bed. She always seemed to sleep with me. I have no idea why. Maybe she liked me more than the other family members. I started to snuggle up in my bed, put my hand down near my dog so she could lick my hand. I liked it when she does this. It makes me feel safe and also assure her that I'm here and I'm fine. I kept my hand there for a few minutes before deciding that enough was enough, and it was time to close my eyes and go to sleep. Later that night I was startled awake. I don't know how or why I was, but I was. I lay there for a few minutes listening to my surroundings, and then it hit me. I was hearing the tap drip in the bathroom, and just figured it was that awoke me. No big deal, I thought to myself, it's just the tap. I was starting to feel nervous. I put my hand back down to my dog's level so she could lick my hand. This brings me reassurance, and also I know she is there if I really need her. An hour later, I was yet again startled awake. This time, I was still half asleep. I sat up in my bed and looked around the room while listening. I must have left the tap running, I thought to myself. That was, however, strange, as I was sure that I had turned off the tap. Then I thought to myself that maybe there was a leak with the tap. Again, I snuggled up in bed and put my hand back down to my dog's level for her to lick my hand. The next time I woke up naturally with nothing stopping me awake. I looked at the time, it read 6:25. Thinking that it was now light outside and I wouldn't be able to get any more sleep, I managed to pull myself out of bed. Drawing back the curtains and looking out the window, I could see my parents' car pull into the drive. Great, I thought. I can get my dad to look at the tap and fix that drip that I've been hearing all night. Being out of bed and somewhat cold, I needed to go to the loo. I put on my slippers, opened the door, and went to the room that was the bathroom. What I saw that day when I opened the door will forever haunt me to the day I die. I fell to my knees. My parents heard my curdling screams, came running into their house to be by my side. They asked me, "What's wrong?" I shakily raised my arm and pointed into the shower of the bathroom. There, our beautiful collie dog hung from a hook in its tail from the curtain rail. The dog was skinned with its skin in the bath. She seemed to be gutted with all the contents too in the bath. On the mirror, there was a message that shook me to the core, turning me white as a ghost. It read, "Humans can lick too." The thought that someone was in my room under my bed while licking my hand turned my stomach. I couldn't take it anymore and I had to own up. I pushed past my parents and ran to the toilet and let loose. I didn't want to because of the scene in the bathroom, but I couldn't help it. My parents called the police that day. They came out, took a statement from me. They said that due to every window and door being locked, the only way they could have gotten in is through the basement window. However, what startled me the most was, when did this person break into our home? As when I closed the basement window, I also deadbolted the door leading to the basement, but I didn't quite trust leaving the window closed. My parents never left me alone again. When they went out, they made sure that I either go to my friend's house for the night. If not at my friend's house, then I will go and stay at a relative's. My parents bought the house up for sale that year. We couldn't live in the house anymore, knowing that someone was there. The house sold quite quickly, and we moved into a new house within 6 months of selling the house. Okay guys, that was the urban legend Humans Can Lick Too. If you enjoyed this video, then please do leave a like, don't forget to comment, and for all more videos, don't forget to subscribe. Until the next time, see you then. Bye bye!
Item, SCP-031. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-031 is to be contained in a standard containment chamber, located in Site-77's Safe SCP Wing. Personnel interacting with SCP-031 are not to view it directly, and communicate with test subjects through an intercom system installed in each chamber. The containment chamber is to be cleaned once per week by custodial staff wearing opaque goggles to mitigate SCP-031's effect. Description: SCP-031 is an amorphous organism, with a mass of 75 kilograms. SCP-031 is able to move at a pace of 3 km per hour and leaves a trail of oil when it moves. It is only capable of rudimentary physical movement. Testing of recovered tissue samples has shown that SCP-031 is at least partially composed of human muscle and epidermal tissue. SCP-031 is capable of reproducing human speech in any pitch or tone, although it is not currently known how SCP-031's biology produces them. Subjects directly perceiving SCP-031 will see it as an individual the subjects knew and had a romantic attraction to at some point in their past. When made aware that it is being observed, SCP-031 will claim to be this person, and that they have been left destitute by some event in their past. SCP-031 will use this to attempt to persuade the subject to allow it to stay with them for an extended period of time until it is able to return to a stable situation. This effect applies to all persons who view SCP-031, and research has not determined an upper limit to the number of persons who can be affected by SCP-031 at the same time. After inspecting the residence, SCP-031 may attempt to start a romantic relationship with the subject, and if successful it will begin living in their home. Several cases have been documented where SCP-031 began to actively affect more than one subject at a time, eventually having a nest containing between at least 18 different hotel rooms containing subjects with some form of relation to SCP-031. SCP-031 was recovered following contradictory police records taken after a riot in, redacted. Multiple subjects reported wildly contradictory views about SCP-031's appearance, and initial civilian units were also affected. However, the wide distribution of amnesiacs and inhaled tranquilizers pacified all affected subjects, and NTF Psi-7 was able to recover SCP-031 from the condemned hotel it had taken residence in. As of November 16, 1958, SCP-031 has been classified as safe. Addendum: research has determined that aromantic subjects are not affected by SCP-031. However, all of these subjects will report SCP-031 as being a small, plump humanoid figure with specific features being obscured by dark smoke emanating around the entity in the shape of SCP-031's body. Further testing is required to explain this phenomenon. Further testing has shown that the perception of subjects affected by SCP-1937 is similarly affected.
So this happened some 15 years ago now, and I can remember everything little detail like it only happened yesterday. I had been with my then boyfriend for around 10 years and was planning on getting married in a year's time. I moved away from my hometown with my boyfriend when we was both 18. We wanted to live and work in the city instead of being in a small boring town. My mother and father wasn't alright with it at first, but then did realize that there was not much out here for us and decided to let us go. Living in the city was great if you ask me. We rented a small apartment at first, only had 3 rooms, a living, bedroom, bathroom and then a kitchen. It was all we needed for only 2 of us. We had decided to save up for around 3 years and put a deposit down on a house as we also wanted children too. We dreamt of a house, just on the outskirts of the city center, not too far that it would take hours to get to work and not too far so that the kids would walk a few miles to school. It would have been the perfect plan. We was living in the city for around 3 years now, and due to settling in, looking for work and whatnot, we had not visited our parents in those 3 years we had been living in the city. Thanksgiving was approaching us within 2 weeks, and we both decided that we would drive home for Thanksgiving and surprise our parents. We both booked off 5 days from work, so we could get ready for packing. I will admit, it was going to be strange going back to our hometown. I wondered to myself if anything had changed, any new shops, malls. It has been a while after all, and things do change with the times. I decided that I would cook up a few desserts. Being an expert at making desserts, I knew they would go down well with the parents and siblings. I knew I had to make more than one as we had to visit both my parents and my boyfriend's parents. That week goes by so fast for us, it seems like something wanted us to go home to our old town. By now we had brought a car as my boyfriend had passed his driving test. I put the desserts into 2 separate boxes onto the back seats and then our luggage into the trunk of the car. I just hoped that with speed and motion of the car that the desserts would stay on the back seat and not go all over the place and make a right mess in the car. I wouldn't want to be the one to clean that up. Now with the car packed up, we was ready to leave. Our hometown was around 100 miles away and would take us the most of the day, with half day being spent driving through the city due to city traffic. By the time we got there it should be around 10 at night. It was also winter, so the roads would be more slippy and it also gets darker earlier than usual. We would have to take our time and not rush too. We had planned to take pit stops along the route, just to make sure we had something to eat, drink and maybe a sleep if we really needed it. I really loved driving through the countryside and seeing the sights. Well, we was about 10 miles from our destination when my boyfriend asked me a question which gobsmacked me and something I would never do in my life. Well, maybe if I thought about it, then maybe. Why don't we pull down one of these side roads? Find a place to pull up and have some fun, he said to me with a smirk on his face. Are you crazy? I asked him. We are in the middle of nowhere with no lights. What if someone sees us? I told him. All the better at night, no one can see us, and if I can find somewhere secluded then no one will see us. I laughed at him and told don't be crazy, besides we had plenty of time for that when we get there. I had to admit, he had quite the drive and wanted it nearly every day. I was happy to oblige, unless I wasn't in that mood. I saw the look on his face, like showing a treat in front of a dog, teasing him and then just putting the treat back. I couldn't help but to feel sorry for him. However, that is something I would never do in a strange place without any plan for in case anything goes wrong. Mind, I think I will do something for him when we get there. Around 8 miles now to home and the car starts sputtering. What's wrong? I ask. I don't know. Think we may be out of fuel, he says. Stop messing around, I told him. There is no way that I am going to do that around here. I am not kidding, he explained. The car starts to splutter more and more until the engine dies and now the car is rolling. We knew that there was a gas station a mile up the road. We let the car roll free to get as close as we can. However, the car only made it half a mile until it came to a complete stop. I was then scared and didn't know what to do. Stay here and I will get some fuel, my boyfriend said. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what he told me. No, I can't stay here alone, I told him. What if a murderer come and gets me or I get kidnapped? I explained back to him. Don't worry. No such thing happens in the middle of nowhere. Besides, it won't take long, and if you get really scared, there is a blanket on the back seat. Just hide under that if you have to, he told me. I knew there was nothing I could do about it. It was either we walked together where it was too cold to do that, push the car to the garage but the car was heavy to push, or just let him go and get some fuel and then fill up again. I didn't want him to go, but we had to get fuel. He told me to lock the doors after he left and get the blanket ready if I needed it. I was now on my own and I had never been so scared in my life. 30 minutes later, I was wondering to myself, where is he? I am sure it doesn't take this long to walk half a while to the gas station. I was then startled by a scraping on the top of the car, but seeing as we parked under some trees, I just figured it was the branches scraping on the car. An hour goes by and now I am getting worried, thinking to myself, what if he is injured? What if someone had hit him with their car? He wasn't wearing any bright or reflective clothing after all. The scraping on the roof of the car continues and I am getting even more scared. I decide to turn on the radio to try and drown out the sound. 2 hours go by now and I am really worried, as I know he should be back by now. I complimented on ringing the police but wanted to hold out just in case he was walking back to the car. A few minutes later a cop car pulls up behind me. I am now worried. He calls out over his radio asking me not to turn around. What a weird request, I thought to myself. Now with curiosity in mind, I really wanted to look behind me. I couldn't help it. It was like placing a button in front of me saying do not push. Do you really think that will happen? I decided to turn around and see what the problem was. I really wish I hadn't with what I saw that night. Hanging there upside was my boyfriend with his hands scraping across the trunk of the car. I got screaming and running to the police car. He managed to calm me down in the end, calling the rest of the squad to take evidence and taking a statement from me. I really wish I went him that night to the gas station. Maybe he would have been alive still to this day, but I can't blame myself. I have to remember that. Remember guys, if something like this happens to you, remember to put on your hazard lights and make yourself as bright as you can. That way there is less risk something can happen to you, and also make sure you go in the daytime. That way, there is more traffic around you and a chance for more people to see you.
We have all heard the tales of the Headless Horseman. The tales differ depending on what part of the world you are from. The myth has been a motif of European folklore since at least the Middle Ages. The Headless Horseman is traditionally depicted of a man upon horseback who is missing his head. Depending on the legend, he can be seen carrying his head, riding headless, or even have a carved flaming pumpkin for a head. My story tells of a young man who hears about this myth and wanted to find out for himself on whether the legend was real or make-believe. He was a real fan of myths and legends, but also believed in mass hysteria. He heard of a town where the legend was the strongest, with reports from almost all of the town folks. Researching this town and making a decision, he booked a plane ticket for the small town of Sleepy Hollow. It is told that in the town of Sleepy Hollow on All Hallows Eve, when the barrier to the afterlife is at its weakest, a horse can be heard riding in the distance. Anyone that is courageous and willing enough to go looking for this sound is greeted by the foul odor of rotten death. The odor makes the people sick to their stomach. Many run home on smelling the foul odor, but the few that do fight and walk on now resides in the city's crazy house. Upon reading this on the internet, the man got all excited, but also remembers that mass hysteria can be a real thing, and all it takes is just one person to witness the myth come alive. After 17 hours, the man had arrived at his designated airport. While walking to the main entrance, he sees his taxi driver that he ordered before you boarded the plane. Where to, said the taxi driver. To Sleepy Hollow, if you may. The man got confused as the taxi man gave us this look as to say, here we go again, another one to the nut house. The man shook it off, thinking that maybe he didn't like him somehow. 30 minutes have passed and the man is now at Sleepy Hollow. The taxi drops him off at the local hotel. He pulls off laughing, leaving the man thinking, what on earth does he find funny? As he has arrived one day before All Hallows Eve, he decided that he would walk around town and get the town folks' story of the Headless Horseman. The best place he could think about going would be the local dinner in the public records house. Now at the records house, he could not find a damn thing about this legend he wants to see. Next he went to the local dinner and asked the customers what they believed in about the Headless Horseman. To his dismay, they all answered with the same output. If you go looking for the Headless Horseman, you will lose your mind and will be a forever guest in Sleepy Hollow. But not believing the locals, he wanted to find this out for himself. The man, now back at his hotel room, decides to go on his laptop computer and research the legend a little more. After all, he wanted to see if the Headless Horseman just turned up or whether a ritual would be needed to summon him. Upon researching the legend, he came upon a piece that really caught his interest, and this got him thinking. The website he visited was from the town he was now visiting. But what caught his eyes was this sentence. To whoever processed the head of the demon on his horse, shall have total domain over his soul, and so the demon will do their bidding. After reading more into the legend and visiting a few more websites, the man decides to go to bed. After all, tomorrow night is the big night the demon is supposed to show himself. At about 11 p.m. the man gets together his stuff, camera, ghost machines, and set out into the woods. After all, the walk will take about an hour to get to the spot where the tale has been seen. After what seems to take forever, the man arrives at his destination. Now with his camera out and looking around, he cannot find nor can he hear anything. The man walks around for about 3 hours looking for any signs, but he now gives in and decides to walk back into town. Just as he packs up his stuff and starts walking, he can smell a foul odor that seems to make him heat. Now he hears the click, clacking of what appears to be a horse trotting. The man starts to get excited and again takes out his camera to gather evidence. After looking around for a short time, he can see what seems to be fire in the distance, but this does not make sense as fire does not spread in that way. After a few minutes the fire seems to get bigger and he can now hear the horse. His heart starts pounding hard. I have to get out of here, he told himself, but curiosity kept him in his place. The horse got closer and closer, but the man can still not see where the horse is. He turns around and face to face. He smells the breath of the horse upon his face. Now why does a ghost concealed in this place? His curiosity got the best of him. He just had to look up. Upon looking at the headless creature upon his horse, the demon took out his sword, which seemed to burst into flame, and the last thing the man saw was the sword cutting through his neck. The sword, however, did not cut through his neck, but instead left a burned mark seared into his flesh. His mind instantly gone. He is now the newest member of the nut house at Sleepy Hollow, and that is what he shall remain for the rest of his life.
Growing up in the 1950s in a quiet, middle-class suburbs of Dallas on one of the cul-de-sac streets in an area called Lake Highlands, most days and nights seemed pretty much all the same, dull and boring. There wasn't much to do back in those days. The highlights of my young existence seemed to be watching TV and playing outside with a soccer ball, also waiting for my next birthday or Christmas each year. Maybe eavesdropping on my mother and her friends whenever they was around, or on the phone as they gossiped about people in the local area. I had quite the knowledge on people in my area. Another highlight that broke the monotony was when my no-good father would occasionally steal me away to one of his many favorite watering holes, the Goose Inn, which was named after a famous goose that always attacked people. I felt like a princess when my dad would sit me on top of the bar and let me sip Shirley Temples as he drank the afternoon away with his buddies. Goose Lake had originally been developed in the 1920s as a reservoir after the city had suffered a major drought. Following its completion, every Dallasite frequented the popular lake for weekend picnics, swimming, skating, and having all-round great family fun. High schoolers commonly went there on date night or after the local football games to watch the submarines races, a term they used for parking their cars in the more remote wooded areas where they would engage in heavy petting. And those who dared would go all the way. One early evening, after my dad had drowned too many bourbon and cokes, he decided to show me a hidden, private graveyard situated off one of the side streets of the lake. When we had gotten as close as the narrow, winding road would take us, we parked my dad's truck, opened the ancient, looking rusty gate and went in. The old cemetery was overgrown with dark and scary looking vines. In front of the stood a tall, white marble statue of a beautiful, young woman, and engraved at the bottom were the words, "Lady of the Lake." It was obvious that vandals had painted red tears to resemble blood streaming down from her eyes, and I was terrified. I grabbed my father's hand as he proceeded to tell me the sad story of the poor girl who was buried beneath the frightening, yet magnificent statue. The early 1930s, and no one was exactly sure of the details, although many think she had been held under the water by a make-suitor or her fiancé. When her body was discovered, she was found dressed in a pale evening gown in a shallow part of the lake by its muddy shore. Over the years, from time to time, teenagers attending the submarine races or other motorists in the area had reported spotting a luminous young girl standing in front of the headlights of their cars. She's said to flag them down to ask for a ride to her nearby home on Gaston Avenue. Upon arrival at the address to drop off their stunning passenger, they all reported the same story. The beautiful young woman had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a wet spot on the back seat.
Item, SCP-015. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-015 is impossible to move, and is contained on-site. A gap of at least 2 meters, 6 feet, needs to be maintained around the entire structure containing SCP-015 at all times, and no structures of any kind are to make contact with SCP-015's current containment structure. Exploration is permissible, but only in teams of 3, with full safety lines and GPS tracking. Any protrusions from SCP-015 must be capped and sealed immediately, with the new site recorded and logged. No aggressive action is to be made within SCP-015. No hand or power tools are allowed anywhere inside SCP-015. No repairs or maintenance are to be made anywhere on SCP-015. Description: SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers and other various plumbing apparatus completely filling a warehouse and data expunged. The pipes appear to grow when not under observation, attempting to connect to nearby structures via sewer systems and underground plumbing. SCP-015 contains, at current estimate, over 190 kilometers, 120 miles, of pipes, ranging in diameter from 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter. Some pipes appear new, while others are rusted and leaking. Pipes have been reported as being made of bone, wood, steel, brass, human flesh, glass, and granite. No pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other traditional material for the production of pipes have been found. SCP-015 reacts to tools and aggression. Any personnel acting violently, carrying tools, or attempting to damage or repair SCP-015 in any way, will trigger a reaction. Any pipes near the subject will burst, spraying on the subject for several seconds before the flow suddenly stops. Pipes have been reported containing oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. Pipes will continue to burst around the subject until death or retreat. SCP-015 was cut back to its current structure after attaching to 11 other structures in the area. Currently, 11 personnel have been killed, and 20 more are still missing. Reports have been made of banging and screaming coming from within SCP-015.
Ever since the phone was invented in 1876, there have been reports of all different numbers that was supposed to be haunted, or if you call them, Then you would get a very airy answer on the other end telling you that you would have so many days left to live. Think of it like the Ring movie. You watch the video and then your phone rings telling you that you have 7 days to live. Anyway, back to topic. There is one such number out there that has now become some king of challenge, especially to the YouTube community. They would call the number and you can hear creepy things in the background and other noises, but when you call the number back again, it doesn't seem to work. What makes things worse, the damn number don't even show on your phone bill. I have read and watched many stories like this, thinking, no way is this true. One such article I came across was in the local newspaper. A woman breastfeeding her child got 48 messages. All the messages was from the same person. This person name so happened to be Satan. In these messages, it just repeated the same message: you have 3 days to die. All these messages came after she missed one phone call from this number. I didn't believe in this. I thought this was made up by some person looking to get famous on YouTube, and then it became one of these so-called challenges that these YouTubers would do for their viewers. Well, that wasn't till about 2 days ago, that story changed my mind. You see, I was with a few of my mates driving down to the drive-thru. We was about halfway there when I got a phone call. I looked at the number but was shocked at what number I saw. The number on my phone came up as 666, 666, 6666. I thought to myself, really? Some phone company actually gave this number to a person who asked for it. I showed my friends, who started laughing and again couldn't believe the number that came up. My friends told me to answer the phone and put it on to speaker, so this is what I did. I must admit, what I had next did indeed really creep me out, but my friends just kept on laughing as if they had set up the prank themselves just to scare the living daylights out of me.
You will die in 3 days.
But my friends just kept on laughing as if they had set up the prank themselves just to scare the living daylights out of me. There seemed to be an echo on the other end of the phone call, static, with someone telling me that I would die in 3 days' time. The phone hung up. I looked towards my mates, whom went from laughing out loud to now giggling under their breath. Can you believe the nerves of some people? I told them as I continued to stare at the screen of my phone. One of my mates told me that I should ring the number back and give him a what for. The other friend agreed, and I must admit, I had to do this as I was left a little shaken. I went to my call history to call back the number but was shocked to find that the number that called me was not even in the call history. Luckily enough, the number itself was quite easy to remember, so I inputted the number into my phone and pressed the call button. I shit you not, if I was freaked out before then, right now, I am shitting bricks, for you see, the only thing I got back from that call was that the number was not recognized.
Every culture has its own urban legends, myths or spooky stories. I have rounded up the scariest urban legends from around the world, from Hawaii to Scandinavia to Egypt.
There are structures in the town of Kuldara that date back to the 13th century, but no one has lived there since 1825, when all its residents seemingly vanished into thin air. According to local lore, 1,000 villagers completely abandoned their home overnight, without a trace. No one knows why they left, where they went, or even saw them leave. Theories as to why they left range from poisoned wells to a greedy ruler levying high taxes to a dwindling water supply, though none of those explain why the inhabitants left so suddenly. You might be wondering why no one has tried to resettle the town. That's where the legend comes in. It's said that the village chief cured the land. Apparently, anyone who tries to live there will die. The Indian Paranormal Society spent a night there and reported disembodied whispers, screams, Noises are common at dark hours. Many people have witnessed apparitions, heard footsteps, experienced unusual touch and so on. The word genie is the anglicized version of the Arabic word jinn. Jinns can be good or malevolent beings. Al-Malduviz is one of the most famous jinns in the United Arab Emirates. She was even immortalized in a film in 2013. Her story is simple. At first, she appears as a beautiful woman to attract men. But as soon as she's reeled them in, Al-Malduviz changes into a terrifying figure who eats the men she's enchanted. Though it might just be a scary story to tell kids to warn them about stranger danger, there's a video that purports to be footage of one such jinn.
You might have heard of the 2015 comedy, horror hybrid film, but the real story of Krampus is just as terrifying as you'd expect. National Geographic describes Krampus as a half-goat, half-demon, horrific beast. Krampus is the bad cop to Santa's good cop. While the jolly bearded follow-up north gives the nice kids presents, Krampus aims to scare the naughty kids into behaving better by beating them with birch branches or hauling them off to hell in sacks. He's mainly a German and Austrian figure, though other countries have their own versions, and traditionally shows up on December 5th, which is known as Krampusnacht, Krampus Night. Though no one quite knows for certain, this tradition is often believed to have begun when the Moors raided European towns, kidnapping locals and selling them into slavery.
Night marches, or Huakaipo in Hawaiian, are the spirits of former ancient Hawaiian warriors who one, in life, protects Hawaii's most scared people. These people were so scared, in fact, that commoners were not allowed to look at them. If they did, they would be killed. The night marchers weren't there to harangue anyone, they were simply doing their jobs, which is why they traveled at night to avoid too many prying eyes. They continue to roam around Hawaii at night as spirits, and legend has it that if you look directly at a night marcher you will be marked for death. If you do happen to find yourself in the middle of a procession, you're supposed to lie down in the middle of the road in order to show respect.
Literally translated, Janganger means walking after death. Traditionally, a Janganger is a sort of hybrid of a ghost and a zombie, in that it had corporeal form, like a zombie, but still possesses its mind and memories, like a ghost. Jangangers are created when a dead person has unfinished business, or they were killed violently, through murder or suicide. The belief in them dates back to the Vikings when Jangangers were believed to have been relatively common.
Item, SCP-039, Proboscis Engineers. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All instances of SCP-039 are to be contained in Site-77's Wilderness Observation Chamber 2B. At least 2 security personnel are to monitor the interior and exterior of SCP-039's chamber, and are to rotate every 6 hours. Staff members may not access SCP-039's chamber without an accompanying escort from site security, and may only do so for research purposes, or for the examination of the chamber for containment, sabotage or contraband, which is to occur weekly. As of the 18th of September 2020, SCP-039-8 has become pregnant. Responsibility for its containment has been reassigned to personnel in the Veterinary Observation Wing. Description: SCP-039 consists of 23 instances of Nasalis larvatus, or proboscis monkey, who have been subject to radical anatomical changes. The eyes and mouths of SCP-039 are absent, leaving the face bare save for the nose and its accompanying nasal passages. Instances of SCP-039 possess acute auditory and tactile sense to compensate for a lack of eyes, relying mostly on physical contact with objects to perceive them, and on loud nasal snorts as a sort of echolocation to help them navigate in their environment. Necropsies have also revealed the digestive system to be absent. How instances of SCP-039 obtain nutrition, or, alternately, how they survive without it, is still a subject of research. Instances of SCP-039 display signs of sapience, examples of which include communication via nasal snorts, an understanding of spoken English, and a complex understanding of machinery. Adult instances have demonstrated the ability to operate mechanical tools, and possess the ability to repair and manufacture various pieces of technology, such as disassembling and reassembling an internal combustion engine, and efficiently wiring a small apartment room. Testing has shown that SCP-039 appear to work more efficiently individually, rather than in groups, as instances of SCP-039 will often become distracted by one another. Occasionally when working, instances of SCP-039 will clutch their abdomens and emit distressed vocalizations. If food is located nearby, they will attempt to smear their faces with the substance. It is currently hypothesized that this indicates that SCP-039 is the result of artificial manipulation of normal Nasalis lavatus specimens, with documents recovered during containment supporting this hypothesis. See Addendum SCP-039-A. SCP-039 are capable of reproduction and gestation not unlike Nasalis lavatus. As of the time of this writing, 5 instances of SCP-039 have been born. SCP-039 show a very close bond among their species, with newborns often being cared for by all capable adults. New instances are born with anatomical anomalies similar to other instances of SCP-039, but lack the knowledge of other instances. Parent instances will educate newborns on communication and basic skills until they reach the age of 6 months, at which point technological ability will be taught by other adult instances. SCP-039 were recovered from an uninhabited research facility 50 kilometers from the nearby town of Common, Nevada. Documents recovered during containment placed ownership of the facility under a company funding research for the advancement of natural human ability. 20 instances of SCP-039 had been apparently living in and maintaining the facility for an unknown period of time. Additional recovered documents indicate that a project was being conducted to augment human intelligence. This project appears to have been cancelled shortly before the company's collapse, with the assets sold to an unnamed group. Further research into the groups that acquired its assets has revealed several other anomalous objects, including SCP-1513. Addendum SCP-039-A. One additional instance of SCP-039 was discovered during containment operations of SCP-1328. Agents are currently following up on any reports indicating the existence of further instances outside of containment. Addendum SCP-039-B. Several documents recovered during initial containment appear to notate the early prototyping stage of SCP-039's development. Research has begun to develop a way to recreate the process that creates new SCP-039 instances. However, the damage the notes had accumulated prior to containment has rendered many of them unreadable.
Billy the Kid, born Henry McCarty, also known by the pseudonym William H. Bonney, was an Irish-American outlaw and gunfighter of the American Old West who killed 8 men before he was shot and killed at the age of 21. He also fought in New Mexico's Lincoln County War, during which he allegedly committed 3 murders. McCarty was orphaned at the age of 15. His first arrest for stealing food, at the age of 16, in late 1975. 10 days later, he robbed a Chinese laundry and was again arrested, but escaped shortly afterward. He fled from New Mexico Territory into neighboring Arizona Territory, making him both an outlaw and a federal fugitive. In 1877, McCarty began to refer to himself as William H. Bonney. 2 different versions of a wanted poster dated September 23, 1875, refer him to as William Wright, better known as Billy the Kid. After murdering a blacksmith during an altercation in August 1877, McCarty became a wanted man in Arizona and returned to New Mexico, where he joined a group of cattle rustlers. He became well known in the region when he joined the Regulators and took part in the Lincoln County War of 1978. McCarty and 2 other Regulators were later charged with killing 3 men, including Lincoln County Sheriff William J. Brady and one of his deputies. McCarty's notoriety grew in December 1880 when the Las Vegas Gazette in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and the Sun in New York City carried stories about his crimes. Sheriff Pat Garrett captured McCarty later that month. In April 1881, McCarty was tried and convicted of Brady's murder and was sentenced to hang in May of that year. He escaped from jail on April 28, killing 2 more sheriff's deputies in the process and evading capture for more than 2 months. Garrett shot and killed McCarty, by then 21, in Fort Summer on July 14, 1881. During the following decades, legends grew that McCarty had survived, and a number of men claimed to be him. Billy the Kid remains one of the most notorious figures from the era, whose life and likeness have been frequently dramatized in Western popular culture. Henry McCarty was born to parents of Irish Catholic ancestry, Catherine and Patrick McCarty, in New York City. While his birth year has been confirmed as 1859, the exact date has been disputed as either September 17 or November 23 of that year. A letter from an official of St. Peter's Church in the Manhattan states it is in possession of records showing McCarty was baptized there on September 28, 1863. Following the death of her husband Patrick, Catherine McCarty and her sons moved to Indianapolis, Indiana, where she met William Henry Harrison Antrim. The McCarty family moved from Antrim to Wichita, Kansas, in 1870. After moving again a few years later, Catherine married Antrim on March 1, 1873, at the First Presbyterian Church in Santa Fe, New Mexico City Territory. McCarty and his brother Joseph were witnesses to the ceremony. Shortly afterward, the family moved from the Santa Fe to Silver City, New Mexico, and Joseph McCarty began using the name, Joseph Antrim. Shortly before McCarty's mother, Catherine, died of tuberculosis, then called consumption, on September 16, 1874, McCarty's stepfather, William Antrim, abandoned the family, leaving both McCarty boys orphans. McCarty was 15 years old when his mother died. Sarah Brown, the owner of a boarding house, gave him room and board in exchange for work. On September 16, 1875, McCarty was caught stealing food. 10 days later, McCarty and George Schaefer robbed a Chinese laundry, stealing clothing and 2 pistols. McCarty was charged with theft and was jailed. He escaped 2 days later and became a fugitive, as reported in the Silver City Herald the next day, the first story published about him. McCarty located his stepfather and stayed with him until Antrim threw him out. McCarty stole clothing and guns from him. It was the last time the two saw each other. After leaving Antrim, McCarty traveled to southeastern Arizona Territory, where he worked as a ranch hand and gambled his wages in nearby gaming houses. In 1876, he was hired as a ranch hand by well-known Henry Hooker. During this time, McCarty became acquainted with John R. Mackey, a Scottish-born criminal and former U.S. cavalry private who, following his discharge, remained near the U.S. Army post at Camp Grant. The two men soon began stealing horses from local soldiers. McCarty became known as Kid Antrim because of his youth, slight build, clean-shaven appearance, and personality. On August 17, 1877, McCarty was at a saloon in the village of Bonita when he got into an argument with Francis P. Windy Cahill, a blacksmith who reportedly had bullied McCarty in turn called Cahill a sons of a bitch, whereupon Cahill threw McCarty to the floor and the two struggled for McCarty's revolver. McCarty shot and mortally wounded Cahill. A witness said McCarty has no choice, he had to use his equalizer. Cahill died the following day. McCarty fled but returned a few days later and was apprehended by Miles Wood, the local justice of the peace. McCarty was detained and held in the Camp Grant guardhouse but escaped before law enforcement could arrive. McCarty stole a horse and fled Arizona Territory for New Mexico Territory, but Apaches took the horse from him, leaving him to walk many miles to the nearest settlement. At Fort Stanton in the Pecos Valley, McCarty, starving and near death, went to the home of a friend and Seven Rivers Warriors gang member John Jones, whose mother Barbara nursed him back to health. After regaining his health, McCarty went to Apache Tajo, a former Army post, where he joined a band of rustlers who raided herds owned by cattle magnate John Chisholm in Lincoln County. After McCarty was spotted in Silver City, his involvement with the gang was mentioned in local newspapers. At some point in 1877, McCarty began to refer to himself by the name William H. Bonney. After returning to New Mexico, McCarty worked as a cowboy for English businessman and rancher John Henry Tunstall, near the Rio Felix, a tributary of the Rio Grande, in Lincoln County. Tunstall and his business partner and lawyer Alexander Lawrence Murphy, James Dolan, and John Riley. The three men had wielded an economic and political hold over Lincoln County since the early 1970s, due in part to their ownership of a beef contract with nearby Fort Stanton and a well-patronized dry goods store in the town of Lincoln. By February 1878, McCarty owed £8,000 to Dolan, who obtained a court order and asked Lincoln County Sheriff William J. Brady to attack nearly $40,000 worth of Tunstall's property and livestock. Tunstall put Bonney in charge of non-prime horses and told him to relocate them to his ranch for safekeeping. Meanwhile, Sheriff Brady assembled a large posse to seize Tunstall's cattle. On February 18, 1878, Tunstall learned of the posse's presence on his land and rose out to intervene. During the encounter, one member of the posse shot Tunstall in the chest, knocking him off his horse. Another posse member took at Tunstall's gun and killed him with a shot to the back of his head. Tunstall's mother ignited the conflict between the two factions that became known as the Lincoln County War. After Tunstall was killed, McCarty and Dick Brewer swore affidavits against Brady and those in his posse, and obtained murder warrants from Lincoln County Justice of the Peace John B. Wilson. On February 20, 1878, while attempting to arrest Brady, the sheriff and his deputies found and arrested McCarty and two other men riding with him. Deputy U.S. Marshal Robert Weidenman, a friend of McCarty, and a detachment of soldiers captured Sheriff Brady's jail guards, put them behind bars, and released Bonney and Brewer. McCarty then joined the Lincoln County Regulators. On March 9 they captured Frank Baker and William Morton, both of whom were accused of killing Tunstall. Baker and Morton were killed while allegedly trying to escape. On April 1, the Regulators ambushed Sheriff Brady and his deputies. McCarty was wounded in the thigh during the battle. Brady and Deputy Sheriff George W. Hindman were killed. On the morning of April 4, 1878, Buckshot Roberts and Dick Brewer were killed during a shootout at Blazer's Mill. Warrants were issued for several participants on both sides, and McCarty and two others were charged with killing Brady, Hindman, and Roberts. On the night of Sunday, July 14, McSween and the Regulators, now a group of 50 or 60 men, went to Lincoln and stationed themselves in the town among several buildings. At the McSween residence were McCarty, Florencio Chavez, Jose Chavez y Chavez, Jim French, Harvey Morris, Tom O'Folliard, and Gino Salazar, among others. Another group led by Marin Chavez and Doc Skurlock positioned themselves on the roof of a saloon. Henry Newton Brown, Dick Smith, and George Coe defended a nearby adobe bunkhouse. On Tuesday, July 16, newly appointed Sheriff George Pepin sent sharpshooters to kill the McSween defenders at the saloon. Pepin's men retreated when one of the snipers, Charles Crawford, was killed by Fernando Herrera. Pepin then sent a request for assistance to Colonel Nathan Dudley, commandant of nearby Fort Stanton. In a reply to Pepin, Dudley refused to intervene but later arrived in Lincoln with troops, turning the battle in favor of the Murphy-Dolan faction. A shooting war broke out on Friday, July 19. McSween's supporters gathered inside his house. When Buck Powell and Deputy Sheriff Jack Long set fire to the building, the occupants began shooting. McCarty and the other men fled the building when all rooms but one were burning. During the confusion, Alexander McSween was shot and killed by Robert W. Beckwith, who was then shot and killed by McCarty. McCarty and 3 other survivors of the Battle of Lincoln were near the Mescalero Indian Agency when the agency bookkeeper, Morris Bernstein, was murdered on August 5, 1878. All 4 were indicted for the murder, despite conflicting evidence that Bernstein had been killed by Constable Ignacio Martinez. All of the indictments, except McCarty's, were later quashed. On October 5, 1878, U.S. Marshal John Sherman informed newly appointed territorial governor and former Union Army General Lew Wallace that he held warrants for several men, including William H. Antrim, alias Kidd, alias Bonnie, but was unable to execute them owing to the disturbed condition of affairs in that county, resulting from acts of a desperate class of men. Wallace issued an amnesty proclamation on November 13, 1878, which pardoned anyone involved in the Lincoln County War since Tunstall's murder. It specifically excluded persons who had been convicted of or indicted for a crime, and therefore excluded McCarty. On February 18, 1879, McCarty and friend Tom O'Folliard were in Lincoln and watched as attorney Houston Chapman was shot and his corpse set on fire. According to eyewitnesses, the pair were innocent bystanders forced at gunpoint by Jesse Evans to witness the murder. McCarty wrote to Governor Wallace on March 13, 1879, with an offer to provide information of the Chapman murder in exchange for amnesty. On March 15 Governor Wallace replied, agreeing to a secret meeting to discuss the situation. McCarty met with Wallace in Lincoln on March 17, 1879. During the meeting and subsequent correspondence, Wallace promised McCarty protection from his enemies and clemency if he would offer his testimony to a grand jury. On March 20, Wallace wrote to McCarty, to remove all suspicion of understanding, I think it better to put the arresting party in charge of Sheriff Kimbrell, who shall be instructed to see that no violence is used. McCarty responded on the same day, agreeing to testify and confirming Wallace's proposal for his arrest and detention in a local jail to assure his safety. On March 21, McCarty let himself be captured by a posse led by Sheriff George Kimball of Lincoln County. As agreed, McCarty provided a statement about Chapman's murder and testified in court. However, after McCarty's testimony, the local district attorney refused to set him free. Still in custody several weeks later, McCarty began to suspect Wallace had used subterfuge and would never grant him amnesty. McCarty escaped from the Lincoln County Jail on June 17, 1879. McCarty avoided further violence until January 10, 1880, when he shot and killed Joe Grant, a newcomer to the area, at Hargrove Saloon in Fort Sumner, New Mexico. According to contemporary sources, McCarty had been warned Grant intended to kill him. He walked up to Grant, told him he admired his revolver, and asked to examine it. Grant handed it over. Before returning the pistol, which he noticed contained only 3 cartridges, McCarty positioned the cylinders so the next hammerfall would land on an empty chamber. Grant suddenly pointed his pistol at McCarty's face and pulled the trigger. When it failed to fire, McCarty drew his own weapon and shot Grant in the head. A reporter for the Las Vegas Optic quoted McCarty as saying the encounter was a game of 2 and I got there first. In 1880, McCarty formed a friendship with a rancher named Jim Greathouse, who later introduced him to Dave Rudabaugh. On November 29, 1880, McCarty, Rudabaugh, and Billy Wilson ran from a posse led by Sheriff's Deputy James Carlisle. Cornered at Greathouse's ranch, McCarty told the posse they were holding Greathouse as a hostage. Cayley offered to exchange places with Greathouse, and McCarty accepted the offer. Carlace later attempted to escape by jumping through a window, but he was shot 3 times and killed. The shootout ended in a standoff. The posse withdrew and McCarty, Rudabaugh, and Wilson rode away. A few weeks later, after the Greathouse incident, McCarty, Rudabaugh, O'Folliard, Charlie Bouger, and Tom Pickett rode into Fort Summer. Unbeknownst to McCarty and his companions, a posse led by Parr Garrett was waiting for them. The posse opened fire, killing O'Folliard. The rest of the outlaws escaped unharmed. On December 13, 1880, Governor Wallace posted a $500 bounty for McCarty capture. Pat Garrett continued his search for McCarty. On December 23, following the siege in which Bouger was killed, Garrett and his posse captured McCarty along with Pickett, Rudabaugh, and Wilson at Stinking Springs. The prisoners, including McCarty, were shackled and taken to Fort Summer, then later to Las Vegas, New Mexico. When they arrived on December 26, they were met by crowds of curious onlookers. The following day, an armed mob gathered at the train depot before the prisoners, who were already on board the train with Garrett, departed for Santa Fe. Deputy Sheriff Romero, backed by the angry group of men, demanded custody of Dave Rudabaugh, who during an unsuccessful escape attempt on April 5, 1880, shot and killed Deputy Antonio Lino Valdez in the process. Garrett refused to surrender the prisoner, and a tense confrontation ensued until he agreed to let the sheriff and 2 other men accompany the party to Santa Fe, where they would petition the governor to release Rudabaugh to them. In a later interview with a reporter, McCarty said he was unafraid during the incident, saying, "If I only had my Winchester I'd lick the whole crowd." The Las Vegas Gazette ran a story from a jailhouse interview following McCarty's capture. When the report said Bonnie appeared relaxed, he replied, "What's the use of looking on the gloomy side of everything? The laugh's on me this time." During his short career as an outlaw, McCarty was the subject of numerous U.S. newspaper articles, some as far away as New York. After arriving at Santa Fe, McCarty, seeking clemency, sent Governor Wallace 4 letters over the next 3 months. Wallace refused to intervene, and McCarty went to trial in April 1881 in Mesilla, New Mexico. Following 2 days of testimony, McCarty was found guilty of Sheriff Brady's murder. It was the only conviction secured against any of the combatants in the Lincoln County War. On April 13, Judge Warren Bristol sentenced McCarty to hang, with his execution scheduled for May 13, 1881. According to legend, upon sentencing, the judge told McCarty he was going to hang until he was dead, dead, dead. McCarty's response was, "You can go to hell, hell, hell." According to the historical record, he did not speak after the reading of his sentence. Following his sentence, McCarty was moved to Lincoln, where he was held under guard on the top floor of the town courthouse. On the evening of April 28, 1881, while Garrett was in White Oaks collecting taxes, Deputy Bob Ollinger took 5 other prisoners across the street for a meal, leaving James Bell, another deputy, alone with McCarty at the jail. McCarty asked to be taken outside to use the outhouse behind the courthouse. On their return to the jail, McCarty, who was walking ahead of Bell up the stairs to his cell, hid around a blind corner, slipped out of his handcuffs and beat Bell with the loose end of the cuffs. During the ensuing scuffle, McCarty grabbed Bell's revolver and fatally shot him in the back as Bell tried to get away. McCarty, with his legs still shackled, broke into Garrett's office and took a loaded shotgun left behind by Ollinger. McCarty waited at the upstairs window for Ollinger to respond to the gunshot that killed Bell and called out to him, "Look up, old boy, and see what you get." When Ollinger looked up, Bonnie shot and killed him. After about an hour, McCarty freed himself from the leg irons with an axe. He obtained a horse and rode out of town. According to some stories, he was singing as he left Lincoln. While McCarty was on the run, Governor Wallace placed a new $500 bounty on the fugitive's head. Almost 3 months after his escape, Garrett, responding to rumor that McCarty was in the vicinity of Fort Summer, left Lincoln with 2 deputies on July 14, 1881, to question resident Pete Maxwell, a friend of McCarty's. Maxwell, son of land baron Lucien Maxwell, spoke with Garrett the same day for several hours. Around midnight, the pair sat in Maxwell's darkened bedroom when McCarty unexpectedly entered. Accounts vary. After the shooting, a local justice of the peace assembled a coroner's jury of 6 people. The jury members interviewed Maxwell and Garrett, and McCarty's body and the location of the shooting were examined. The jury certified the body of McCarty and, according to a local newspaper, the jury foreman said, "It was the kid's body that we examined. McCarty was given a wake by candlelight. He was buried the next day and his grave denoted with a wooden marker." 5 days after McCarty's killing, Garrett traveled to Santa Fe, New Mexico, to collect the $500 reward offered by Governor Lew Wallace for his capture, dead or alive. William G. Rich, the acting New Mexico governor, refused to pay the reward. Over the next few weeks, the residents of Las Vegas, Mesilla, Santa Fe, White Oak, and other New Mexico cities raised over $7,000 in reward money for Garrett. A year and 4 days after McCarty's death, the New Mexico Territorial Legislature passed a special act to grant Garrett the $500 reward promised by Governor Wallace. Because people had begun to claim Garrett unfairly ambushed McCarty, Garrett felt the need to tell his side of the story and called upon his friend, journalist Marshall Upson, to ghostwrite a book for him. The book, The Authentic Life of Billy the Kid, was first published in April 1882. Although only a few copies sold following its release, in time, it became a reference for later historians who wrote about McCarty's life. Over time, legends grew that McCarty was not killed and that Garrett staged the incident and death out of friendship so that McCarty could evade the law. During the next 50 years, a number of men claimed they were Billy the Kid. Most of these claims were easily disproven, but have remained topics of discussion and debate. In 1948, a Central Texas man, Ollie P. Roberts, also known as Brushy Bill Roberts, began claiming that he was Billy the Kid and went before New Mexico Governor Thomas J. Mabry seeking a pardon. Mabry dismissed Roberts' claim, and Roberts died shortly afterward. Nevertheless, Hyco, Texas, Roberts' town of residence, capitalized on his claim by opening a Billy the Kid museum. John Miller, an Arizona man, also claimed he was McCarty. This was unsupported by his family until 1938, sometime after his death. Miller's body was burned in the state-owned Arizona Pioneers Home Cemetery in Prescott, Arizona. In May 2005, Miller's teeth and bones were exhumed and examined, without permission from the state. DNA samples from the remainder were sent to a laboratory in Dallas and tested to compare Miller's DNA with blood samples obtained from floorboards in the old Lincoln County Courthouse and a bench where McCarty's body was placed after he was shot. According to a July 2015 article in the Washington Post, the lab results were useless. In 2004, researchers sought to exhume the remains of Catherine Antrim, McCarty's mother, whose DNA would be tested and compared with that of the body buried in William Bonney's grave. As of 2012, her body had not been exhumed. In 2007, author and amateur historian Gail Cooper files a lawsuit against the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office under the State Inspection of the Public Records Act to produce records of the results of the 2006 DNA tests and other forensic evidence collected in the Billy the Kid investigations. In April 2012, 133 pages of documents were provided. They offered no conclusive evidence confirming or disproving the generally accepted story of Garrett's killing of McCarty, but confirmed the existence of the record, and that they could have been produced earlier. In 2004, Cooper was awarded $100,000 in punitive damages, but the decision was later overturned by the New Mexico Court of Appeals. The lawsuit ultimately cost Lincoln nearly $300,000. In February 2015, historian Robert Stahl petitioned a district court in Fort Sumner asking the state of New Mexico to issue a death certificate for McCarty. In July 2015, Stahl filed suit in the New Mexico Supreme Court. The suit asked the court to order the state's Office of the Medical Investigator to officially certify McCarty's death under New Mexico state law.
Hey guys, and welcome to another Urban Reads and Stories video. Today's video is all about those terrifying urban legends we have all heard of and hate to happen to us. This is 5 terrifying urban legends. For years, kids living in and around Staten Island raised goosebumps by relating the tale of Cropsey, a boogeyman who lived in the woods and made a nocturnal habit of disemboweling children. Parents no doubt eased their kids' fears by telling them no such monster existed. But he did. In 1987, Andre Rand was put on trial and convicted for a child abduction. Rand, it turned out, may have been connected to a rash of child disappearances in the 1970s. He had once worked at Willowbrook, a defunct mental institution. While he denies involvement in other cases, it's clear Rand's activities had a heavy influence in the word-of-mouth stories that followed. Vintage video games have long traded stories about a coin-operated arcade game circa early 1980s Portland that had strange effects on its players. The game, titled Polybius, was alleged to have prompted feelings of disorientation, amnesia, game addiction, and even suicide. The machine's cabinet was said to be painted entirely black, and it was rumored that stern-looking men would sometimes visit arcades to collect information from the machine before disappearing. Was it a CIA experiment spun up from MK Ultra, the psychoactive drug study conducted on unsuspecting subjects? While the entire story doesn't hold up to scrutiny, individual pieces are actually based in fact. Brian Dunning, host of Skeptiad podcast, did some investigative work and found that a 12-year-old named Brian Morrow had become sickened during a 28-hour marathon video game contest in Portland in 1981. Just a few days later, Portland area arcades were raided by federal agents, who seized cabinets that were being used for gambling. Coupled with the existence of a real arcade game called Polyplay, these memories seem to amalgamate into the Polybius legend. You stagger into the bathroom at 3 a.m. to relieve yourself. Groggy you with sleep, you lift the lid and position yourself over the toilet. You hear splashing. Turning on the light, you see a rat looking back at you from the bowl. You're never the same again. Urban legends about animals in sewers have been a staple of scary stories, particularly the one about baby alligators being flushed down toilets and then growing to adult size in waste channels. Most often told in New York. But finding a rodent in your toilet, inches from very vulnerable areas of your body, is particular kind of domestic terror, and one that happens to be possible. Drain plumbing for toilets is typically 3 inches in diameter or more, plenty of space for a rat to climb up. The animals are attracted to sewage lines due to undigested food in feces and can travel through pipes before emerging through an opening and into your bathroom. And yes, rats can be somewhat testy when they complete their journey. One aquatic rodent bit the rump of a female victim in Petersburg, Virginia in 1999. In Seattle, the issue is common enough that public officials have given advice on what to do in case you encounter one: close the lid and flush. If you lived in or around Virginia in the 1970s, you were probably exposed to the story of the Bunny Man. In the tale, an escaped mental patient takes to gutting bunnies and hanging them from a bridge underpass. Later, the maniac is said to have graduated to gutting and hanging teens in a similar manner. Locals were cautioned to never be caught near the underpass, which is now known to most people as Bunny Man Bridge, on Halloween night. This story likely spawned from the very real presence of a roving madman in the area. In October 1970, a couple reported seeing a man dressed in a wild suit and wearing bunny ears who began yelling at them that they were on private land. To punctuate his point, he threw a hatchet at their windscreen, apparently shattering it. There was a second sighting of Bunny Man 2 weeks later, when a security guard spotted a hatchet-wielding man chipping away at a porch railing. Police tried, unsuccessfully, to locate then man. While he didn't disembowel anyone, the thought of an adult wielding both a hatchet and a pair of rabbit ears somehow manages to be just as disturbing. Imagine finding yourself outside and alone in the dark on a residential street. You hear footsteps approaching. Suddenly, a man with a misshapen face appears. You run, terrified beyond words. You spread the story of the man with no face throughout Pennsylvania. Charlie, No Face was actually a man named Ray Robinson, and he was no figment of anyone's imagination. Born in 1910, Robinson was disfigured as the result of an electrical accident at the age of 8. He touched active wires, which effectively maimed him. Knowing his appearance could be disconcerting, Robinson took to taking strolls after dark. He often walked a path along Route 351 in Beaver County. While his inevitably led to spreading stories about a boogeyman haunting the town. He died in '85.
Towards the end of the 1940s, Soviet researchers sealed 5 prison inmates into an airtight sealed room to test the prolonged effects of a gas to test the effects of prolonged sleep deprivation. Their behavior was monitored through a two-way glass mirror with their conversations being electrically recorded. They was promised freedom if they could stay awake for 3 days straight. The first few days of the experiment went uneventfully. However, by the 5th day of the experiment, the subjects started to show signs of stress and were overheard moaning about their circumstances. They stopped talking to each other, instead starting to give information about each other over the microphones. Apparently to win the favors of their captor researchers. Paranoia set in. On the 9th day, screaming could be heard coming from the chamber, first one of the subjects, then another and then the third. They was observed running around the chamber screaming at the top of their lungs for hours on end. More disturbing was the quieter subjects, whom began ripping their books apart, smearing the pages with their feces and plastering it over the mirrors, just so their actions could not be monitored. Then just as suddenly it started, it then stopped. The subjects then ceased all communication, even with each other for 3 long days straight. The researchers, fearing the worst, tried to talk to the subjects on the intercom but to no avail. "Stand back, we are opening the chamber's door," one of the researchers said. "Step aside or you will be shot on sight," said another. "Compliance will earn you your freedom." A voice was heard from inside. "We no longer want to be freed." 2 more days went by without any communication. The researchers worried, debated on what to do. Finally, at midnight on the 15th night, the researchers decided to end the experiment and flushed the gas from the chamber and was replaced with fresh air in preparation for their release. The subjects, not pleased at the idea of leaving the chamber and fearing their lives, begun to scream at the researchers to turn the gas back on. Instead, the researchers unsealed the chamber's doors and sent in armed soldiers to retrieve them. Nothing could have prepared them for the carnage that they was about to look upon. One of the subjects was found dead, lying down in 6 inches of bloody water. Chunks off his flesh had been torn off and stuffed in the drain, perhaps to stop the flushing of the gas. All of the subjects were found to have been mutilated. In fact, what's worse, was that the wounds seemed to be self-inflicted. They had ripped open their own abdomens and disemboweled themselves with their own hands. Some had even eaten their own flesh. The 4 that was left alive, seemed to be terrified of falling asleep and refused to leave the chamber. Again, They plead with their captors to turn on the gas and lock them in. When the soldiers attempted to remove the inmates by force, they fought back so furiously they could not believe their eyes. One suffered a ruptured spleen and was losing that much blood. There was nothing left for his heart to pump, but yet continued to flail for 3 minutes, until his lifeless body collapsed. The remaining subjects was subdued and transported to a secret medical facility for treatment. The first to be operated on, fought so furiously against being anesthetized that he torn his muscles and broken his bones while struggling. As soon as the anesthetic took effect, his heart stopped beating and he died. The rest went under the surgery without any sedation, far from feeling any pain. However, they laughed hysterically on the operating table. The doctors, fearing that the subjects would harm them, administer a paralytic drug to stop them from moving around. After the surgery, the subjects was asked why they had mutilated themselves and why they wanted to stay in the chamber with the gas so much. Each in turn gave their answer: "I must remain awake." The researchers considering euthanizing them to cover all trace of the failed experiment, but was overruled by the commanding officer, whom ordered to resume the experiment immediately, with 3 of the researchers joining the remaining inmates in the chamber. Horrified at the prospect, the chief researcher pulled out his pistol and shot the commanding officer point blank. He then turned and shot one of the 2 remaining inmates. Pointing at the last one left alive, he asked, "What are you? I must know." "Have you forgotten so easily?" the last subject said, smiling. "We are you. We are the madness that lurks in you all, begging to be free at every moment in you animal mind. We are what you hide from your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis. When you go to the nocturnal heaven, we cannot tread." The researcher fired a bullet into his heart. The EEG monitor flatlined as the subject murmured their last words. "So nearly free."
Theodore Robert Bundy was an American serial killer who kidnapped, raped, and murdered numerous young women and girls during the 1970s and possibly earlier. After more than a decade of denials, before his execution in 1989, he confessed to 30 homicides that he committed in 7 states between 1974 and 1978. The true number of victims is believed to be higher. Bundy was regarded as handsome and charismatic, traits that he exploited to win the trust of victims and society. He would typically approach his victims in public places, feigning injury or disability, or impersonating an authority figure, before knocking them unconscious and taking them to secluded locations to rape and strangle them. He sometimes revisited his victims, grooming and performing sexual acts with the decomposing corpses until putrefaction and destruction by wild animals made any further interactions impossible. He decapitated at least 12 victims and kept some of the severed heads as mementos in his apartment. On a few occasions, he broke into dwellings at night and bludgeoned his victims as they slept. In 1975, Bundy was jailed for the first time in Utah for aggravated kidnapping and attempted criminal assault. He then became a suspect in a progressively longer list of unsolved homicides in several states. Facing murder charges in Colorado, he engineered 2 dramatic escapes and committed further assaults in Florida, including 3 murders, before his ultimate recapture in 1978. For the Florida homicides, he received 3 death sentences and 2 trials. Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison in Rayford, Florida, on January 24, 1989. Biographer Ann Rule, who had previously worked with Bundy, described him as a sadistic sociopath who took pleasure from another human's pain and the control he had over his victims, to the point of death, and even after. Bundy once called himself the most cold-hearted son of a bitch you'll ever meet. Attorney Polly Nelson, a member of his last defense team, wrote that Bundy was the very definition of heartless evil. Ted Bundy was born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, to Eleanor Louise Cowell at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers in Burlington, Vermont. His father's identity has never been confirmed. His birth certificate is said to assign paternity to a salesman and Air Force veteran named Lloyd Marshall, though other accounts state his father is listed as unknown. Louise claimed she had been seduced by an old money war veteran named Jack Worthington, and the King County Sheriff's Office has him listed as the father in their files. Some family members have expressed suspicions that Bundy might have been fathered by Louise's own violent, abusive father, Samuel Cowell, but no material evidence has ever been cited to support this. For the first 3 years of his life, Bundy lived in the Philadelphia home of his maternal grandparents, Samuel and Eleanor Cowell, who raised him as their own son to avoid the social stigma that accompanied birth outside of wedlock. Family, friends, and even young Ted were told that his grandparents were his parents and that his mother was his older sister. He eventually discovered the truth, although he had varied recollections of the circumstances. He told a girlfriend that a cousin showed him a copy of his birth certificate after calling him a bastard, but he told biographers Stephen Michaud and Hugh Ainsworth that he found the certificate himself. Biographer and true crime writer Ann Rule, who knew Bundy, expressed a lifelong resentment towards his mother for never talking to him about his real father, and for leaving him to discover his true parentage for himself. In some interviews, Bundy spoke warmly of his grandparents and told Rule that he identified with and clung to his grandfather. In 1987, however, he and other family members told attorneys that Samuel Cowell was a tyrannical bully and a bigot who hated blacks, Italians, Catholics, and Jews, and beat his wife and the family dog, and swung neighborhood cats by their tails. He once threw Louise's younger sister Julia down a flight of stairs for oversleeping. He sometimes spoke aloud to unseen presences, and at least once flew into a violent rage when the question of Bundy's paternity was raised. Bundy described his grandmother as a timid and obedient woman who periodically underwent electroconvulsive therapy for depression and feared to leave her house toward the end of her life. Bundy occasionally exhibited disturbing behavior at an early age. Julia recalled awakening from a nap to find herself surrounded by knives from the kitchen and Bundy standing by the bed smiling. In 1950, Louise changed her surname from Cowell to Nelson, and at the urging of multiple family members, she left Philadelphia with her son to live with cousins Alan and Jane Scott in Tacoma, Washington. In 1951, Louise met Johnny Culpeper Bundy, a hospital cook, at an adults' single night at Tacoma's First Methodist Church. They married later that year and Johnny Bundy formally adopted Ted. Johnny and Louise conceived 4 children of their own, and although Johnny tried to include his adoptive son in camping trips and other family activities, Ted remained distant. He later complained to his girlfriend that Johnny wasn't his real father, wasn't very bright, and didn't make much money. Bundy had different recollections of Tacoma when he spoke to his biographers. When he talked to McCuard and Ainsworth, he described how he roamed his neighborhood, picking through trash barrels in search of pictures of naked women. When he spoke to Polly Nelson, he explained how he perused detective magazines, crime novels, and true crime documentaries for stories that involved sexual violence, particularly when the stories were illustrated with pictures of dead or maimed bodies. In a letter to Rule, he asserted that he never, ever read fact detective magazines, and shuddered at the thought that anyone would. In his conversation with McCuad, He described how he would consume large quantities of alcohol and canvass the community late at night in search of undraped windows where he could observe women undressing, or whatever else could be seen. Bundy also varied the accounts of his social life. He told McCoy and Ainsworth that he chose to be alone as an adolescent because he was unable to understand interpersonal relationships. He claimed that he had no natural sense of how to develop a friendship. "I didn't know what made people want to be friends," he said. "I didn't know what underlay social interactions." Classmates from Woodrow Wilson High School told Rule, however, that Bundy was well known and well liked there, a medium-sized fish in a large pond. Downhill skiing was Bundy's only significant athletic avocation. He enthusiastically pursued the activity by using stolen equipment and forged lift tickets. During high school, he was arrested at least twice on suspicion of burglary and auto theft. When he reached age 18, the details of the incidents were expunged from his record, which is customary in Washington. After graduating from high school in 1965, Bundy attended the University of Puget Sound for 1 year before transferring to the University of Washington to study Chinese. In 1967, he became romantically involved with a UW classmate who identified several pseudonyms in Bundy biographies, most commonly Stephanie Brooks. In early 1968, he dropped out of college and worked at a series of minimum-wage jobs. He also volunteered at the Seattle office of Nelson Rockefeller's presidential campaign and became Arthur Fletcher's driver and bodyguard during Fletcher's campaign for lieutenant governor of Washington state. In August, Bundy attended the 1968 Republican National Convention in Miami as a Rockefeller delegate. Shortly thereafter Brooks ended their relationship and returned to her family in California, frustrated by what she described as Bundy's immaturity and lack of ambition. Psychiatrist Dorothy Lewis would later pinpoint this crisis as probably the pivotal time in his development. Devastated by Brooks' rejection, Bundy traveled to Colorado and then farther east, visiting relatives in Arkansas and Philadelphia and enrolling for 1 semester at Temple University. It was at this time in early 1969, Rule believes, that Bundy visited the Office of Birth Records in Burlington and confirmed his true parentage. Bundy was back in Washington by the fall of 1969 when he met Elizabeth Klopfer, a divorcee from Ogden, Utah who worked as a secretary at the University of Washington School of Medicine. Their stormy relationship would continue well past his initial incarceration in Utah in 1976. In mid-1970, Bundy, now focused and goal-oriented, re-enrolled at UW, this time as a psychology major. He became an honor student and was well regarded by his professors. In 1971, he took a job at Seattle's Suicide Hotline Crisis Center, where he met and worked alongside Ann Rule, a former Seattle police officer. An aspiring crime writer, she would later write one of the definitive Bundy biographies, The Stranger Beside Me. Rule saw nothing disturbing in Bundy's personality at the time and described him as kind, solicitous, and empathic. After graduating from UW in 1972, Bundy joined Governor Daniel J. Evans' re-election campaign. Posing as a college student, he shadowed Evans' team. Evans appointed Bundy to the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Committee. After Evans was re-elected, Bundy was hired as an assistant to Ross Davis, chairman of the Washington State Republican Party. Davis thought well of Bundy and described him as smart, aggressive, and a believer in the system. In early 1973, despite mediocre LSAT scores, Bundy was accepted into the law schools of UPS and the University of Utah on the strength of letters of recommendation from Evans, Davis, and several UW psychology professors. During the trip to California on Republican Party business in the summer of 1973, Bundy rekindled his relationship with Brooks. She marveled at his transformation into a serious, dedicated professional who seemingly on the cusp of a legal and political career. He continued to date Klopfer as well, neither woman was aware of the other's existence. In the fall of 1973, Bundy matriculated at UPS Law School and continued courting Brooks, who flew to Seattle several times to stay with him. They discussed marriage. At one point he introduced her to Davis as his fiancée. In January 1974, however, he abruptly broke off all contact. Her phone calls and letters went unreturned. Finally reaching him by phone a month later, Brooks demanded to know why Bundy had unilaterally ended their relationship without explanation. In a flat, calm voice, he replied, "Stephanie, I have no idea what you mean," and hung up. She never heard from him again. He later explained, "I just wanted to prove to myself that I could have married her." Brooks concluded in retrospect that he had deliberately planned the entire courtship and rejection in advance as vengeance for the breakup she initiated in 1968. By then, Bundy had begun skipping classes at law school. By April, he had stopped attending entirely, as the young women began to disappear in the Pacific Northwest. There is no consensus on when or where Bundy began killing women. He told different stories to different people and refused to divulge the specifics of his earliest crimes, even as he confessed in graphic detail to dozens of murders in the days preceding his execution. He told Nelson that he attempted his first kidnapping in 1969 in Ocean City, New Jersey, but did not kill anyone until sometime in 1971 in Seattle. He told psychologist Art Norman that he killed 2 women in Atlantic City in 1969 while visiting family in Philadelphia. He hinted but refused to elaborate to homicide detective Robert D. Keppel that he committed a murder in Seattle in 1972, and another murder in 1973 that involved a hitchhiker near Tumwater. Rule and Keppel both believed he might have started killing as a teenager. Circumstantial evidence suggested that he may have abducted and killed 8-year-old Anne Marie Burr of Tacoma when he was 14 years old in 1961, an allegation that he repeatedly denied. His earliest documented homicides were committed in 1974 when he was 27 years old. By then, by his own admission, he had mastered the necessary skills, in the era before DNA profiling, to leave minimal incriminating forensic evidence at crime scenes. Shortly after midnight on January 4, 1974, Bundy entered the basement apartment of 18-year-old Karen Sparks and Terry Caldwell, a dancer and student at UW. After bludgeoning Sparks senseless with a metal rod from her bed frame, he sexually assaulted her with either the same rod or metal speculum, causing extensive internal injuries. She remained unconscious for 10 days, but survived with permanent physical and mental disabilities. In the early morning hours of February 1, Bundy broke into the basement room of Linda Ann Healy, a UW undergraduate who broadcast morning radio weather reports for skiers. He beat her unconscious, dressed her in blue jeans, a white blouse, and boots, and carried her away. During the first half of 1974, female college students disappeared at the rate of about 1 per month. On March 12, Donna Gail Manson, a 19-year-old student at the Evergreen State College in Olympia, 60 miles southwest of Seattle, left her dormitory to attend a jazz concert on campus but never arrived. On April 17, Susan Elaine Rancourt disappeared while on her way to her dorm room after an evening advisors meeting at Central Washington State College in Ellensburg, 110 miles east-southeast of Seattle. 2 female Central Washington students later came forward to report encounters, one on the night of Rancourt's disappearance, the other 3 nights earlier, with a man wearing an arm sling, asking for help carrying a load of books to his brown or tan Volkswagen Beetle. On May 6, Roberta Kathleen Parks left her dormitory at Oregon State University in Corvallis, 85 miles south of Portland, to have coffee with friends at the Memorial Union, but never arrived. Detectives from the King County and Seattle Police Departments grew increasingly concerned. There was no significant physical evidence, and the missing women had little in common, apart from being young, attractive, white college students with long hair parted in the middle. On June 1, Brenda Carol Ball, 22, disappeared after leaving the Flame Tavern in Burien, near Seattle, Tacoma International Airport. She was last seen in the parking lot, talking to a brown-haired man with his arm in a sling. In the early hours of June 11, UW student Georgianne Hawkins vanished while walking down a brightly lit alley between her boyfriend's dormitory residence and her sorority house. The next morning, 3 Seattle homicide detectives and criminalists combed the entire alleyway on their hands and knees, finding nothing. After Hawkins' disappearance was publicized, witnesses came forward to report seeing a man that night who was in an alley behind a nearby dormitory. He was on crutches with a leg cast and was struggling to carry a briefcase. One woman recalled that the man asked her to help him carry the case to his car, a light, brown Volkswagen Beetle. Bundy later told Keppel that he lured Hawkins to his car before rendering her unconscious with a crowbar he had earlier placed beside the vehicle. He then handcuffed Hawkins and drove her to Issaquah, where he had strangled her, before spending the entire night with her body. Prior to her murder, Hawkins had regained consciousness inside his car, and had begun talking with Bundy, who recollected she had informed him she had a Spanish test the following day and she thought that I had taken her to help tutor her for the Spanish test, adding it's not funny, but it's odd the kinds of things people will say under those circumstances. He admitted to revisiting Hawkins' corpse on 3 occasions. He stated that he returned to the UW alley the morning after Hawkins' abduction and murder. There, in the very midst of a major crime scene investigation, he located and gathered Hawkins' earring and one of her shoes, where he had left them in the adjoining parking lot, and departed, unobserved. During this period, Bundy was working in Olympia as the assistant director of the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Commission. Later he worked at the Department of Emergency Services, a state government agency involved in the search for the missing women. At Day he met and dated Carol Ann Boone, a twice-divorced mother of 2 who, 6 years later, would play an important role in the final phase of his life. Reports of the 6 missing women and Sparks' brutal beating appeared prominently in newspapers and on television throughout Washington and Oregon. Fear spread among the population, hitchhiking by young women dropped sharply. Pressure mounted on law enforcement agencies, but the paucity of physical evidence severely hampered them. Police could not provide reporters with the little information that was available for fear of compromising the investigation. Further similarities between the victims were noted. The disappearances all took place at night, usually near ongoing construction work, within a week of a midterm or final exams. All of the victims were wearing slacks or blue jeans, and at most crime scenes, there were sightings of a man wearing a cast or a sling, and driving a brown or tan Volkswagen Beetle. The Pacific Northwest murders culminated on July 14, with the broad daylight abductions of 2 women from a crowded beach at Lake Sammamish State Park in Issaquah, a suburb 20 miles east of Seattle. 5 female witnesses described an attractive young man wearing a white tennis outfit with his left arm in a sling, speaking with a light accent, perhaps Canadian or British. Introducing himself as Ted, he asked their help in unloading a sailboat from his tan or bronze-colored Volkswagen Beetle. 4 refused. 1 accompanied him as far as his car, saw that there was no sailboat, and fled. 3 additional witnesses saw him approach Janice Annott, 23, a probation caseworker at the King County Juvenile Court, with the sailboat story and watched her leave the beach in his company. About 4 hours later, Denise Marie Naslund, a 19-year-old woman who was studying to become a computer programmer, left a picnic to go to the restroom and never returned with Naslund, and that he forced one to watch as he murdered the other, but he later denied it in an interview with Lewis on the eve of his execution. King County Police, finally armed with a detailed description of their suspect and his car, posted flyers throughout the Seattle area. A composite sketch was printed in regional newspapers and broadcast on local television stations. Elizabeth Klopfer, Ann Rule, a Day employee, and a UW psychology professor all recognized the profile, the sketch, and the car, and reported Bundy as a possible suspect, but detectives, who were receiving up to 200 tips per day, thought it unlikely that a clean-cut law student with no adult criminal record could be the perpetrator. On September 6, 2 grouse hunters stumbled across the skeletal remains of Ott and Naslund near a service road in Issaquah, 2 miles east of Lake Sammamish State Park. An extra femur and several vertebrae found at the site were later identified by Bundy as George Ann Hawkins. 6 months later, forestry students from Green River Community College discovered the skulls and mandibles of Healy, Runcourt, Parks, and Ball on Taylor Mountain, where Bundy frequently hiked, just east of Issaquah. Manson's remains were never recovered. In August 1974, Bundy received a second acceptance from the University of Utah Law School and moved to Salt Lake City, leaving Kloepfer in Seattle. While he called Kleopher often, he dated at least a dozen other women. When he studied the first-year law curriculum a second time, he was devastated to find out that the other students had some intellectual capacity, that he did not. He found the classes completely incomprehensible. "It was a great disappointment to me," he said. A new string of homicides began the following month, including 2 that would remain undiscovered until Bundy confessed to them shortly before his execution. On September 2, he raped and strangled a still unidentified hitchhiker in Idaho, then either disposed of the remains immediately in a nearby river or returned the next day to photograph and dismember the corpse. On October 2, he seized 16-year-old Nancy Wilcox in Holiday, a suburb of Salt Lake City. Her remains were buried near Capitol Reef National Park, some 200 miles south of Holiday, but were never found. On October 18, Melissa Ann Smith, the 17-year-old daughter of the police chief of Midvale, disappeared after leaving a pizza parlor. Her nude body was found in a nearby mountainous area 9 days later. Post-mortem examination indicated that she may have remained alive for up to 7 days following her disappearance. On October 31, Laura Ann Amy, also 17, disappeared 25 miles south in Lehigh after leaving a cafe just after midnight. Her naked body was found by hikers 9 miles to the northeast in American Fork Canyon on Thanksgiving Day. Both women had been beaten, raped, sodomized, and strangled with nylon stockings. Years later, Bundy described his post-mortem rituals with the corpses of Smith and Amy, including hair shampooing and application of makeup. In the late afternoon of November 8, Bundy approached 18-year-old telephone operator Carol Durank at Fashion Place Mall in Murray, less than a mile from the Midvale restaurant where Melissa Smith was last seen. He identified himself as Officer Roseland of the Murray Police Department and told Durank that someone had attempted to break into her car. He asked her to accompany him to the station to file a complaint. When Durank pointed out to Bundy that he was driving on a road that did not lead to the police station, he immediately pulled her to the shoulder and attempted to handcuff her. During their struggle, he inadvertently fastened both handcuffs to the same wrist, and Durank was able to open the car door and escape. Later that evening, Deborah Jean Kent, a 17-year-old student at Viewmont High School in Bountiful, 20 miles north of Murray, disappeared after leaving a theater production at the school to pick up her brother. The school's drama teacher and the student told the police that a stranger had asked each of them to come out to the parking lot to identify a car. Another student later saw the same man pacing in the rear of the auditorium, and the drama teacher spotted him shortly before the end of the play. Outside the auditorium, investigators found a key that unlocked the handcuffs removed from Carol Durank's wrist. In November, Elizabeth Kloepfer called King County Police a second time after reading that young women were disappearing in towns surrounding Salt Lake City. Detective Randy Hergesheimer of the Major Crimes Division interviewed her in detail. By then, Bundy had risen considerably on the King County hierarchy of suspicion, but the Lake Sammamish witness conferred most reliable by detectives failed to identify him from a photo lineup. In December, Kloepfer called the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office and repeated her suspicions. Bundy's name was added to their list of suspects, but at that time no credible forensic evidence linked him to the Utah crimes. In January 1975, Bundy returned to Seattle after his final exams and spent a week with Kloepfer, who did not tell him that she had reported him to police on 3 occasions. She made plans to visit him in Salt Lake City in August. In 1975, Bundy shifted much of his criminal activity eastward, from his base in Utah to Colorado. On January 12, a 23-year-old registered nurse named Karen Eileen Campbell disappeared while walking down a well-lit hallway between the elevator and her room at the Wildwood Inn in Snowmass Village, 400 miles southeast of Salt Lake City. Her nude body was found a month later next to a dirt road just outside the resort. She had been killed by blows to her head from a blunt instrument that left distinctive linear grooved depressions on her skull. Her body also bore deep cuts from a sharp weapon. On March 15, 100 miles northeast of Snowmass, Velski instructor Julie Cunningham, 26, disappeared while walking from her apartment to a dinner date with a friend. Bundy later told Colorado investigators that he approached Cunningham on crutches and asked her to help carry his ski boots to his car, where he clubbed and handcuffed her, then assaulted and strangled her at a secondary site near Rifle, 90 miles west of Vail. Weeks later, he made the 6-hour drive from Salt Lake City to revisit her remains. Denise Lynn Oliverson, 25, disappeared near the Utah-Colorado border in Grand Junction on April 6 while riding her bicycle to her parents' house. Her bike and sandals were found under a viaduct near a railroad bridge. On May 6, Bundy lured 12-year-old Lynette Dawn Culver from Alameda Junior High School in Pocatello, Idaho, 160 miles north of Salt Lake City. He drowned and then sexually assaulted her in his hotel room, before disposing of her body in a river north of Pocatello. In mid-May, 3 of Bundy's Washington State Day co-workers, including Carol Ann Boone, visited him in Salt Lake City and stayed for a week in his apartment. Bundy subsequently spent a week in Seattle with Clover in early June and they discussed getting married the following Christmas. Again, Clover made no mention of her multiple discussions with the King County Police and Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. Bundy disclosed neither his ongoing relationship with Boone nor a concurrent romance with a Utah law student known in various accounts as Kim Andrews or Sharon Auer. On June 28, Susan Curtis vanished from the campus of Brigham Young University in Provo, 45 miles south of Salt Lake City. Curtis' murder became Bundy's last confession, tape recorded moments before he entered the execution chamber. The bodies of Wilcox, Kent, Cunningham, Oliverson, Culver, and Curtis were never recovered. In August or September 1975, Bundy was baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, although was not an active participant in services and ignored most church restrictions. He would later be excommunicated by the LDS Church following his 1976 kidnapping conviction. When asked about his religious preference after his arrest, Bundy answered Methodist, the religion of his childhood. In Washington state, investigators were still struggling to analyze the Pacific Northwest murder spree that had ended as abruptly as it had begun. In an effort to make sense of an overwhelming mass of data, they resorted to the then innovative strategy of compiling a database. They used the King County payroll computer, a huge, primitive machine by contemporary standards, but the only one available for their use. After inputting the many lists they had compiled, classmates and acquaintances of each victim, Volkswagen owners named Ted, known sex offenders, and so on, they queried the computer for coincidences. Out of thousands of names, 26 turned up on 4 lists. One was Ted Bundy. Detectives also manually compiled a list of their 100 best suspects, and Bundy was on that list as well. He was literally at the top of the pile of suspects when word came from Utah of his arrest. On August 16, 1975, Bundy was arrested by Utah Highway Patrol Officer Bob Hayward in Granger. Hayward had observed Bundy cruising a residential area in the pre-dawn hours. Bundy fled the area at high speed after seeing the patrol car. The officer searched the car after he noticed that the Volkswagen's front passenger seat had been removed and placed on the rear seats. He found a ski mask, a second mask fashioned from pantyhose, a crowbar, handcuffs, trash bags, a coil of rope, an ice pick, and other items initially assumed to be burglary tools. Bundy explained that the ski mask was for skiing. He had found the handcuffs in a dumpster, and the rest were common household items. However, Detective Jerry Thompson remembers a similar suspect and car description from the November 1974 Durank kidnapping, and Bundy's name from Kloepfer's December 1974 phone call. In a search of Bundy's apartment, police found a guide to Colorado ski resorts with a checkmark by the Wildwood Inn and a brochure that advertised the Viewmont High School play in Bountiful, where Deborah Kent had disappeared. The police did not have sufficient evidence to detain Bundy, and he was released on his own recognizance. Bundy later said that searchers missed a hidden collection of Polaroid photographs of his victims, which he destroyed after he was released. Salt Lake City police placed Bundy on 24-hour surveillance, and Thompson flew to Seattle with 2 other detectives to interview Kloepfer. She told them that in the New Year prior to Bundy's move to Utah, she had discovered objects that she couldn't understand, in her house and in Bundy's apartment. These items included crutches, a bag of plaster of Paris that he admitted stealing from a medical supply house, and a meat cleaver that was never used for cooking. Additional objects included surgical gloves, an oriental knife in a wooden case that he kept in his glove compartment, and a sack full of woman's clothing. Bundy was perpetually in debt, and Kloepfer suspected that he had stolen almost everything of significant value that he possessed. When she confronted him over a new TV and stereo, he warned her, "If you tell anyone, I'll break your fucking neck." She said Bundy became very upset whenever she considered cutting her hair, which was long and parted in the middle. She would sometimes awaken in the middle of the night to find him under her car, another Volkswagen Beetle, which he often borrowed, for protection. The detectives confirmed that Bundy had not been with Kloepfer on any of the nights which during the Pacific Northwest victims had vanished, nor on the day Ott and Naslund were abducted. Shortly thereafter, Kloepfer was interviewed by Seattle homicide detective Kathy McChesney and learned of the existence of Stephanie Brooks and her brief engagement to Bundy around Christmas 1973. In September, Bundy sold his Volkswagen Beetle to a Midvale teenager. Utah police impounded it, and FBI technicians dismantled and searched it. They found hair-matching samples obtained from Karen Campbell's body. Later, they also identified hair strands as microscopically indistinguishable from those of Melissa Smith and Carol Durank. FBI lab specialist Robert Neal concluded that the presence of hair strands in one car matching 3 different victims who had never met one another would be a coincidence of mind-boggling rarity. On October 2, detectives put Bundy into a lineup. Durank immediately identified him as Officer Roseland, and witnesses from Bountiful recognized him as the stranger at the high school auditorium. There was insufficient evidence to link him to Deborah Kent. There was no more than enough evidence to charge him with aggravated kidnapping and attempted criminal assault in the Durank case. He was freed on £15,000 bail, paid by his parents, and spent most of the time between indictment and trial in Seattle, living in Kloepfer's house. Seattle police had insufficient evidence to charge him in the Pacific Northwest murders, but kept him under close surveillance. When Ted and I stepped out on the porch to go somewhere, Kloepfer wrote, so many unmarked police cars started up that it sounded like the beginning of the Indy 500. In November, the 3 principal Bundy investigators, Jerry Thompson from Utah, Robert Keppel from Washington, and Michael Fisher from Colorado, met in Aspen, Colorado and exchanged information with 30 detectives and prosecutors from 5 states. While officials left the meeting convinced that Bundy was the murderer they sought, they agreed that more hard evidence would be needed before he could be charged with any of the murders. In February 1976, Bundy stood trial for the Durank kidnapping. On the advice of his attorney, John O'Connell, Bundy waived his right to a jury due to the negative publicity surrounding the case. After a 4-day bench trial and a weekend of deliberation, Judge Stuart Hanson Jr. found him guilty of kidnapping and assault. In June he was sentenced to 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. In October, he was found hiding in bushes in the prison yard carrying an escape kit, road maps, airline schedules, and a social security card, and spent several weeks in solitary confinement. Later that month, Colorado authorities charged him with Karen Campbell's murder. After a period of resistance, He waived the extradition proceeding and was transferred to Aspen in January 1977. On June 7, 1977, Bundy was transported 40 miles from the Garfield County Jail in Glenwood Springs to Pitkin Country Courthouse in Aspen for a preliminary hearing. He had elected to serve as his own attorney, and as such, was excused by the judge from wearing handcuffs or leg shackles. During a recess, he asked to visit the courthouse's law library to research his case. While shielded from his guard's view behind a bookcase, he opened the window and jumped to the ground from the second story, injuring his right ankle as he landed. After shedding an outer layer of clothing, he walked through Aspen as roadblocks were being set up on its outskirts, then hiked southward onto Aspen Mountain near its summit. He broke into a hunting cabin and stole food, clothing, and a rifle. The following day he left the cabin and continued south toward the town of Crested Butte, but became lost in the forest. For 2 days he wandered aimlessly on the mountain, missing 2 trails that led downward to his intended destination. On June 10, he broke into a camping trailer on Maroon Lake, 10 miles south of Aspen, taking food and a ski parka, but instead of continuing southward, he walked back north toward Aspen, eluding roadblocks and search parties along the way. 3 days later, he stole a car at the edge of Aspen Golf Course. Cold, sleep-deprived, and in constant pain from his sprained ankle, he drove back into Aspen, where 2 police officers noticed his car weaving in and out of its lane and pulling him over. He had been a fugitive for 6 days. In the car were maps of the mountain area around Aspen that prosecutors were using to demonstrate the location of Karen Campbell's body, indicating his escape was not a spontaneous act but had been planned. Back in jail in Glenwood Springs, Bundy ignored the advice of friends and legal advisors to stay put. The case against him, already weak at best, was deteriorating steadily as pre-trial motions consistently resolved in his favor and significant bits of evidence was ruled inadmissible. A more rational defendant might have realized that he stood a good chance of acquittal and that beating the murder charge in Colorado would probably have dissuaded other prosecutors. With as little as a year and a half to serve on the Durank conviction, had Ted persevered, he could have been a free man. Instead, Bundy assembled a new escape plan. He acquired a detailed floor plan of the jail and a hacksaw blade from other inmates, and accumulated $500 in cash, smuggled in over a 6-month period, he later said, by visitors, Carol Ann Boone in particular. During the evenings, while other prisoners were showering, he sawed a hole about 1 square foot between the steel-reinforced bars in the ceiling of his cell and, having lost 35 pounds, was able to wriggle through it into the crawl space above. In the weeks that followed, he made a series of practice runs, exploring the space. Multiple reports from an informant of movement within the ceiling during the night were not investigated. By late 1977, Bundy's impending trial had become a cause célèbre in the small town of Aspen, and Bundy filed a motion for a change of venue to Denver. On December 23, the Aspen trial judge granted the request, but to Colorado Springs, where juries had historically been hostile to murder suspects. On the night of December 30, with most of the jail staff on Christmas break and nonviolent prisoners on furlough with their families, Bundy piled books and files in his bed, covered them with a blanket to simulate his sleeping body, and climbed into the crawl space. He broke through the ceiling into the apartment of the chief jailer, who was out for the evening with his wife, changed into street clothes from the jailer's closet, and walked out the front door to freedom. After stealing a car, Bundy drove eastward out of Glenwood Springs, but the car soon broke down in the mountains on Interstate 70. A passing motorist gave him a ride into Vail, 60 miles to the east. From there he caught a bus to Denver, where he boarded a morning flight to Chicago. In Glenwood Springs, the jailer's skeleton crew did not discover the escape until noon on December 31, more than 17 hours later. By then, Bundy was already in Chicago. Shortly after the conclusion of the Leach trial and the beginning of the long appeals that followed, Bundy initiated a series of interviews with Stephen Michaud and Hugh Ainsworth. Speaking mostly in the third person to avoid the stigma of confession, he began for the first time to divulge details of his crimes and thought processes. He recounted his career as a thief, confirming Kopfer's longtime suspicion that he had shoplifted virtually everything of substance that he owned. "The big payoff for me," he said, "was actually possessing whatever it was I had stolen. I really enjoyed having something that I had wanted and gone out and take." Possession proved to be an important motive for rape and murder as well. Sexual assault, he said, fulfilled his need to totally possess his victims. At first, he killed his victims as a matter of expediency, to eliminate the possibility of being caught, but later, murder became part of the adventure. The ultimate possession was, in fact, the taking of the life, he said, and then the physical possession of the remains. Bundy also confided in Special Agent William Hagmaier of the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit. Hagmaier was struck with the deep, almost mystical satisfaction that Bundy took in murder. He said that after a while, murder is not just a crime of lust of violence, Hagmaier related. It becomes possession. They are part of you. The victim becomes a part of you, and you will always be drawn back to them. Bundy told Hagmaier that he considered himself to be an amateur and impulsive killer in his early years, before moving into what he termed his prime or predator phase at about the time of Linda Healy's murder in 1974. This implied that he began killing well before 1974, although he never explicitly admitted to having done so. In July 1984, Rayford guards found 2 hacksaw blades that Bundy had hidden in his cell. A steel bar in one of the cell's windows had been sawed completely through at the top and bottom and glued back into place with a homemade soap-based adhesive. Several months later, guards found an unauthorized mirror hidden in the cell, and Bundy was again moved to a different cell. Shortly thereafter, he was charged with a disciplinary infraction for unauthorized correspondence with another night-profile criminal, John Hinckley Jr. In October 1984. Bundy contacted Robert Kebbell and offered to share his self-proclaimed expertise in serial killer psychology and the ongoing hunt in Washington for the Green River Killer, later identified as Gary Ridgway. Kebbell and Green River Task Force Detective Dave Reichert interviewed Bundy, but Ridgway remained at large for a further 17 years. Kebbell published detailed documentation of the Green River interviews and later collaborated with Michaud on another examination of the interview material. Bundy coined the nickname the River Man for Gary Ridgway, which was later used for the title of Kebbell's book, The Riverman, Ted Bundy and I Hunt for the Green River Killer. In early 1986, an execution date was set on the Chiomega convictions. The Supreme Court issued a brief stay, but the execution was quickly rescheduled. In April, shortly after the new date was announced, Bundy finally confessed to Hagmaier and Nelson what they believed was the full range of his depredation, including details of what he did to some of his victims after their deaths. He told them that he visited Taylor Mountain, Issaquah, and other secondary crime scenes, often several times, to lie with his victims and perform sexual acts with their decomposing bodies until putrefaction forced him to stop. In some cases, he drove for several hours each way and remained the entire night. In Utah, he applied makeup to Melissa Smith's lifeless face, and he repeatedly washed Laura Amy's hair. "If you've got time," he told Hagmaier, "they can be anything you want them to be." He decapitated approximately 12 of his victims with a hacksaw and kept at least one group of severed heads, probably the 4 later found on Taylor Mountain, in his apartment for a period of time before disposing of them. Less than 15 hours before the scheduled July 2 execution, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals stayed it indefinitely and remanded the Chiomega case for review on multiple technicalities, including Bundy's mental competency to stand trial, and an erroneous instruction by the judge during the penalty, which, ultimately, were never resolved. A new date was then set to carry out the Leach sentence. The 11th Circuit Court issued a stay on November 17. In mid-1988, the 11th Circuit ruled against Bundy, and on December 24, 1989, was announced. Bundy's journey through the appeals court had been unusually rapid for a capital murder case. Contrary to popular belief, the courts moved Bundy as fast as they could. Even the prosecutors acknowledged that Bundy's lawyers never employed delaying tactics. Though people everywhere seethed at the apparent delay in executing the archdemon, Ted Bundy was actually on the fast track. With all avenues exhausted and no further motivation to deny his crimes, Bundy agreed to speak frankly with investigators. He confessed to Keppel that he had committed all 8 of the Washington and Oregon homicides for which he was the prime suspect. He described 3 additional previously unknown victims in Washington and 2 in Oregon whom he declined to identify. He said he left a 5th corpse, Donna Manson's, on Taylor Mountain, but incinerated her head in Cope's fireplace. He described the Issaquah crime scene, and it was almost like he was there. He was just totally consumed with murder all the time. Nelson's impressions were similar. It was the absolute misogyny of his crimes that stunned me, she wrote, his manifest rage against women. He had no compassion at all. He was totally engrossed in the details. His murders were his life accomplishments. Bundy confessed to detectives from Idaho, Utah, and Colorado that he had committed numerous additional homicides, including several that were unknown to the police. He explained that when he was in Utah he could bring his victims back to his apartment, where he could reenact scenarios depicted on the covers of detective magazines. A new ulterior strategy, immediately dubbed Dead's Bones for Time scheme, served only to deepen the resolve of authorities to see Bundy executed on schedule, and yield little new detailed information. In cases where he did give details, nothing was found. Colorado detective Matt Linville interpreted this as a conflict between his desire to postpone his execution by divulging information and his need to remain in total possession, the only person who knew his victims' true resting places. When it became clear that no further stays would be forthcoming from the courts, Bundy supporters began lobbying for the only remaining option, executive clemency. Diana Weiner, a young Florida attorney and Bundy's last purported love interest, asked the families of several Colorado and Utah victims to petition Florida Governor Bob Martinez for a postponement to give Bundy time to reveal more information. All refused. The families already believed that the victims were dead and that Ted had killed them, wrote Nelson. They didn't need his confession. Martinez made it clear that he would not agree to further delays in any case. "We are not going to have the system manipulated," he told the reporters. For him to be negotiating for his life over the bodies of victims is despicable. Boone had championed Bundy's innocence throughout all of his trials and felt deeply betrayed by his admission that H was, in fact, guilty. She moved back to Washington with her daughter and refused to accept his phone call on the morning of his execution. She was hurt by his relationship with Diana, Nelson wrote, too, and devastated by his sudden wholesale confessions in his last days. Hagmaier was present during Bundy's final interviews with investigators. On the eve of his execution, he talked of suicide. He did not want to give the state the satisfaction of watching him die, Hagmaier said. Bundy died in the Rayford electric chair at 1:16 a.m. EST on January 24, 1989. Hundreds of revealers sang, danced, and set off fireworks in a pasture across from the prison as the execution was carried out, then cheered as the white hearse containing Bundy's corpse departed the prison. He was cremated in Gainesville, and his ashes scattered at an undisclosed location in the Cascade Range of Washington state, in accordance with his will. The Hellhound, a supernatural dog or hound straight from the stories of folklore. In folklore, the Hellhound tells of a supernatural hound that is larger than any dog we have around today. It would have been pitch black with a thick mane running from its head to tail, glowing red eyes, super strength and speed, and a foul odor that resembles rotten eggs and brimstone. Seeing or hearing this beast would mean certain death, and to make things worse, you cannot run and you cannot hide, For the beast will always find you, but there are cases of people that get away from this beast, stories of how people survived certain death to live another day. This story is how I survived against one of these beasts to fight another day. But be warned, for the story I tell may seem simple, but with temptation fighting, it was harder than you would imagine. My story speaks at a time when I was just finishing my teenage years and starting my adult life. That day I was just finishing up my exams at school, and with the exam being my last exam, a few friends and me thought it would be good to celebrate, have a few drinks and talk about our future and what we wanted to do after the summer holidays. Walking home from the school, I pondered on how I could get hold of some alcohol for me and my friends, as I was the one tasked with this, while my other friends would sort out the food and a little smoke to settle our nerves. I thought about raiding my dad's liquor cabinet, but I thought no, he would know, so my next thought was about dressing up like an adult and going to the local beer off to get some drinks. With the money collected from everyone, there was sure enough to go round. So now I am home looking through my wardrobe to find the perfect suite just so I can get the deed done. Only trouble was, I had no sweets or any smart clothes. I didn't go to church, so no Sunday best, and still too young yet to look for a job. Then the thought popped into my head, my dad has plenty of suits, so I went to his wardrobe and pulled out a black suit. I went to the bathroom and admired myself while wearing it, thinking on how smart I looked, and there is no way I would get refused. Now a few hours has passed, and after learning my lines in the mirror, I was ready to set off and go down to my local beer off. With my nerves starting to get the better of me, I really did wonder how I was going to do this. Now outside the shop, I took a deep breath and opened the shop door. My heart went straight to my throat as the shopkeeper stares at me. Seeing as there was a thick plexiglass surrounding all the alcohol, I had no choice but to go up to the keeper to ask for what I wanted. "Can I have 2 bottles of whiskey, 3 bottles of Coke, 1 rum and 24 cans of beer?" I told him as he looked me up and down. Thoughts started running around me head. Guy thought, I am not going to get served and will have to spend the night in the jail cell, and all thanks to my friends who wanted to enjoy themselves after an exam. My thoughts turned pleasant as the keeper started to get what I ordered. I was hugely relieved as I left the store with the stock in both hands. Just as I started to walk back home, the sound of a car horn gave me such a fright, but I was relieved when I turned around and it appeared to be one of my mates. "So you got the stuff, good, get in and let's go," he told me. Without any remorse I got into the car and we drove to pick the rest of our friends up. When we picked everyone up, I asked where we was going. "To the cemetery," I was told. My heart jumped yet again into my throat, but I know that, at this time of night there would be no one there and we would be alone and not get caught drinking. The cemetery was a few miles away on a lone country road, so the only way to get there was by means of transport. We was about 3/4 there when my friend asked, "Do you see that?" Looking up, I saw what looked like the outline of a dog, but this creature seemed different than any other dog. For a start it was larger, 3 times larger I would say, and then the eyes. The dog had red eyes, but what freaked me out the most was that this hound had a black mane that was on fire. Not only was his mane on fire, but each step this dog took left a fiery footprint behind him. I was now shaking and scared for my life. As we got close, the dog got bigger. All of a sudden, at about a few feet away from the dog, this hound made a jump and landed on the bonnet of our car. You could actually see the animal's feet burning away the paint and eating through the metal of the car. Looking into its eyes was like looking into one's soul and seeing all the evil we have done. The driver tried hard to shake the dog of the bonnet of the car, but to no avail. The hound just dug its claws into the metal of the car like it was paper. It was hanging on and not letting go. All of a sudden the dog jumped off, and out of nowhere, a tree appeared. The car came to a sudden jolt as it came to rest against the tree. Looking around, I can see that we are all alive but with cuts and bruises. "Get out!" I yelled, all while looking around to see if we could see this dog, but there was no dog, it had gone. With the car trashed and a few of us not being able to walk home the distance, we knew that there was a caretaker's home at the cemetery, where we could get help. Helping others to walk, we set off for the house, all while checking around us for that dog. Now getting close to the house, we heard a very loud howl. It shook the hairs from our body and turned us all pale as we urgently looked around for this horrendous animal. As we just got to the cemetery gates, we heard it again, that howl. Then all of a sudden this hound jumped out again. This time we could see it in all its splendor, but the heat this hound gave off was unbelievable, and the odor was enough to make us gag. We all screamed for our life, thinking we was all going to get ripped apart by this animal, but no, the hound ran around us howling and barking, and we all met its fiery gaze. Now scared for our lives, we ran into the cemetery, climbing over the gates, all while checking behind us for the beast. At last we could see the faint lights of the house as we kept running. Hope was in sight. That was until the beast jumped out from behind a stone head. The hound now looked like it was bathed in gasoline and set afire. I ducked to the nearest stone, hid and kept my eyes closed, all while my friend was screaming and the dog barking. It felt like a decade, but it was a matter of minutes until there was nothing, no sound, no shouting and no barking. Hoping the animal had disappeared, I opened my eyes hoping to see my friends gathering around, but now all I see was what remains of my 5 friends, now all torn to shreds. My life ended the day to see all my friends dead, but I will always suffer from survivor's guilt, for I was the only one to survive that night. The Witches of Rock Cemetery. I have always been a fan of urban legends and myths. I would spend most of my day just browsing through the internet looking for legends and myths in the area that I live in. I thought I had read most of the legends and myths, that is until my parents told me about a legend that so happened to be a true story that happens 200 to 300 years ago when witchcraft was alive and well in the city. I sat down next to the open coal fire and listened to the crackle of the flames before turning my attention to my parents, whom are now sitting in their chairs, my mum with a glass of wine and my dad with a glass of brandy. My dad asks me, "Have you heard of Rock Cemetery that lies just on the outskirts of town? I pass that place every time I go into town." "Yes," I said. "Well, this is where the story begins. About 200 to 300 years ago in this city, there was 3 well-known witches that used to live in a cave in that very same cemetery. No one ever known about them as they kept to that cave and never came out. That is until All Hallows Eve. When Halloween came, these witches came out of the cave about 3 a.m. That would be the witching hour, he told me. I asked, "What is the witching hour?" "The witching hour is where the veil between our world and the afterlife is at its weakest. It is also said that at this time you can summon the devil." The witches would come out of their cave at 3 a.m. and go hunting for any kids that may still be wandering around after they are done their trick-or-treating. If they did find a child, then they would take them back to the cave where they would sacrifice the child to the devil for everlasting life. These witches was found after too many children had disappeared. They had reports of people seeing these 3 witches luring children in the cave at Rock Cemetery. The witches was arrested, put on trial and then burned at the stake. However, anyone who visit the cemetery at the time on Halloween, the spirits of the witches will put them into a trance and lured into the cave, where the witches would sacrifice them to the Dark Lord. Now, intrigued by the story my parents told me, I just had to go and see if there was any truth to the story. I do know that when sitting on the top deck of the bus, you can see caves in that cemetery that are now barred off. After the story, I ran up to my room where I got my phone and rang my friend. I tell him about the story and ask if he would like to accompany me to the cemetery and see if there is any truth to the story. Knowing my friend is into the goth lifestyle, I knew that he wouldn't be able to resist going to a cemetery and checking out that cave. We made a plan to meet up at the cemetery gates at 3 a.m. on Hallows Eve. Walking up to the gates of the cemetery, I can see my mate who has this very excited look on his face. "Nice to see you, are you ready?" I asked. The gates themselves was locked, so we had to climb over and made sure that the gatekeeper didn't see us. We didn't know the layout of the cemetery as we have never been before, but we did know where the cave was and the route to the cave, so we made our way there. Now at the barred cave, I looked inside and it just looked like a shallow cave to me, that is until my mate pointed out a corridor right in the corner. Strange, I thought, as you wouldn't notice it. We looked for a way in but couldn't find one until we tried pulling on the bars. They came away from the wall as if someone had deliberately took the screws out to get access. We went into the cave and down the corridor. The corridor led into a bigger cave. However, what we saw we could not believe. There right in the middle was an altar. The altar itself was standing inside of the pentagram with bones littered around the sides of the cave. A shivering chill went down my spine and I became really nervous all of a sudden. Me and my mate suddenly froze and we heard a crackling laugh from not 1 but 3 women. We looked at each other and couldn't believe what we heard. Then came the footsteps. "We need to hide," I told my friend, who nodded in return. Luck enough there was a small wall that we could kneel behind. We waiting and watched as we saw 3 ghostly figures appear into the cave. I couldn't believe what we was seeing. The story my parents told me was true. We watched the ghostly figures as they gathered around the altar and perform rituals, just like they would had back in the day. It seems that the ritual was a rewind of their heinous crime they had committed back in the day. It seemed like hours before we could make our escape, when the coast was clear. We made sure to tiptoe out of the cave and out of the cemetery. I didn't want them to see us. Now outside the cemetery gates, we ran all the way home, never speaking of the night ever again. Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. You are with your host, Urban Horror Stories. Today we are going to talk about British urban legends. These urban legends are ones that are first made in Britain and maybe traveled out through the world. This video is called Top 5 British Urban Legends. There is no doubt that Bodmin Moor is a creepy place. Should you happen to find yourself alone there as dusk is falling, try not to think about the layers of legend, horror, and mystery associated with this wild and rugged landscape, and in particular, whatever you do, try not to let your mind dwell on the beast. The beast is the result of some 60 sightings of a black panther-like cat, supposedly 3 to 5 feet long and sporting white-yellow eyes, combined with numerous reports of mutilated livestock. The evidence was robust enough that in 1996 the government ordered an official investigation into the existence of such a beast. The report finally concluded that there was no verifiable evidence of a big cat on Bodmin Moor, although it was careful to state that there was no evidence against it, either. Shortly after the report was published the public was flabbergasted when a small boy found a leopard skull lying on the banks of the River Fowey. Big cat speculation reached fever pitch. Had it escaped from a nearby zoo? Was it the author of the mutilations? The Natural History Museum, boringly, soon found the leopard skull to have been imported into this country as part of a leopard skin rug. Once again, the controversy died down, although sightings were still reported with reasonable regularity, until, in 1998, video footage was released that clearly showed a black animal, probably a big cat, around 3.5 feet long. The video, described by the curator of Newquay Zoo and wildcat expert as the best evidence yet that big cats do indeed ruin Bodmin Moor, was part of another batch of information submitted to the government by local MP Paul Taylor. Theories abound. If it does exist, perhaps the animal is a big cat that escaped the zoo or private collection and was not reported because it had been imported illegally. A hypothesis rejected by scientists on the grounds that the numbers needed to sustain a breeding population would be too large for the food supply. Some believe the animal is a species of wild cat that is believed to have become extinct in Britain more than 100 years ago. Some, after reading reports not just hissing or growling but of sounds like a woman screaming, are inclined to blame the paranormal. Meanwhile, the sightings continue. Perhaps the most notorious witch trial of the 17th century, the legend of the Pendle Witches is one of the many dark tales of imprisonment and execution at Lancaster Castle. 12 people were accused of witchcraft, 1 died while held in custody, 11 went to trial. 1 was tried and found guilty at York and the other 10 were tried at Lancaster. Only 1 was found not guilty. It was an unusual trial in that it was documented in an official publication, The Wonderful Discoveries of Witches in the Counties of Lancaster, by the clerk of the court, Thomas Potts. As it was well documented, the story has remained as well a well-known legend. Also, just over 3 centuries saw witch trials held in England but fewer than 500 people were executed for this crime. This one series of trials in the summer of 1612, therefore, accounts for 2% of all witches executed. It is important to understand the background to the events of these trials. 6 of the 11 witches on trial came from 2 rival families, the Demdike family and the Chatham family, both headed by old poverty-stricken widows, Elizabeth Southern and Anne Whittle. Old Demdike had been known as a witch for 50 years. It was an accepted part of village life in the 16th century that there were village healers who practiced magic and dealt in herbs and medicines. The extent of the spate of witchcraft reported in Pendle at this time perhaps reflected the large amount of money people could make by posing as witches. Indeed, it was a time when witchcraft was not only feared but also fascinated those from common village folk to King James I. James I had been greatly interested in witchcraft even before he took the throne in 1603, writing a book, Demonology, instructing his readers to condemn and prosecute both supporters and practitioners of witchcraft. The skepticism of the king became reflected in the feelings of unrest about witchcraft among the common people. The king's views were also imposed on the law. Each justice of peace in Lancashire at the beginning of the year 1612 was instructed to compile a list of all those who refused to attend church or take communion, a criminal offence. Lancashire had been regarded as a wild and lawless society, possibly related to the general sympathy with the Catholic Church. During the dissolution of the monasteries, the people of Pendle Hill openly opposed the closure of the nearby Cistercian abbey and reverted straight back to Catholicism when Queen Mary came to the throne in 1553. The region of Lancashire was thought of as where the Church was honoured without much understanding of its doctrines by the common people. It was with this background of unease that two judges made their investigations and sentenced the Pendle witches. The story began with an altercation between one of the accused, Alison Device, and a peddler, John Law. Alison, either traveling or begging on the road to Trawden Forest, passed John Law and asked him for some pins. He refused and Alison cursed him. It was a short while after this that John Law suffered a stroke, for which he blamed Alison and her powers. When this incident was brought before Justice Noel, Alison confessed that she had told the devil to lame John Law. It was upon further questioning that Alison accused her grandmother, Old Demdike, and also members of the Chattox family, of witchcraft. The accusations on the Chattox family seem to have been an act of revenge. The families had been feuding for years, perhaps since one of the Chattox family broke into Malkin Tower and stole goods to the value of £1. Furthermore, John Device blamed the illness that led to his death on Old Chattox, who had threatened to harm his family if they did not pay annually for their protection. The deaths of 4 other villagers that had occurred years before the trial was raised and the blame laid on witchcraft performed by Chattox. James Demdike confessed that Alison had also cursed a local child sometime before Elizabeth, although more reserved in making accusations, confessed her mother had a mark on her body, supposedly where the devil had sucked her blood, which left her mad. On further questioning both Old Demdike and Chattox and waited for trial. The story would have ended there had it not been for a meeting held at Malkin Tower by James Device, for which he stole a neighbor's sheep. Those sympathetic to the family attended but word reached the judge who felt compelled to investigate. As a result, a further 8 people were summoned for questioning and then trial. The trials were held at Lancaster between 17th and 19th of August 1612. Old Demdike never reached trial. The dark, dank dungeon in which they were imprisoned was too much for to survive. 9-year-old Janet Device was a key supplier of evidence for the Pendle witches trial, which was allowed under the system King James. All normal rules of evidence could be suspended for witch trials. Someone so young would not have been able to supply key evidence against Elizabeth. Elizabeth had to be removed from the court screaming and cursing her daughter. Some of the Pendle witches seemed to be genuinely convinced of their guilt, whereas others fought to clear their names. Alison Device was one of those who believed in her own powers and was also the only one on trial who was faced with one of their victims, John Law. When John entered the court, it is documented that Alison fell to her knees, confessed, and burst into tears. In conclusion, it seemed to be a range of exceptional circumstances that led to the extent of these witch trials. Indeed, Lancashire was exceptional in the number of witch trials that were held, in comparison to other regions that experienced the same degree of social depravity. The money that could be made from claiming powers in witchcraft in the 17th century probably caused the declarations made by the two families. They may have been in competition for the best reputation in the area. This backfired and the wild accusations escalated, fueled by a general feeling of unrest and fear of witchcraft across the county, making this the biggest and most notorious witch trial. Out of the night, he came, a leaping, bounding Superman who terrified the English nation for more than 60 years. At first, tales of the devil-like figure who leaped from rooftop to rooftop was accepted as hysterical nonsense. But in January 1883 this strange creature received official recognition when a barmaid, Polly Adams, was attacked while walking across Blackheath in South London. Mary Stevens, a servant girl, was terrified by what she saw on Barnes Common, and in Clapham churchyard a woman assaulted. Lucy Scales, a butcher's daughter, was attacked in Limehouse, and Jane Alsop was almost strangled by a cloaked figure in her own home before her family managed to beat off her attacker, at which point, he leaped and soared off into the darkness. Jane Alsop described her unhuman attacker to London magistrates. He was wearing a kind of helmet and a tight-fitting white costume like an oilskin, and he vomited blue and white flames. The Lord Mayor of London, Sir John Cowan, received complaints from several parts of London describing a demonic creature with eyes like balls of fire and hands like icy claws, and able to bound from rooftop to rooftop. The police did not dismiss these stories, and even the Duke of Wellington, although aged nearly 70, went out armed on horseback to hunt and kill the monster. Who was this mysterious fiend who roamed London attacking a woman? During the 1850s and 60s, Spring-Heeled Jack was also seen all over England, particularly in the Midlands. The army in 1870 set traps to catch him after scared sentries reported being terrified by a man who sprang onto the roof of their sentry box. Also in 1870, angry townsfolk in Lincoln are reported to have shot at him in the streets, but he just laughed and bounded away, leaping over fences and even small buildings. For a while, as no one really had any idea who he was, suspicion rested on the eccentric young Marquis of Waterford, but he was never vicious, even though he was considered wild by Victorian society, and been branded Mad Marquis. Spring-Heeled Jack was last seen in 1904 at Everton in Liverpool, bounding up and down streets, leaping from cobbles to rooftops and back. He vanished into the darkness when some brave soul tried to corner him, and he has not been seen since that day to this. The puzzle remains, who is Spring-Heeled Jack? Baart is a term used for a creature in English folklore. It is a household spirit turned malevolent trickster or mischievous goblin-like creature. The name is derived from the Welsh bwg. When a hobgoblin is teased or misused excessively, it will become a Baart, creatures whose sole existence is to play tricks and cause trouble for people. They can be mischievous, frightening, and even dangerous, and they are very difficult to get rid of. Baart also tends to punish those who offend them, and in some cases is trying to punish a human for injustice. Household Baarts can cause things to disappear, milk to sour, and dogs to go lame. Baarts thought to live in marshes or swamps cause the disappearances of children. In some cases, Baarts were thought to be buried, similar to vampires, with a stake driven through the body. The Baarts in Lancashire, England, were believed to have a leader known as O.W. Diop, a horned, hooved creature similar in shape to a satyr. In one story, known sometimes as the Farmer and the Devil, a farmer brought a patch of land that was inhabited by the Baart. When the farmer attempted to cultivate the field, the Baart got angry, but after much arguing, they decided to work the land together and share the bounty. The farmer, however, being greedy, began to ponder a way to cheat the Baart out of his share, the part below the ground or the part above it. The Baart thought for a while before answering the part below the ground. The farmer sowed the field with barley. At harvest time the farmer boasted a big pile of barley, while all the Baart had to show for his work was stubble. It flew into a rage and screeched that next time it would take what lay above the ground. The next time the farmer sowed his field with potatoes. At harvest time the farmer laughed as he claimed his massive pile of potatoes, while the Baart was yet again left with nothing to show for his efforts. Simmering with rage, the Baart stormed off, never to return again. Baarts vary in size and general appearance, but many are depicted with humanoid features. Baarts, though usually small, could be as big as a small calf. Some Ba'arts could take on the form of animals, such as horses. Falkirk in Scotland is home to the Kelpies, the largest equine sculpture in the world. Unveiled in April 2014, these 30-meter-high horsehead sculptures are situated in Helix Park near the M9 motorway and are a monument to Scotland's horse-powered industrial heritage. But what are Kelpies? A Kelpie is a shape-changing aquatic spirit of Scottish legend. Its name may derive from the Scottish Gaelic wordscale Petra Colpack, meaning heifer or colt. Kelpies are said to haunt rivers and streams, usually in the shape of a horse. But beware, these are malevolent spirits. The Kelpie may appear as a tame pony beside a river. It is particularly attractive to children, but they should take care, for one on its back, its sticky magical hide will not allow them to dismount. Once trapped in this way, the Kelpie will drag the child into the river and eat them. These water horses can also appear in human form. They may materialize as a beautiful young woman, hoping to lure young men to their death. Or they might take on the form of a hairy human lurking by the river, ready to jump out of unsuspecting travelers and crush them to death in a vice-like grip. Kelpies can also use their magical powers to summon up a flood in order to sweep a traveler away to a watery grave. The sound of a Kelpie's tail entering the water is said to resemble that of thunder. And if you are passing a river and hear an unearthly wailing or howling, take care, it could be a Kelpie warning of an approaching storm. But there is some good news. A Kelpie has a weak spot, its bridle. Anyone who can get hold of a Kelpie's bridle will have command over it and any other Kelpie. A captive Kelpie is said to have the strength of at least 10 horses and the stamina of many more and is highly prized. It is rumored that the MacGregor clan have a Kelp's bridle, passed down through the generations and said to have come from an ancestor who took it from a Kelpie from near Loch's Locht. Item hash, SCP-004, barn door and 12 keys. Object class, Euclid. Description, SCP-004 consists of a old wooden barn door, SCP-004-1, and a set of 12 steel keys, SCP-004-1 through SCP-004-13. The door itself is the entrance to an abandoned factory in, data expunged. Special containment procedure. When handling items SCP-004-2 through SCP-004-13, proper procedure is vital. The items are not permitted off-site unless accompanied by 2 Level 4 security personnel. Under no circumstances should any component of SCP-004 be taken through SCP-004-1. The effects of doing so are as yet unknown, and the current cost of experimentation makes further research impractical. Should any of the objects contained within SCP-004-1 breach containment, or the facility be breached, the keys must be brought inside and the door closed prior to activation of Site-62's on-site warhead. Unauthorized removal of keys from the testing area is grounds for immediate termination. Level 1 clearance is required for basic access to SCP-004. Level 4 clearance is required for the use of SCP-004-2 through SCP-004. Chronological history. July 2, 1949, a group of 3 juveniles trespassing on federal property near, data expunged, find the door. According to the testimony, they found a set of rusted keys in an iron lock box and determined what door the keys unlock. The juveniles are taken into custody after contact with sheriff, data expunged, when one of their friends, SCP-004, CASO-1, went missing. July 3, 1949, local authorities find the severed right hand of SCP-004, CASO-1 8 km from SCP-004-1. Other parts of SCP-004, CASO-1's body was found scattered as far as 32 km from the factory. Under interrogation, the apprehended juveniles tell authorities that upon opening the door with one of the keys, SCP-004, CASO-1 was torn into several pieces, each of which disappeared. At this point, the SCP Foundation takes over the investigation. July 4, 1949, SCP Agent, data expunged, obtains the keys from the local authorities to begin testing. Tests show that SCP-0042 through SCP-0013 all fit into a single lock on the large barred door. 12 Class D personnel are assigned to test the effects of the door. Of the 12 test subjects each trying a different key to enter the room, only 2 survive. Opening the door with any key except SCP-0047 or SCP-00412 caused the test subjects to be torn apart in multiple directions. However, no dismembered parts were found until later. At the time of writing, only 2 parts of each subject have been recovered, with the exception of the subject using SCP-004, whose pieces were scattered in close proximity. The others have, for all intents and purposes, vanished from existence. Of the 2 surviving subjects, only one, having used SCP-0047, returned unharmed. The other came back in a near catatonic state, able only to remove himself from the room and then collapse on the floor, and had to be restrained to prevent him from gouging out his eyes. See Appendix A, Mental Health Effects of SCP-004. The subject using SCP-0047 said that he had entered a large room, impossibly big for the size of the attached building. After his exit, SCP-0041 was propped open and an armed squad of Level 3 personnel entered. The size of the room is impossible to measure and the door frame and the individuals in the room are the only part of the room that can be felt or illuminated. July 16, 1949, the juvenile suspects and sheriff, data expunged, are terminated. Space-time anomalies. SCP-004 seems to propagate spatio-temporal anomalies. Personnel leaving the facility report losing time. Those who have been in the site for weeks insist that they had only been in the facility for several days, and records of work completed and supplies consumed support their claims. Other temporal anomalies involve SCP-0042 through -13, especially the reappearance of SCP-004-CAS-01 and SCP-004-CAS-02 exactly. Data expunged, years after using, SCP-004 data expunged, has been assigned to investigate all aspects of these time anomalies. Spatial anomalies include the impossibly large dimensions of the area opened by SCP-0047. Similarly, the 2003 blackout incident suggests that there exists an alternate plane of existence within the same space that Site-62 occupies. Testing on SCP-004 reveals that 10 of the keys open SCP-041 on a dimension where the laws of physics and topology are significantly different than those of our home dimension. Test subjects meeting these hostile conditions are torn apart, their body parts deposited in various locations, only 3 of which have been verified to be on Earth. Material deposited at 2 of these points appears immediately, material deposited at the 3rd appears exactly, data expunged, years into the future. The other 7 locations are currently unknown. Current testing focuses on 2 avenues of research. The first is finding ways to survive SCP-004's hostile topologies. The second, data expunged, suggests that SCP-0042 through -13 may open doors other than SCP-0041. Appendix B, Additional Information. Item Hash, SCP-00414. Date of Discovery, September 2, 1950. Origin of Object. Object was discovered elsewhere in factory area, in the previously undiscovered manager's office. Description. Object appears as a large, unvarnished wooden box. The box may be unlocked by the safe key, SCP-0047, as well as 5 of the unsafe keys, see document SCP-0041. Upon unlocking SCP-00414 with SCP-0047, the box opens automatically on hinges. The volume of the space inside is precisely 5 times greater than the outer dimensions imply. Items placed within while the lid remains open do not affect the weight or any other properties of the box. When the lid is closed and locked, however, all items inside vanish irretrievably. Personnel locked inside the box are also irretrievable, although losing personnel in this fashion appears to affect significantly the dreams experienced by data expunged. There are so many variations on the story of the Prince George County goatman that it is impossible to keep them straight. For some, he is but a lonely, angry goat herder who went berserk after finding his beloved goats dead due to teens tampering. To others, he is in the same family as Bigfoot, a mythical beast that roams the earth, and perhaps the most bizarre tale of them all. The goatman is the result of a ghastly experiment at the Beltsville Research Agricultural Center. The USDA facility has actually been forced to deny that one. The goatman terrorizes lovers, chases teens, and decapitates dogs. He yells, squeals, and makes goat noises. He's made reported appearances all across the region. He has inspired fear and fascination for decades, but according to the historian, author, and Mark Obsasnik, the foremost expert on the Maryland legend, there is a canonical goatman origin story. And begins on Fletchertown Road in Bowie. The first media mention of the goatman came on October 27, 1971, in the Bowie-based Prince George's County News. In the article, writer Karen Hosseler took a deep dive into the University of Maryland folklore archives. She mentions the goatman along with the ghosts and something called the boatman that also haunt the woods around Fletchertown Road. 2 weeks later, Hosseler wrote another newspaper article with the headline "Residents Fear Goatman Lives, Dog Found Decapitated in Old Bowie." The article described the search of a family, the Edwards, for their missing puppy named Ginger. Days later, Ginger was found near Fletchertown Road dead and headless. The article connected the deceased dog with the goatman, saying that a group of teenage girls including the Edwards' 16-year-old daughter, April, had heard some strange noises and seen a large creature on the night the dog had disappeared. It also reported that sightings of an animal-like creature that walks on its hind legs were increasing along Fletchertown Road. On November 30, the goatman got its first introduction to a larger audience thanks to the Washington Post. An article headlined "The Legendary Figure Haunts Remote PR. George's Woods," identifies the young men who found Ginger: Ray Hayden, John Hayden, and Willie Gein. The Prince George's County Police are also quoted in the piece saying that the legend just gets passed on from generation to generation and that they've been receiving more recent calls about goatman sightings. Obsasnik grew up mere miles from Bowie in Greenbelt and remembers very clearly the first time he heard the goatman legend. He was in 7th grade and in the back seat, they would tell us to shut the hell up or they'll dump us on Fletchertown Road and the goatman will get us, Ozanek says. He became enamored of the story. While attending Roosevelt High School, Obsasnik and his friends would go goatman hunting. In fact, searching for the monster had become a local teen obsession. Obsasnik describes goatman parties on Fletchertown Road and near Crybaby Bridge on Lotsford Road. This sounds like something out of Dazed and Confused. Halloween night 1979 was one of the craziest nights of my life, Obsasnik says. Dr. Barry Pearson is a professor of folklore in the English department at the University of Maryland and was in charge of the aforementioned University of Maryland folklore archives. Even today, he says, if I mention the goatman on the first day of class, all the locals know exactly what I am talking about. Pearson thinks the legend of the goatman was influenced by car culture in the 60s and 70s, which gave teens the freedom to discover the world around them. It might also be tied to what students were learning about Greek culture and the half-man, half-goat god Pan in school. Certainly, the newspaper accounts helped. And goats are, king of freaky anyway. Goats are known to be smell and sometimes kinda charming, but if you look at them closely, especially in their eyes, they are really scary in their own way, Pearson says. In 1987, Obsasnik started writing for strange magazines and wasted no time getting to the goatman. In 1994, he wrote what he thinks was the first thoroughly researched piece about the legend, titled On the Trail of the Goatman. He would later expand the article into a chapter for his book. He tracked down the Edwards family and the men who found Ginger. John Hayden told Obsasnik he and the other had seen an animal the night before. It was about 6 feet tall, walked on 2 feet, and was hard. Hayden also noted that it made a high-pitched sound, like a squeal. Obsasnik was also able to speak with April Edwards, Ginger's owner. People came here and called it folklore and the papers made us out to be ignorant hillbillies who didn't know any better, Edward said, but what I saw was real and I know I'm not crazy. Whatever it was, I believed it killed my dog. Markup Sasnook doesn't believe the Goatman exists. I can't believe in something until I see it with my own eyes, he says. He feels bad saying that because he genuinely believes that the people he's talked to say something. I mean, anything is possible in this world, he says. Maybe there's a half-man, half-goat creature out there.
Item, SCP-038, the Everything Tree. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-038 is to be watered twice per day via overhead mister. Should the mister break for any reason, attendants should water SCP-038 by hand until it has been fixed. Lighting is provided by computer-controlled lighting arrays. Attendants watering SCP-038 by hand and maintenance personnel fixing mister or lighting should wear hazmat suits to prevent accidental cloning. Description: SCP-038 was found on an abandoned farm in Data Expunged, New York, in 1928. It was at first thought to be a common apple tree. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that SCP-028 was growing things other than apples and, in fact, other than fruit. SCP-038 has the ability to clone any object that touches its bark. Objects begin growing almost instantaneously and reach maturity within a matter of minutes. A weight limit of 90.9 kilograms, 200 ib, per object has been previously recorded. Objects that SCP-038 has thus far cloned include apples, oranges, watermelons, eggplants, candy bars, snack foods, televisions, toasters, laptops, keys, chairs, DVDs, CDs, cats, dogs, and people. Human and animal cloning through SCP-038 is not recommended, as they appear to age quickly. The majority of these clones live, on average, 2 weeks. After a thorough examination of the deceased clones, it has been determined that they had begun to ferment before death. Object is currently held on Site-23 and there are currently no plans to move it. SCP-038 Partial Testing Log, Select Experiments Only. Date, Data Expunged. Intent, Confirmation of mass limit, and investigation into consequences of exceeding the limit. Test results: 400-pound steel ingot made contact with the outer bark of SCP-038. Chamber vacated as a precaution. Cloned ingot grew at a typical speed, but growth halted abruptly short of completion. Examination at the end of the aborted facsimile revealed a rough texture superficially resembling miniature-scale tree bark. Item detached from SCP-038 as typical and was subsequently found to weigh 90.91 kilograms, or almost precisely 200 pounds. Date, Data Expunged. Intent, Investigation into duplication of non-biological animate matter. Test results: SCP-0173, deemed a suitable test subject because of its lack of verifiable life process, introduced into containment chamber by Class D personnel. Contact made with outer bark of SCP-038, and SCP-173, returned immediately to containment. SCP-173 facsimile began development at a typical speed, beginning at the point of contact. As consistent with previous results, growth halted at the 200-pound threshold, in this case, termination development after replication of the head, right arm, and partial upper torso. Class D test subject was ordered to break eye contact with the clone. When the test subject eventually blinked, no movement was observed in cloned material. Extinguishing and re-establishment of containment chamber light supply revealed no apparent reaction from clone material. Experiment concluded. During the storage of a cloned portion of SCP-173, it was observed that the partial facsimile was in fact making violent gestures, at a dramatically slower rate. The movement was shown to continue regardless of the state of observation.
If you ever lived in or around Virginia in the 1970s, you were probably exposed to the story of the Bunny Man. In the tale, an escaped mental patient takes to gutting bunnies and hanging them from a bridge underpass. Later the maniac is said to have graduated to gutting and hanging teens in a similar manner. Locals were cautioned to never be caught near the underpass, which is now known to most people as Bunny Man Bridge on Halloween night. As most young and naive teens go, we don't usually believe in these stories, thinking to ourselves that our parents tell us these stories to stop us going out at night or to keep us away from a place that our parents themselves don't like. This legend apparently seemed to come alive around Halloween night. All our parents would tell us the story of the Bunny Man, and that on All Hallows Eve, he would go hunting around the tunnel. It always seemed to be around the tunnel and never like deep in the woods. If he caught anyone, then he would knock them out, take them to the tunnel, string them up and then just wait for them to awaken. When they did awake from the blackout, he would then toy with the first, making them beg for death. Only when they think the Bunny Man would let them go, he would then gut them, leaving all their insides spread all over the floor. For that reason, us teens never believed our parents of the Bunny Man legend. After all, it happened like 10 years ago and had never been a sighting of him since. We just thought they didn't like us teens going up to that bridge. The village that we lived in was fairly small with only a couple of thousand people, so as you can imagine, there is not much for us teen to do. When it came to Halloween night, we was too old to do trick-or-treating and staying in was a bore. What else could we do besides egg and loo rolling houses for fun? One night a couple of days before Halloween would start, a friend in our group suggested that we go up to Bunny Man Bridge with a recording device and do some ghost hunting, as they was interested in the legend of the Bunny Man. They thought the story was real and that the Bunny Man was dead. I did tell her myself that the story was made up by our parents to keep away from the underpass, but she would have none of it and complained to us all, "What else have we got to do?" She was right about this, as there was nothing to do in our small town. So with Halloween around the corner, we all decided what we was going to do, what we was going to take with us, and also who was going to take who. As with a party of about 10 teens, we would at least need 2 or 3 cars. Another problem we faced was where to park. Roll on 3 days and it's now the night of All Hallows Eve. Lucky enough we all arranged to meet at the local supermarket just so that we can all travel to Bunny Bridge together in case any of us get lost. This way it is a lot easier on all of us. At the supermarket I meet up with my mate who is really into the paranormal. He shows me to his car and I just couldn't believe my eyes. All the gadgets that he had with him. It was enough to make his own little TV show, but then again he does have a YouTube channel and loves to upload this kind of stuff. Amazing really that he has such a large fan base who all flock to his channel to watch his stuff. With all of us now here, we all gather into our designated cars and take the long hour-and-a-half journey. Lucky for me I just put a few games on my phone. Just for this occasion. The journey itself did seem short, which was a surprise to me, but I guess that is what happens when you take your mind off the journey and concentrate on something else. Hour and a half goes by and we are now at our location. We find a small area for parking just off the side of the road. We park all three of our cars there and start to take the small walk up to the underpass bridge. We are now at the underpass and I have to tell you now, it looked very airy. There was a translucent mist in the area. The lights that shone through had a glare making them look bigger than what they appear to be. A gust blew a chilling wind through the tunnel. It whistled as it passed several bricks sticking out of the wall. It seemed like there was also old bits of rope that hung of the side of the bridge, perhaps UNI students trying to scare people. With the ghost hunting equipment in hand, we now go into the tunnel with the recording device to try and catch any sounds there may be. We also have another device which also notifies us of any ghosts in the area by lighting up. We spend about 10 minutes walking around and recording. We got curious and wanted to see if we had catched anything on the device. My mate rewound the recorder to the beginning and played forward. What we heard gave us chills from head to toe. There was a voice on the recorder. It was a rough voice, like someone who smoked fags all day long. Kill them all, it said. We all looked at each other, our faces white as a ghost. We look around again making sure everyone was with us. However, there was 2 girls in our group that disappeared. We called out for 10 minutes. We again looked to each other thinking that they was playing a joke on us. One of the men in the group spoke up a loud voice just so they 2 girls could overhear. Fair enough, if they want to joke around then maybe they can make their own way home. Again, nothing could be heard from them. Now getting worried for these girls, we decided to split up and go look for them. They couldn't be far. We split up into 3 groups. One group would take one end of the tunnel, the other end, and the last group would search the forest. We must have searched for seems like almost an hour and there was no sight or trace of them at all. Then out of nowhere, we heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the road at the entrance of the tunnel. Thinking there was something wrong, we all ran together towards the tunnel. The other 2 groups was there gathered around the entrance like they was hiding something they didn't want us to see. When we got there, that is then we can see why the screaming. I just couldn't believe my eyes. I never thought this would happen. There hanging from the underpass was our 2 mates. Both had been gutted like a fish with their organs all over the floor. Now that recording we heard Gad come back to haunt us. We can't leave them there, one of the group members said, but with a killer hunting us like animals there was no choice. We had to get into our cars, back into town and call the police. Another member of the group just started to scream and pointed down into the tunnel of the underpass. We all looked to where she was pointing and there we could see it. A man dressed up in a bunny outfit suit holding what appears to be a huge meat cleaver and hook. Without any thought, we all ran towards our cars, but the figure itself started to give chase too. Now our lives was on the line and we had to get out of this area. Lucky enough we all managed to get into the cars and head back into town. We all drove over to the police station and told them everything that we seen and heard, even gave them the recording of that haunting voice we heard on the recorder. The police went up to the Bunny Man Bridge. They found our friends strung up by the neck, their innards spread all over the floor. However, when they looked around, they could find no trace of the person. They actually believed one of us did it, but with no evidence none of us got charged. I think back to that terrible day and try to figure out how our friends disappeared without any trace, with no screams, nothing. I know now that I will never return to that place again, never. So looking into the past, if you asked me then if I had believed in ghosts, then my answer would have been no. I mean, you think about it, there is no physical evidence in my opinion for any reason to think that ghosts may be real. Yes, you have objects caught on tape moving on their own, but then again, you can pull that stunt off with fishing wire, at least that is near invisible to the camera. And as for the so-called EVP, well, I guess that could be explained by someone who would alter the files through some sort of audio editor. This was my thoughts a few years ago, that is until one Thanksgiving when I was planning on going to my mother's for the holidays. It had been a fair few years since I had been home and a trip to my mother's was well in order. I knew I had some time off work coming very soon and it would be the time, so with that in order, I started to plan my trip back home. I would say I had about a week off work, however with my mother living around 80 miles from me, I had to plan my trip carefully. I would also have to look along the route for motels as my trip would take around 2 days traveling at high speeds. I did hate traveling on my own and I would do anything to get there as fast as I could. Any of you guys who traveled alone would know how nerve-wracking it could be while on your own. I mean, things run into your head while you are on the road. Who is around you? Is there anyone that wants to chase you while you stopped refilling or whatnot? Is there anyone that will try to rob you or even sneak into your car? Luckily enough, I had 2 dash cams in my car, one facing the front of the road and also one facing the rear of the road. This will be important later in the story. At least then, if anything had happened to me, then the police would know at least the car who was involved. Now with my time off coming ever closer, I visited a few shops to get a few things ready for my trip. Things like drinks, snacks, and food. If I could help it, I would never stop at services for anything, unless absolutely necessary. I even had a jerrycan of petrol in my car, but even refueling at the side of the road is very bad for me. I suffered from really bad anxiety due to bad things that happened to me in the past, and any one of you that suffered from anxiety would know how bad it can be for you. You are always looking behind you, always thinking is there someone out to get you. Walking down the road and seeing people in front, you wonder what they are up to. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's get on with the story. At least the time has come for me to pack up what's left in the garage and set off. I must admit, I was a nervous wreck, but I couldn't put it off any longer. It had been several years since I had been home. Driving through the city is a nightmare for where I live. Traffic is awful, always traffic, no matter which way you go. Must have taken me at least an hour to get out of the city, at least now I was on the open road as they say. I love driving through the countryside. There are not many cars around as other people would rather use the interstate, and besides the views were breathtaking, and also, I could pull up at a place of my choice for a bite to eat. However, I had at least 5 hours of driving before it was time to eat. I started out at 7 a.m. to beat the traffic. That didn't happen, however. Time seems to fly by when you are driving. It was soon time to get something to eat. Lucky for me, there was a lovely park with picnic tables that I could pull into. That would be lovely to have my meal. Half a day has gone already and I still have another day and a half to go. I spent around an hour at the park eating my lunch and taking in the views around the area. However, I couldn't stay. I had a long trip ahead of me and daylight was already leaving. I also had another 20 miles before the next motel which I planned on staying at. That would put the journey at the halfway point. Lucky for me, I pulled into the motel around midnight. I was starting to get tired and knew I couldn't carry one anymore without the risk of falling asleep at the wheel. The motel itself had a dinner which was unusual, but at least I could get a bit to eat. In the diner of the motel, I sat next to what seems to be a truck driver. This motel also catered to truck drivers. He was with what appeared to be his mate. I then overheard a conversation that they were both having. I couldn't help but listen in. The friend of the trucker was talking about a time when he was driving down the same road. He saw a young hitchhiker and because he was a caring person, picked her up and decided to take her home. The pair had a pleasant conversation, and when he turned onto the road which she lived at, he turned to look at her. But to his surprise, she was gone with only a scarf left on his seat. Listening in on the conversation, I thought to myself that this person was either a nut job or he was high on some drugs, but oh well, each to their own. I kept an extra eye on him in case he did take any drugs. I didn't want him to have a crash and injure or kill someone while intoxicated. Now that I have had my lunch, it was time to get to bed. I would rather be up early at the crack of dawn than leave late and arrive at home late. I woke up the next day, at around 5 a.m., I wanted to freshen up and make sure I was properly awake before I set off for the rest of the 50 miles I had left to get home. The story I heard from the night before was still fresh in my head. How absurd, I thought to myself. I tried to put it to the back of my head as I didn't want to be distracted. After a shower, breakfast and just waking up, I left the motel at around 7 a.m. I thought about taking my time this time as I was ahead of schedule and had plenty of time. Maybe get to my hometown by night time, that way I could have my meal and get to bed, ready for the next day to begin and more time to spend with my mother. I would like to say that something happened to me during the daytime that would brighten this story up, but I would then be lying and I don't want to bore you guys. You didn't come here to see how I drove. So it is now dusk and the sun is rapidly dying. I was 15 miles from home and couldn't wait to get back. However, about 2 miles down the road, I saw a young female looking to catch a lift. She seemed to be having a hard time as her clothes were ratty and she looked rather dirty. Knowing that there are bad people out there and concern for her safety, against my better judgment, I decided to pull over and pick her up. She got into the back of the car. Looking back towards her, I could see she had no shoes, muddy feet, and her clothes were all torn. "Are you okay?" I asked her, but she just looked at me and smiles while nodding yes. "So is there anywhere you would like to go?" I also asked her. "Yes, I live a few miles down the road. Do you mind taking me home please?" she said. I smiled at her and told her of course. I kept an eye on her and my rearview mirror while keeping a conversation with her. She was a very pleasant person but I had wondered what had happened to her. A few miles down the road she points out a side road that leads up to her house. I never second thought anything about it. I turned down the road and a few hundred yards down I stopped at the house. "Here we are," I said while I turned my head. However, I was gobsmacked. She was not there and if she got out the car then I would definitely know about it. I sat there and tried to replay all of what had happened. I must have been there for an hour wondering what has happened. Looking down into the back, I saw a scarf which was left over by this young woman. A knock at the window made me jump. There at the window was a middle-aged woman. I whined down the window. "Can I help you?" she asked. I had a young woman who wanted to be dropped off here. I turned to look at the scarf which she saw in the back seat. "Oh dear, you better come in for a drink and I will explain everything," she said to me. A little nervous at her asking me in, I was curious even more and so eventually decided to go into her home. She sat me down and told me that she had a daughter around 17 years old, whom when crossing the road coming back from school, was mowed down by a driver. The driver was never found and her daughter died in hospital later that day. She told me that every year on the anniversary of her death, she would bring some soul to her mother's house as a way to get home. However, her daughter would always leave a scarf in the back seat of the car. Listening to her story, I think back to the truck driver at the diner, and he must have picked her up 1 year before. It was very hard for me to digest. However, I never doubt the existence of ghosts again. I then remember the cameras I had in the car. I decided then to have a look through the files and see if there was anything that was captured on camera. I took the front camera out of the car and hooked it up to my computer. There were a lot of files that were on the camera itself. I had to search them one by one. It was a devious task indeed. However, the files I needed was near the bottom of the folder. I managed to find the file I needed. However, my heart sank and the color drained from my face. There on the video was the image of this girl in plain sight, clear of anything. I posted this video with an explanation on forum boards to see if anyone had an explanation of what happened that night. There were several people who had their say but nothing close to what I had experienced. I do not think I will ever find out what properly happened that night. Neither do I want to experience it again. Robert Leroy Parker, April 13, 1866, November 7, 1908, better known as Butch Cassidy, was an American train and bank robber and the leader of a gang of criminal outlaws known as the Wild Bunch in the Old West. Parker engaged in criminal activity for more than a decade at the end of the 19th century, but the pressures of being pursued by law enforcement, notably the Pinkerton Detective Agency, forced him to flee the country. He fled with his accomplice Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, known as the Sundance Kid, and Longabaugh's girlfriend Etta Place. The trio traveled first to Argentina and then to Bolivia, where Parker and Longabaugh are believed to have been killed in a shootout with the Bolivian army in November 1908. The exact circumstances of their fate continue to be disputed. Parker's life and death have been extensively dramatized in film, television, and literature, and he remains one of the most well-known icons of the Wild West mythos in modern times. Robert Leroy Parker was born on April 13, 1866, in Beaver, Utah Territory, the first of 13 children of British immigrants Maximilian Parker and Anne Campbell Gillies. The Parker and Gillies families had converted to the Mormon faith while still living in the United Kingdom. Maximilian Parker was 12 years old when his family arrived in Salt Lake City in 1856 as Mormon pioneers. Anne Gillies was born and lived in Tyneside in northeast England before immigrating to the U.S. with her family in 1859 at age 14. The couple was married in July 1865. Robert Parker grew up on his parents' ranch near Circleville, about 215 miles, 346 kilometers, south of Salt Lake City. Parker fled his home as a teenager, and while working on a dairy ranch, met cattle thief Mike Cassidy. He subsequently worked on several ranches, in addition to a brief apprenticeship with a butcher in Rock Springs, Wyoming, where he got his nickname, by the word butcher, which morphed later into Butch, to which he soon added the last name Cassidy in honor of his old friend and mentor. Butch Cassidy's first criminal offense was minor. Around 1880, he journeyed to a clothier's shop in another town but found it closed. He broke into the shop and stole a pair of jeans and some pie, leaving an IOU promising to pay on his next visit. The clothier pressed charges, but Cassidy was acquitted by a jury. He continued to work on ranches until 1884, when he moved to Telluride, Colorado, ostensibly to seek work, but perhaps to deliver stolen horses to buyers. Cassidy led a cowboy's life in Wyoming and Montana before returning to Telluride in 1887, where he met Matt Warner, the owner of a racehorse. Cassidy and Warner raced the horse at various events, dividing the winnings between them. 1889 to 1895. Cassidy's first bank robbery took place on June 24, 1889, when Warner, two of the McCarty brothers, and robbed the San Miguel Valley Bank in Telluride. Businessman L.L. Nunn had taken a controlling interest in the bank the previous year. The robbers stole around $21,000, equivalent to $598,000 in 2019, after which they fled to the Robbers' Roost, a remote hideout in southeastern Utah. In 1890, Cassidy purchased a ranch on the outskirts of Du Bois, Wyoming. This location is across the state from the notorious Hole in the Wall, a natural geological formation, and a popular hideout for outlaw gangs, including Cassidy's, during the era. Cassidy's ranching was possibly a facade for clandestine activities, perhaps with Hole in the Wall outlaws, as he was never financially successful at ranching. Cassidy's ranch used the unmistakable brand of Reverse E, Box, E. In early 1894, Cassidy became involved romantically with the rancher and outlaw Ann Bassett. Her father was a rancher who did business with Cassidy, supplying him with fresh horses and beef. That same year, Cassidy was arrested at Lander, Wyoming, for stealing horses and possibly for running a protection racket among the local ranchers there. He was imprisoned in the Wyoming State Prison in Laramie, where he served 18 months of a 2-year sentence. He was released and pardoned in January 1896 by Governor William Alfred Richards. He became involved briefly with Bassett's older sister Josie before returning to Ann. Cassidy associated with a wide circle of criminals, most notably his closest friend William Ellsworth Elsie, Harvey Kid Curry Logan, Ben Kilpatrick, Harry Tracy, Will Noose Carver, Laura Bullion, and George Flatnose Curry, who collectively became the so-called Wild Bunch. The gang assembled sometime after Cassidy's release from prison in 1896, and took its name from the Doolin Dalton Gang, also known as the Wild Bunch. On August 13, 1896, Cassidy, Leigh, Logan, and Bob Meeks robbed the bank at Montpelier, Idaho, escaping with roughly $7,000. Cassidy recruited Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, also known as the Sundance Kid, into the gang soon after. Bassett, Leigh, and Leigh's girlfriend Maud Davis all joined Cassidy at Robber's Roost in early 1897. The four hid there until early April when Leigh and Cassidy sent the women home so that the men could plan their next robbery. They ambushed a small group of men carrying the payroll of the Pleasant Valley Coal Company in the mining town of Castlegate, Utah, on April 22, 1897, stealing a sack containing $7,000 in gold, with which they fled back to the Robber's Roost. On June 2, 1899, the gang robbed a Union Pacific Overland Flyer passenger train near Wilcox, Wyoming, a robbery that earned them a great deal of notoriety and resulted in a massive manhunt. Many notable lawmen took part in the hunt, but they did not find them. Kid Curry and George Curry had a shootout with lawmen following the train robbery, killing Sheriff Joe Hazen. Tom Horn, a killer for hire employed by the Pinkerton National Detective Agency, was told by explosives expert Bill Speck about the Hazen shooting. Pinkerton detective Charlie Siringo was then assigned the task of capturing the outlaws. He became friends with Elfie Longiski, who was using the last name Curry after becoming pregnant by Kid Curry's brother Lonnie Logan, and Siringo intended to locate the gang through her. On July 11, 1899, Leigh and others were involved in a Colorado and Southern Railroad train robbery near Folsom, New Mexico, which Cassidy might have planned and personally directed. A shootout ensued with local law enforcement, during which Leigh killed Sheriff Edward Farr and Henry Love. Leigh was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment at the New Mexico State Penitentiary. The Wild Bunch typically separated following a robbery and fled in different directions, later reuniting at a predetermined location such as the Hole in the Wall, Robber's Roost, or Fanny Porter's brothel in San Antonio. Cassidy approached Utah Governor Heber Wells to negotiate an amnesty. Wells advised him to ask the Union Pacific Railroad to drop their criminal complaints against him, and Union Pacific Chairman E. H. Harriman attempted to meet with Cassidy through Warner. On August 29, 1900, Cassidy, Longabaugh, and others robbed Union Pacific Train No. 3 near Tipton, Wyoming, breaking Cassidy's earlier promise to the governor of Wyoming and ending any chance for amnesty. 1901. On February 28, 1900, lawmen attempted to arrest Lonnie Logan at his aunt's home. Lonnie was killed in the shootout that followed, and his cousin Bob Lee was arrested for rustling and sent to prison in Wyoming. On March 28, George Curry and Noose Carver were pursued by a posse from St. John's, Apache County, Arizona, after using currency they had stolen in the Wilcox train robbery. The posse engaged them in a shootout, during which deputies Andrew Gibbons and Frank Lesueur were killed, while Carver and Curry escaped. On April 17, George Curry was killed in a shootout with Grand County, Utah, Sheriff John Tyler, and Deputy Sam Jenkins. On May 26, Kid Curry rode into Moab, Utah, and killed both Tyler and Jenkins in another shootout in retaliation for the deaths of George and Lonnie. In December, Cassidy posed alongside Longabaugh, Logan, Carver, and Ben Kilpatrick in Fort Worth, Texas, for the now famous Fort Worth 5 photograph. The Pinkerton agency obtained a copy of the photograph and began to use it for wanted posters. On July 3, 1901, Kid Curry and a group of men robbed a Great Northern train near Wagner, Montana, stealing more than $60,000 in cash, equivalent to $1,840,000 in 2019. The gang split up, but a posse led by Sheriff Elijah Bryant caught up with News Carver and killed him. Kilpatrick was captured in St. Louis on November 5 at Josie Blakey's resort on Chestnut Street. In his pocket, they found a key to a room at the Lockleed Hotel. The next morning, they found Laurel Bullion in the lobby, checking out with her luggage. In her valise was $8,500 in unsigned banknotes from the Great Northern robbery. Curry killed Knoxville policeman William Dinwiddie and Robert Saylor in another shootout on December 13, then escaped. He returned to Montana, pursued by Pinkertons and other law enforcement officers, where he shot and killed rancher James Winters in retaliation for killing his brother Johnny years before. Cassidy and Longabaugh fled to New York City, feeling continuous pressure from the numerous law enforcement agencies pursuing them and seeing their gang falling apart. They departed from there to Buenos Aires, Argentina aboard the British steamer Herminius on February 20, 1901, along with Longabaugh's companion Etta Place. Cassidy posed as James Ryan, Place's fictitious brother. They settled in a 4-room log cabin on a 15,000-acre ranch that they purchased on the east bank of the Rio Blanco near Calilla, just east of the Andes and the Chubut. Two English-speaking bandits held up the Banco de Tarapaco y Argentino in Rio Gallegos on February 14, 1905, 700 miles south of Calilla near the Strait of Magellan, and the pair vanished north across the Patagonian grasslands. Cassidy and Longabaugh sold the Calilla ranch on May 1, fearing that law enforcement had located them. The Pinkerton agency had known their location for some time, but the snow and the hard winter of Patagonia had prevented their agent Frank de Mayo from making an arrest. Governor Julio Lozano issued an arrest warrant, but Sheriff Edward Humphreys, a Welsh Argentine who was friendly with Cassidy and enamored of Place, tipped them off. The trio then fled north to San Carlos de Bariloche, where they embarked on the steamer Condor across Nahuel Lake and into Chile. They returned to Argentina by the end of the year. Cassidy, Longabaugh, Place, and an unknown male associate robbed the Banco de la Nación Argentina branch in Villa Mercedes on December 19, 400 miles west of Buenos Aires, taking 12,000 pesos. They fled across the Andes to reach the safety of Chile. On June 30, 1906, Place decided that she had enough of life on the run, so Longabaugh took her back to San Francisco. Cassidy obtained honest work under the alias James Santiago Maxwell at the Concordia tin mine in the Santa Vera Cruz range of the central Bolivian Andes, where Longabaugh joined him upon his return. Their main duties included guarding the company payroll. The two traveled to Santa Cruz in late 1907, a frontier town in Bolivia's eastern savanna, still wanting to settle down as respectable ranchers. A courier was carrying the payroll for the Armeo Franquia and CIA silver mine on November 3, 1908, near the small mining town of San Vicente in southern Bolivia, when he was attacked by two masked American bandits believed to be Cassidy and Longabaugh. Witnesses saw them 3 days later in San Vicente, where they lodged in a small boarding house owned by miner Bonifacio Casasola. Casasola became suspicious of them because they had a mule from the Armeo mine, identifiable from the company's brand. He notified a nearby telegraph officer, who notified the Ibarra cavalry regiment stationed nearby. The unit dispatched 3 soldiers under the command of Captain Justo Concha, and they notified the local authorities. The soldiers, the police chief, the local mayor, and some of his officials all surrounded the lodging house on the evening of November 6, intending to arrest the Armeo robbers. As they approached the house, the bandits opened fire, killing one of the soldiers and wounding another, and starting a gunfight which lasted for several hours into the evening and the night. At around 2 a.m., during a lull in the fighting, the mayor heard a man scream 3 times inside the house, then 2 successive shots were fired from inside the house. The authorities entered the house the next morning, where they found 2 bodies with numerous bullet wounds to the arms and legs. The man assumed to be Longaball had a bullet wound in the forehead, and the man thought to be Cassidy had a bullet hole in the temple. The local police report speculated that judging from the positions of the bodies, Cassidy had probably shot the fatally wounded Longaball to put him out of his misery, then killed himself with his final bullet. The Tupiza police identified the bandits as the men who robbed the Armao payroll transport, but the Bolivian authorities did not know their real names, nor could they positively identify them. The 2 bodies were buried at the small San Vicente cemetery, near the grave of a German miner named Gustav Zimmer. American forensic anthropologist Clyde Snow and his researchers attempted to find the graves in 1991, but they did not find any remains with DNA matching the living relatives of Cassidy and Longaball. In 2017, a new search was launched for Cassidy's grave, which zeroed in on a mine outside Good Springs, Nevada. The dig found human remains, but they did not match the DNA provided. John McPhee's Annals of the Former World repeats a story that Dr. Francis Smith told to geologist David Love in the 1930s. Smith stated that he had seen Cassidy, who told him that his face had been altered by a surgeon in Paris, and he showed Smith an old bullet wound that Smith recognized as work that he had done. Josie Bassett claimed in 1960 that Cassidy came to visit her in the 1920s after returning from the South America, and that he died in Johnny, Nevada about 15 years ago. Residents in Cassidy's hometown of Circleville, Utah, claimed in an interview that he worked in Nevada until his death. Western historian Charles Kelly observed in his 1938 book The Outlaw Trail, A History of Butch Cassidy and His Wild Bunch, it seems exceedingly strange that Cassidy never returned to Circleville, Utah, to visit his father if he were still alive. According to his great-nephew, Bill Bettinson, he did return to Utah to visit his family in Circleville many times. Bruce Chatwin, in his classic travel book In Patagonia, says, I went to see the Star Witness, his sister, Mrs. Lulu Sick, Parker Bettinson, a forthright and energetic woman in her 90s, she has no doubts. Her brother came back and ate blueberry pie with family at Circleville in 1925. She believes he died of pneumonia in Washington in the late 1930s. An episode of the television series In Search of 1978 examined the claims and possible evidence for Cassidy's return to America during the 1920s in a series of interviews with residents of Baggs, Wyoming, a popular destination for the Wild Bunch during their raiding years. Residents claimed that Cassidy had visited for several days in 1924, driving a Ford Model T. Bettinson stated that he returned to the family home in Circleville during this period, and picked up his brother Mark in a Ford, then drove to their father's home, where she also lived. Her father allegedly said to her, I'll bet you don't know who this is. This is your brother Robert Leroy. She stated that Cassidy was full of regrets, particularly at having disappointed his mother. She quoted him lamenting, all I did is make a wreck of my life. Bettinson claims that Cassidy lived out his years in the Northwest and died in 1937 and that the family had agreed not to disclose his final resting place, since they had chased him all his life, and now he's going to rest in peace. This story is also recounted by W.C. Jameson in Butch Cassidy, Beyond the Grave, referencing the 1975 book Bettinson co-authored with Dora Flack, Butch Cassidy, My Brother. On an episode of the series Mission Declassified, 2019, investigative journalist Christoph Putzel met with local researcher Marilyn Grace at Cassidy's childhood log cabin on the Parker Ranch in Circleville to talk about the alleged burial of Cassidy there on July 20, 1937. Grace explains that Cassidy was secretly buried at Tom's Cabin, a former sheepherder's log cabin located in a remote area of the property, a favorite camping spot for his brothers and him. Grace says an eyewitness, neighbor D. Crosby, saw the burial take place at the cabin. Earlier, Putzel spoke to Alda Orton, another Parker neighbor, who described the family as having been dressed in funeral-like attire on that same day. Grace goes on to say that cadaver dogs had been brought to the cabin in an attempt to locate remains and lead to a positive indication. The underside of the cabin was later dug and 2 bones discovered, identified as a human spinal bone and a toe bone. Putzel head forensic scientist Susanna Ryan at Pure Gold Forensics in Redlands, California conducted DNA test on the bones. Ryan confirmed they were human, but lacked enough DNA for a complete profile. As the site may have become public knowledge, the Parker family is believed to have since excavated Cassidy's remains at the cabin and moved them to a different burial site, leaving the spinal and toe bones behind in the process.
Item hash, SCP-027. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The host of SCP-027, currently Subject 02702, is to be kept in a 5 meters by 5 meters containment cell with a grated, raised floor connected to a strong vacuum system. All creatures removed from the subject's containment cell are to be incinerated, except for a small portion to be diverted for analysis and necropsy. The cell is to be cleaned and inspected for structural damage daily. Subject 02702 must be monitored by at least 2 personnel at all times. Any unusual behavior or vital signs on the part of the subject or the appearance of any unusual species in the subject's vicinity must immediately be reported to Level 4 personnel. Security personnel assigned to SCP-027 must be inoculated against all known animal-borne pathogens and must be armed with tranquilizer guns, with standing orders to subdue the subject if the need arises. Until SCP-027 is better understood, no personnel of Level 4 clearance or higher should approach within 200 meters of the subject. Description: SCP-027 appears to be a phenomenon of unknown source that seems to be tied to one human subject, currently 02702, at a time. As host to SCP-027, Subject 02702 is constantly surrounded by swarming vermin that are drawn to his location. The subject does not appear able to assert control over these creatures in any way, and is in fact prone to occasional attacks from feral specimens. These creatures have also been known to attack personnel who approach too closely. Wherever the subject goes, an initial swarm of flying insects such as gnats and flies will start to form a cloud around him, usually within 2 to 3 minutes. Shortly thereafter, crawling animals, including lice, cockroaches, worms, spiders, data-expunged, mice, and rats, will begin to appear. The longer the subject remains in a location, the more vermin will gather there. When the subject leaves a location, some of these creatures will follow, but most will disperse. SCP-027 has been known to transfer between hosts once. Upon the death of the first known host, Subject 02701, see Appendix 1 for more information. Since SCP-027 could likely repeat this feat upon the death of Subject 02702, all high-value personnel should be kept far away from the current host until more about SCP-027 is understood. SCP-027 has also likely transferred between hosts an unknown number of times before containment. Research into potential previous hosts has commenced, with preliminary evidence suggesting that SCP-027 may have existed for at least data-expunged years. It is not yet known how SCP-027 chooses or attracts animals, or even what SCP-027 exactly is. The previous host never expressed having any sort of communication with a separate conscious entity. Analysis of the current host has been inconclusive at best. Appendix 1. Timeline of significant events. The 4th of August 1999, Subject 02701 is discovered in an abandoned warehouse outside data expunged, that had been completely overrun by rats, cockroaches, and other vermin, and is contained and cataloged as SCP-027. The subject is described as a Caucasian male in his late 30s, of average height but gaunt, filthy, and covered in bites and scratches. The subject also shows symptoms of degraded mental health, evidence of heavy use of alcohol and illicit drugs, and signs of prolonged sleep deprivation. The 10th of August 2000, subject expires. Autopsy shows more than 70% of the subject's body, data expunged. A colony of rats nesting in the subject's abdomen for at least data expunged generations. The 10th of August 2000, between 140 and 150 hours after the subject's death, security officer data expunged reports being awoken by breathing problems due to a large housefly having crawled up his nose, later shown to have laid eggs. Subsequent observations lead to categorization of officer data expunged as Subject 02702. The original host is reclassified as Subject 02701, and SCP-027 is redefined. Appendix 2, Transcript of Interview 027-201. The following interview was conducted on the 10th of November 2001, shortly after Subject 02702 was identified and transferred to the containment cell that had housed Subject 02701. Dr. Jameson, good morning, Officer data expunged. How are you feeling? Subject 02702, scared. Confused. Mostly scared though. J, understandable. S, and itchy. I feel like I need to shower all the damn time. J, R. But what about, inside? Do you feel anything different inside you, like a presence? S, thinks, scratches his head, no, I don't think I do. I haven't really noticed anything like that. J, you haven't felt anything different since the original host died, besides the itching? S, no, I can't say I have. J, what about any sort of voices, or compulsions? S, agitated, no, I haven't felt anything except bugs crawling all over me. I feel dirty, and scared, and... Doc, what about my family? You gotta get this thing out of me so I can see them again. J, of course. We're going to do everything we can to get 027 out of you. God, I'm sorry, data expunged. Note, shortly after this interview took place, Dr. Jameson and several other members of the research team for SCP-027 were transferred to the SCP-1772 project.
Item, SCP-010. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. This objects comprising SCP-010 are to be kept in numbered locked boxes in a high-security facility. They are not to be worn except by test subjects. SCP-010 are only to be removed from storage for testing. Description: SCP-010 consists of 6 apparently identical cast iron collars with numbered metal tags and 1 remote control. The control is SCP-010-1. The collars are SCP-010-2 through 010-7. The collars contain intricate electric components and are powered by small 5 mm diameter, 2 mm thick 100V batteries. These batteries are rechargeable. The remote is a heavy black box resembling an old-style hand-held radio transmitter, receiver with a primitive blue-white cathode ray screen and a series of more than 100 unlabeled buttons, as well as a frequency tuner. Through trial and error, the frequencies of all 6 currently found collars have been discovered. A label in Russian is stamped into the metal along with a logo consisting of workers building a pyramid. No official Russian corporation or government agency uses this logo or matches the words stamped into the metal. Placing the collar around the neck of a person and securing it allows one to control their every movement with the remote. It is also capable of producing an adrenal response and activating or deactivating the sympathetic nervous system. The most abnormal feature of the collars is the effect they have on the body morphology. They allow the user of the remote to reconfigure the shape of the victim to an extent that is apparently only limited by the knowledge of the programming language of the remote. Addendum 010-1 History SCP-010 was discovered in the basement of a lone man in the Midwestern United States after a local disappearance was connected to him. When police raided the man's house, they found SCP-010 as well as several dead bodies. One of the bodies was identified to be the man. The others were several other missing persons. Cause of death seemed to be mass suicide, however, there was signs of significant struggle. Addendum 010-2, Disassemble Experiment.
Test 1, SCP-010-2 taken apart piecewise, the parts labeled and several photographs taken, then reassembled. Result: after reassembly, SCP-010-2 continues to function. Test 2, SCP-010-8 constructed identically to SCP-010-2 but with closest approximations available to the unreplicable components. Results: SCP-010-8 fails to function. Test 3, unreplicable components from SCP-010-2 placed into proper locations on SCP-010-8. Results: SCP-010-2 ceases functioning with removal of components. SCP-010-8 begins functioning. Test 4, components returned to SCP-010-2. Replicable components in SCP-010-2 replaced with replicas. Results: SCP-010-2 begins functioning with return of components. Changing replicable components for replicas does not significantly reduce functionality. Replacement of a damaged transmitter decreased time from transmission to effect of SCP-010-2 response to commands entered in the remote by 12%. Addendum 010-3 SCP-010 has been demonstrated to work more effectively in creating unskilled labor than any other task. Attempts at replicating SCP-010 through 010-7 using modern-day components, the device does not function. Results are that SCP-010 through 010-7 cannot be mass-produced. Item, SCP-017. Object Class, Geeter. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-017 is contained in an acrylic glass gauge, 100 cm by 50 cm by 50 cm, centrally suspended in a concrete room measuring 6 meters by 6 meters by 4 meters. Attached to the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room are high-intensity arc lamp spotlights pointed directly at the acrylic cage, to ensure that SCP-017 is constantly exposed to light from every angle. Personnel assigned to the SCP-017 control room are to monitor the functionality of the spotlights and the emergency generator system and call for maintenance immediately upon knowledge of a burnt-out lamp or an issue with the generator. The only circumstance under which personnel are allowed entrance is to replace lamps. Personnel entering the room are required to wear the designated full-body reflective suits, and must be cautioned not to step in front of functional spotlights. Description: SCP-017 is a humanoid figure approximately 80 cm in height, anatomically similar to a small child, but with no discernible identifying features. SCP-017 seems composed of a shadowy, smoke-like shroud. No attempt to find any object beneath the shroud has been successful, but the possibility has not been ruled out. SCP-017's reaction to shadows cast upon it is immediate and swift. SCP-017 leaps at the object casting the shadow and completely encloses it in its shroud, whereupon it returns to its normal size, leaving no trace of the object behind. Additional notes: personnel with beta clearance or higher should see also Document 0171.
Everyone knows about the legend of Bloody Mary. You stand in the mirror with all the lights off and then you call her name while looking into the mirror 3 times, more depending on which part of the world you are from. Bloody Mary then would appear in front of you, and depending on how your future looks, she would either tell you your future or she would kill you and destroy your life. However, this story is not about Bloody Mary but another soul you can summon in the same way but using black candles and calling a different name. However, this soul is not a soul but a demon who will, depending on how evil it is feeling, will rip your soul from your body or buy your soul for whatever your heart desires. I was in university in the summer of 2000 and I was taking a course on the supernatural, ghosts, demons and spirits. That sort of stuff. One of the most popular urban legend that popped up in class was that of Bloody Mary. Even before I went to college or even school, I have heard of Bloody Mary. Me and my friends would tell stories of how we would look into the mirror with 2 white candles on either side and call out Mary's name. We would then make up stories of how she appeared to us and tell us how future and how rich we would be or how influential we could be. However, that was it all, just stories that kids made up to impress each other. With me now being in university and hearing about Bloody Mary, I got bored and fed up of hearing and writing about the legend. One semester, we was tasked on looking up a not so well-known legend and writing an essay about it. This got me very excited as I already known about the popular legends and it gave me a chance to seek on new and unknown legends. It was however going to be very tricky as there ain't going to be much info out there. I was scouring the internet for hours looking for the right legend to write about, but when it seems like I have found a legend, a little search on the web and it brings up more info about the legend. I was gutted to say the least. Now with the web out of the question, I sat and pondered for a while, thinking to myself, is there anywhere I could go that could point me to a legend that is not on the web and not so popular? I thought about going to the library and having a look to see what stories I could find about legends, but then I thought to myself that these books are also written by people who have done research on the net, and by doing so, they would also write about the most popular legends too. This was coming to a standstill. It was really doing my head in. I thought I would forget about this for a while and have a walk around town center. Maybe something would pop into my head, or maybe even I would see something. So here I am wandering around taking in the views of the town center and also window shopping. I see an old antique bookstore across the road. Maybe, just maybe, they have what I am looking for, I thought to myself. However, I was getting a tad hungry and thought that before I went to the bookstore, I should go and get a bite to eat and calm the pain that is hunger in my stomach. It was perfect, a cafe just across the road from the bookstore. I went into the cafe and made the order of pancakes and bacon with some maple syrup and a nice large cup of coffee. I was there for an hour eating while also looking at the bookstore. To say I was now really intrigued. I got up from my seat at the cafe and left a nice tip for the waitress who served me. After all, the service was great and the food was really good. I went across the street and into the old bookstore. Now inside, I was really impressed. The store looked like a library with shelves from top to bottom. There was also a section at the back where it seemed there was even older books. These books, however, was under lock and key, with the key being kept in a safe behind the shop counter. I decided that I would take a look from the front of the shop to the back of the shop. There were some nice books in the store, I must say, a lot of first editions on sale but with a hefty price tag. Still thought I couldn't find anything I was looking for. That was when I decided that I would go to the back of the store where all the other books was locked up. I was starting to lose the will to live. I couldn't find anything, and then there, near the bottom of the bookcase, I saw it. A book that read rare and uncommon urban legends. It piqued my interest and I must have it. However, the price tag on that book was way more than I would make in a year. I stood there for a while pondering while looking at the book. That is when the storekeeper saw me and came over. "I see you like this book," he said to me. "Yes, I love urban legends and need to write an essay on an unknown legend," I replied to him. "I see," he said while I turned and looked at him. He seemed to stand there for a little while thinking about something. "I tell you what, as long as you stay in the store, then I will let you read the book and choose whatever legend you want out of it to write about it," he told me. I looked at him surprised but happy he would let me do that. The store was closing in 10 minutes, so I couldn't quite stay in the store and study. I made arrangements with the storekeeper to come back after university and look over the book. I was really hoping it had something that would hook me. I made my way back to the store after university to look the book over. When I got into the store, I can see the man had took the book out of the bookshelf and laid on the table near the till ready for me to look over. I thank the man once again for letting me have the chance to look over the book. I then take a seat at the table, take out some pen and paper to take notes. I grab the book with caution and start to turn its pages. This book was indeed magnificent. Every page I look at an urban legend that I have never heard of before. This book was indeed a needle in a haystack. I turned the pages looking for that one story. Halfway through the book, I land a page that I thought was perfect. However, I heard of a similar legend before. Having a little time to myself to think, I got it. I remember why this story sounded so familiar. This story was very near the same to the legend of Bloody Mary, only there are differences. The story was called Bloody Lucifer. Intriguing, I thought to myself. You summon Lucifer the same way you would with Bloody Mary, however you light 2 black candles instead of white candles, and then also there is his name. Reading up and taking notes on the story, I got an idea in my head. A really stupid idea that I should have not acted upon, but I needed to know. I also thought that it would be stupid and that it would never happen. After I have taken all the notes, I packed my stuff, thanks the shopkeeper, and went down the road a few yards. There was also a pagan shop on the same side of the road that sold all sorts to do with the witching hour, and so I knew they would have some black candles. I picked up 2 black candles, but also thinking about it, I also picked up a few religious items, holy water, cross and a Bible. Even thought I knew nothing would happen, I wanted to make sure that I was ready for whatever happened. After my purchase, I hurried back to my dorm room and set up in the bathroom. I knew that in the bathroom I had no window, and so it would be quite dark in there. I put the black candles on either side of the mirror and also laid the religious items on the counter behind me, but under a towel. I then light the 2 candles and turned on the light. The only thing I could see was my light reflection in the mirror. The instructions in the book told me that I would have to say his name 5 times and he should appear before me. I took a stance in front of the mirror, took a deep breath and slowly said, "Bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer, bloody Lucifer." After the 5th time I stopped but got gutted. I knew it. Then out of nowhere a gust of wind blew out the candles and a horrid apparition appeared in the mirror. I must have turned white as a ghost. "Who is it that summons me? What is it that you want? Speak now and sell me your soul," it spoke. I got very scared. I could think of what to do. I now had a demon in my mirror and it wanted my soul. I then remembered something else in the book. So I took action. I took out the white candles and put them either side of the mirror while discarding the black candles. "What do you think you are doing? That will not work," the voice said, but I refused to listen and continued. I lighted the candles and proceeded to say his name backward 5 times. This made the demon go back to hell. I then turned on the light, sprayed the mirror with holy water and took it off the wall. I went into my room and looked for some twine. I knew I had some. I then proceeded to tie the cross and Bible to the mirror and hid it in the basement of our building where no one could find it. As for the black candles, they went into the bin. As for the legend, folks, always heed warnings from the books that you read. You never know when a legend can be true or not.
Timothy James McVeigh, April 23, 1968, June 11, 2001, was an American domestic terrorist who carried out the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing that killed 168 people and injured more than 680 others and destroyed 1/3 of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. The bombing was the second deadliest act of terrorism in the United States other than the Tulsa Race Massacre prior to the September 11 attacks. It remains one of the deadliest acts of domestic terrorism in U.S. history. A Gulf War veteran, McVeigh sought revenge against the federal government for the 1993 Waco siege that ended in the deaths of 86 people, many of whom were children, as well as the 1992 Ruby Ridge incident and American foreign policy. He hoped to inspire a revolution against the federal government and defended the bombing as a legitimate tactic against what he saw as tyrannical government. He was arrested shortly after the bombing and indicted on 160 state offenses and 11 federal offenses, including the use of a weapon of mass destruction. He was found guilty on all counts in 1997 and sentenced to death. McVeigh was executed by lethal injection on June 11, 2001, at the Federal Correctional Complex in Terre Haute, Indiana. His execution was carried out in a considerably shorter time than most inmates awaiting the death penalty. Terry Nichols and Michael Fortier were convicted as conspirators in the plot. Nichols was sentenced to 8 life terms for the deaths of 8 federal agents, and to 161 life terms without parole by the state of Oklahoma for the deaths of the others. Michael Fortier was sentenced to 12 years imprisonment and has since been released. Lori Fortier was given immunity in exchange for her testimony against the others. McVeigh was born on April 23, 1968, in Lockport, New York, the only son and the second of three children of Irish-Americans Mildred Mickey Noreen, née Hill, and William McVeigh. In 1866, McVeigh's great-great-grandfather Edward McVeigh emigrated from Ireland and settled in Niagara County. After their parents divorced when McVeigh was 10 years old, he was raised by his father in Pendleton, New York. McVeigh claimed to have been a target of bullying at school, and he took refuge in a fantasy world where he imagined retaliating against the bullies. At the end of his life, he stated his belief that the United States government is the ultimate bully. Most who knew McVeigh remember him as being very shy and withdrawn, while a few described him as an outgoing and playful child who withdrew as an adolescent. He is said to have had only one girlfriend as an adolescent. He later told journalists that he did not have any idea how to impress girls. While in high school, McVeigh became interested in computers and hacked into government computer systems on his Commodore 64 under the handle The Wanderer, taken from the song by Dion DiMucci. In his senior year, he was named Most Promising Computer Programmer of Star Point Central High School but had relatively poor grades until his 1986 graduation. He was introduced to firearms by his grandfather. McVeigh told people of his wish to become a gun shop owner, and sometimes took firearms to school to impress his classmates. He became intensely interested in gun rights as well as the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution after he graduated from high school, and read magazines such as Soldier of Fortune. He briefly attended Bryant and Stratton College before dropping out. After dropping out of college, McVeigh worked as an armored car guard and was noted by co-workers as being obsessed with guns. One co-worker recalled an instance when McVeigh came to work looking like Pancho Villa as he was wearing bandoliers. In May 1988, at the age of 20, McVeigh enlisted in the United States Army and attended basic training and advanced individual training at the U.S. Army Infantry School at Fort Benning, Georgia. While in the military, McVeigh used much of his spare time to read about firearms, sniper tactics, and explosives. McVeigh was reprimanded by the military for purchasing a White Power t-shirt at a Ku Klux Klan protest. They were objecting to black servicemen who wore Black Power t-shirts around a military installation, primarily Army. McVeigh was a top-scoring gunner with the 25mm cannon of the Bradley fighting vehicles used by the 1st Infantry Division and was promoted to sergeant. After being promoted, McVeigh earned a reputation for assigning undesirable work to black servicemen and using racial slurs. He was stationed at Fort Riley, Kansas, before being deployed on Operation Desert Storm. In an interview before his execution, McVeigh said that he decapitated an Iraqi soldier with cannon fire on his first day in the war and celebrated. He said he was later shocked to be ordered to execute surrendering prisoners and to see carnage on the road while leaving Kuwait City after U.S. troops routed the Iraqi army. McVeigh received several service awards, including the Bronze Star Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Southwest Asia Service Medal, Army Service Ribbon, and the Kuwaiti Liberation Medal. McVeigh aspired to join the United States Army Special Forces, SF. After returning from the Gulf War, he entered the selection program but washed out on the second day of the 21-day assessment and selection course for the Special Forces. McVeigh decided to leave the Army and was honorably discharged in 1991. Post-military life. McVeigh wrote letters to local newspapers complaining about taxes. Taxes are a joke. Regardless of what a political candidate promises, they will increase. More taxes are always the answer to government mismanagement. They mess up. We suffer. Taxes are reaching cataclysmic levels, with no slowdown in sight. Is a civil war imminent? Do we have to shed blood to reform the current system? I hope it doesn't come to that. But it might. McVeigh also wrote to Representative John J. Lawfalls, D. New York, complaining about the arrest of a woman for carrying mace. It is a lie if we tell ourselves that the police can protect us everywhere at all times. Firearms restrictions are bad enough, but now a woman can't even carry mace in her purse. While visiting friends in Decker, Michigan, McVeigh reportedly complained that the Army had implanted a microchip into his buttocks so that the government could keep track of him. McVeigh worked long hours in a dead-end job and felt that he did not have a home. He sought romance, but his advances were rejected by a co-worker and he felt nervous around women. He believed that he brought too much pain to his loved ones. He grew angry and frustrated at his difficulties in finding a girlfriend. He took up obsessive gambling. Unable to pay gambling debts, he took a cash advance and then defaulted on his repayments. He began looking for a state so that he could live without heavy government regulation or high taxes. He became enraged when the government told him that he had been overpaid $1,058 while in the Army and he had to pay back the money. He wrote an angry letter to the government, saying, "Go ahead, take everything I own, take my dignity. Feel good as you grow fat and rich at my expense, sucking my tax dollars and property." McVeigh introduced his sister to anti-government literature, but his father had little interest in these views. He moved out of his father's house and into an apartment that had no telephone. This made it impossible for his employer to contact him for overtime assignments. He quit the National Rifle Association, NRA, believing that it was too weak on gun rights. In 1993, McVeigh drove to Waco, Texas, during the Waco siege to show his support. At the scene, he distributed pro-gun rights literature and bumper stickers bearing slogans such as, "When guns are outlawed, I will become an outlaw." He told a student reporter, "The government is afraid of the guns people have because they have to have control of the people at all times. Once you take away the guns, you can do anything to the people. You give them an inch and they take a mile. I believe we are slowly turning into a socialist government. The government is continually growing bigger and more powerful, and the people need to prepare to defend themselves against government control." For the 5 months following the Waco siege, McVeigh worked at gun shows and handed out free cards printed with Lon Horiuchi's name and address, in the hope that somebody in the Patriot movement would assassinate the sharpshooter. Horiuchi is an FBI sniper and some of his official actions have drawn controversy, specifically his shooting and killing of Randy Weaver's wife while she held an infant child. McVeigh wrote hate mail to Horiuchi, suggesting that what goes around, comes around. McVeigh later considered putting aside his plan to target the Murrah building to target Horiuchi or a member of his family instead. McVeigh became a fixture on the gun show circuit, traveling to 40 states and visiting about 80 gun shows. He found that the further west he went, the more anti-government sentiment he encountered, at least until he got to what he called the People's Socialist Republic of California. McVeigh sold survival items and copies of the Turner Diaries. One author said, "In the gun show culture, McVeigh found a home. Though he remained skeptical of some of the most extreme ideas being bandied around, he liked talking to people there about the United Nations, the federal government, and possible threats to American liberty." McVeigh had a road atlas with hand-drawn designations of the most likely places for nuclear attacks and considered buying property in Seligman, Arizona, which he determined to be in a nuclear-free zone. He lived with Michael Fortier in Kingman, Arizona, and the two became so close that he served as best man at Fortier's wedding. McVeigh experimented with cannabis and methamphetamine after first researching their effects in an encyclopedia. He was never as interested in drugs as Fortier was, and one of the reasons they parted ways was McVeigh's getting tired of Fortier's drug habits. In April 1993, McVeigh headed for a farm in Michigan where former roommate Terry Nichols lived. In between watching coverage of the Waco siege on TV, Nichols and his brother began teaching McVeigh how to make explosives by combining household chemicals in plastic jugs. The destruction of the Waco compound enraged McVeigh and convinced him that it was time to take action. He was particularly angered by the government's use of CS gas on women and children. He had been exposed to the gas as part of his military training and was familiar with its effects. The disappearance of certain evidence, such as the bullet-riddled steel-reinforced front door to the complex, led him to suspect a cover-up. McVeigh's anti-government rhetoric became more radical. He began to sell Bureau of Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives, ATF, hats riddled with bullet holes, and a flare gun that he said could shoot down an ATF helicopter. He produced videos detailing the government's actions at Waco and handed out pamphlets with titles such as U.S. Government Initiates Open Warfare Against American People and Waco Shootout Evokes Memory of Warsaw 43. He began changing his answering machine greeting every couple of weeks to various quotes by Patrick Henry, such as "Give me liberty" or "Give me death." He began experimenting with making pipe bombs and other small explosive devices. The government imposed new firearms restrictions in 1994 which McVeigh believed threatened his livelihood. McVeigh dissociated himself from his boyhood friend Steve Hodge by sending him a 23-page farewell letter. He proclaimed his devotion to the United States Declaration of Independence, explaining in detail what each sentence meant to him. McVeigh declared that those who betray or subvert the Constitution are guilty of sedition and/or treason, are domestic enemies, and should and will be punished accordingly. It also stands to reason that anyone who sympathizes with the enemy or gives aid or comfort to said enemy is likewise guilty. I have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I will. And I will because not only did I swear to, but I believe in what it stands for in every bit of my heart, soul, and being. I know in my heart that I am right in my struggle, Steve. I have come to peace with myself, my God, and my cause. Blood will flow in the streets, Steve. Good versus evil. Free men versus socialist wannabe slaves. Pray it is not your blood, my friend. McVeigh felt the need to personally reconnoiter sites of rumored conspiracies. He visited Area 51 in order to defy government restrictions on photography and went to Gulfport, Mississippi, to determine the veracity of rumors about United Nations operations. These turned out to be false. The Russian vehicles on the site were being configured for use in UN-sponsored humanitarian aid efforts. Around this time, McVeigh and Nichols began making bulk purchases of ammonium nitrate, an agricultural fertilizer, for resale to survivalists, since rumors were circulating that the government was preparing to ban it. McVeigh told Fortier of his plans to blow up a federal building, but Fortier declined to participate. Fortier also told his wife about the plans. McVeigh composed 2 letters to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the first titled Constitutional Defenders and the second ATF Read. He denounced government officials as fascist tyrants and stormtroopers, and warned, ATF, all you tyrannical motherfuckers will swing in the wind one day for your treasonous actions against the Constitution of the United States. Remember the Nuremberg War trials. McVeigh also wrote a letter to recruit a customer named Steve Colbring. A man with nothing left to lose is a very dangerous man, and his energy, anger can be focused toward a common, righteous goal. What I'm asking you to do, then, is sit back and be honest with yourself. Do you have kids, a wife? Would you back out at the last minute to care for the family? Are you interested in keeping your firearms for their current, future monetary value, or would you drag the 06 through rock, swamp, and cactus to get off the needed shot? In short, I'm not looking for talkers, I'm looking for fighters. And if you are a Fed, think twice. Think twice about the Constitution you are supposedly enforcing. Isn't enforcing freedom an oxymoron? And think twice about catching us with our guard down. You will lose just like Deegan did, and your family will lose. McVeigh began announcing that he had progressed from the propaganda phase to the action phase. He wrote to his Michigan friend Gwenda Strider, I have certain other militant talents that are in short supply and greatly demanded. McVeigh later said he considered a campaign of individual assassination, with eligible targets including Attorney General Janet Reno, Judge Walter S. Smith Jr. of Federal District Court, who handled the Branch Davidian trial, and Lon Horiuchi, a member of the FBI hostage rescue team, who shot and killed Vicki Weaver in a standoff at a remote cabin at Ruby Ridge, Idaho, in 1992. He said he wanted Reno to accept full responsibility in deed, not just words. Such an assassination seemed too difficult, and he decided that since federal agents had become the soldiers, he should strike at them at their command centers. According to McVeigh's authorized biography, he decided that he could make the loudest statement by bombing a federal building. After the bombing, he was ambivalent about his act and the deaths he caused. As he said in letters to his hometown newspaper, he sometimes wished that he had carried out a series of assassinations against police and government officials instead. Working at a lakeside campground near McVeigh's old Army post, he and Nichols constructed an anvil explosive device mounted in the back of a rented Ryder truck. The bomb consisted of about 5,000 pounds, 2,300 kilograms, of ammonium nitrate and nitromethane. On April 19, 1995, McVeigh drove the truck to the front of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building just as its offices opened for the day. Before arriving, he stopped to light a 2-minute fuse. At 9:02, a large explosion destroyed the north half of the building. It killed 168 people, including 19 children in the daycare center on the second floor, and injured 684 others. McVeigh said that he had not known that there was a daycare center on the second floor and that he might have chosen a different target if he had known about it. Nichols said that he and McVeigh did know about the daycare center in the building and that they did not care. McVeigh's biographers, Lou Michel and Dan Herbeck, spoke with McVeigh in interviews totaling 75 hours. He said about the victims: "To these people in Oklahoma who have lost a loved one, I'm sorry, but it happens every day. You're not the first mother to lose a kid, or the first grandparent to lose a grandson or a granddaughter. It happens every day, somewhere in the world. I'm not going to go into that courtroom, curl into a fetal ball and cry just because the victims want me to do that." During an interview in 2000 with Ed Bradley for television news magazine 60 Minutes, Bradley asked McVeigh for his reaction to the deaths of the 19 children. McVeigh said, "I thought it was terrible that there were children in the building." According to the Oklahoma City Memorial Institute for the Prevention of Terrorism, MIPT, more than 300 buildings in the city were damaged. More than 12,000 volunteers and rescue workers took part in the rescue, recovery, and support operations following the bombing. In reference to theories that McVeigh had assistance from others, he responded with a well-known line from the film A Few Good Men, "You can't handle the truth." He added, "Because the truth is, I blew up the Murrah building, and isn't it kind of scary that one man could wreak this kind of hell?" McVeigh's death sentence was delayed pending an appeal. One of his appeals for certiorari, taken to the Supreme Court of the United States, was denied on March 8, 1999. McVeigh's request for a nationally televised execution was also denied. An internet company unsuccessfully sued for the right to broadcast the execution. At USP Florence and Mex, McVeigh and Nichols were housed in what was known as Bombers Row. Ted Kaczynski, Luis Felipe, and Ramzi Youssef were also housed in this cell block. Youssef made frequent, unsuccessful attempts to convert McVeigh to Islam. McVeigh said, "I am sorry these people had to lose their lives, but that's the nature of the beast. It's understood going in what the human toll will be." He said that if there turned out to be an afterlife, he would improvise, adapt and overcome, noting, "If there is a hell, then I'll be in good company with a lot of fighter pilots who also had to bomb innocents to win the war." He also said, "I knew I wanted this before it happened. I knew my objective was state-assisted suicide, and when it happens, it's in your face." You just did something you're trying to say should be illegal for medical personnel. The Federal Bureau of Prisons, BOP, transferred McVeigh from USP Florence and Max to the federal death row at USP Terre Haute in Terre Haute, Indiana, in 1999. McVeigh dropped his remaining appeals, saying that he would rather die than spend the rest of his life in prison. On January 16, 2001, the BOP set May 16 as McVeigh's execution date. McVeigh said that his only regret was not completely destroying the federal building. 6 days prior to his scheduled execution, the FBI turned over thousands of documents of evidence it had previously withheld to McVeigh's attorneys. As a result, U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft announced McVeigh's execution would stay for 1 month. The execution date was reset for June 11. McVeigh invited conductor David Woodard to perform Requiem Mass music on the eve of his execution. While acknowledging McVeigh's horrible deed, Woodard consented, intending to provide comfort. McVeigh also requested a Catholic chaplain. His last meal consisted of 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. McVeigh chose William Ernest Henley's poem Invictus as his final statement. Just before the execution, when he was asked if he had a final statement, he declined. J. Sawyer, a relative of one of the victims, wrote, "Without saying a word, he got the final word." Larry Witcher, whose brother died in the attack, describes McVeigh as having a totally expressionless, blank stare. He had a look of defiance and that if he could, he'd do it all over again. McVeigh was executed by lethal injection at 7:14 a.m. on June 11, 2001, the first federal prisoner to be executed since Victor Feguer was executed in Iowa on March 15, 1963. On November 21, 1997, President Bill Clinton had signed S. 923, special legislation introduced by Senator Arlen Specter to bar McVeigh and other veterans convicted of capital crimes from being buried in any military cemetery. His body was cremated at Maddox Ryan Funeral Home in Terre Haute. His ashes were given to his lawyer, who said that the final destination of McVeigh's remains would remain privileged forever. McVeigh had written that he considered having them dropped at the site of the memorial where the building once stood but decided that would be too vengeful, too raw, too cold. He had expressed willingness to donate organs but was prohibited from doing so by prison regulations. Psychiatrist John Smith concluded that McVeigh was a decent person who had allowed rage to build up inside him to the point that he had lashed out in one terrible, violent act. McVeigh's IQ was assessed at 126.
When I became a young teenager back in the day, I was obsessed with urban legends. I was that obsessed that I would buy magazines every week from the local corner shop. I would then cut out pictures and stories and make my very own scrapbook of the legends that I thought was the best. When my mates came over, they would make so much fun off me because I used to collect the best stories of urban legends. I would even go so far as to have posters made of the ones that I thought was the best and keep them pinned to my wall. However, one legend that stuck out to me, one that I loved to read at least several times a day, was called, "Humans Can Lick Too" or the Hand Licker, depending on which part of the world you lived in. I even made up my own stories on my computer of this legend. I was so impressed with the story, that I made several different stories and posted them just about anywhere I could on the internet. Even on Reddit. However, this story is a story on how I survived a night of horror with every detail restraining to every detail I had written in my stories. It looked as if someone had become obsessed with my stories and wanted to make it a reality for me. This story goes back into the summer of 2005. My parents loved to take what we called date nights. They would go our one night a week for the whole night where they would romance each other. They did this as it was hard to show affection to each other when you have children. You know how things was when you have children and also your other half, if they aren't calling you for something they want, then they just want you attention for a bit. If not, then they would be driving you up the wall, so they would say, People with children out there would know what I am talking about. My parents promised each other that from the day the first child was born, they would take one night a week where they could go and have fun with just each other. You know, go for dinner, a movie, or maybe just a dance. I am now the oldest at the age of 17, so I was old enough to look after myself along with my younger siblings. They usually got in a babysitter, but they no longer did this as I was now old enough. The money they used to pay the babysitter they now gave to me instead. On this week this happened. They had planned to go out for a meal, the movies, and then for a dance. They wouldn't be back till the next morning, and my other siblings was staying at their friend's house. To be honest, I was actually looking forward to having the house to myself, as those of you with siblings will understand that you can never get any time to yourself. I had a great night planned out for myself. The time had come for them to leave the house. "Don't forget to lock all the windows and doors," my parents told me as they left through the front door. Taking the words into mind, I went through the house and started to lock all the windows and make sure the doors too was locked. Now with all the door and windows locked, there was however one window left. It would have to be in the most creepy place. I thought to myself, oh well, better get on with it. The last window was down in the basement. I hated it. I was cold, damp, and not lit very well. I grabbed a torch from the drawer, turned it on, and went very cautiously down into the basement to where the window was located. I grabbed hold of the handle of the window, but it was very stiff and would not move so easily. I pulled and pulled, but it would only move about an inch. Getting fed up of the window, I looked around the basement for anything that could help me to close the window. There in the corner on the shelf I saw a small can of oil. I knew that by putting oil on the hinges, then it should loosen up if I just moved the window back and forth. I did this for what seemed like 5 minutes, but in the end, the window did decided to close itself. However, it would never lock. I thought to myself that it wouldn't matter, anyone that walked past the window would think that it would be locked as it was now close. Oh, how that would come back to bite me on this night. Not thinking too much into it, I knew the basement had a deadlock built on the door, so I decided to lock the basement door instead, thinking that would be enough just in case someone decided to go through the basement window. Now with everywhere locked up, I decided that I would watch a bit of TV, had a nice dinner, and go and browse the web for any new urban legends that I have never heard of before. Before I could do any of this, I would need for feed our dog. She was a border collie, black and white in color. She had beautiful colors. I went to the cupboard, got out her food, and put a generous amount in her bowl. It seemed like I was on the web for hours browsing the urban legends. Oh, how time flies by when you are having a bit of fun. It was now dark outside. Looking at the time, it read 11 p.m. Wow, that is late, I thought to myself. It was time for bed. I turned off my computer, then went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. A nice hot shower, teeth brushed, and my PJs on. I walked into my bedroom and was delighted to see the dog laying with her head just out of under my bed. She always seemed to sleep with me. I have no idea why. Maybe she liked me more than the other members. I started to snuggle up in my bed, put my hand down near my dog so she could lick my hand. I liked it when she does this. It makes me feel safe and also assures her that I am here and I am fine. I kept my hand there for a few minutes before deciding that enough was enough and it was time to close my eyes and go to sleep. Later that night I was startled awake. I didn't know how or why I was, but I was. I laid there for a few minutes listening to my surrounding, and then it hit me. I was hearing the tap drip in the bathroom and just figured it was that awoken me. No big deal, I thought to myself, it was just the tap, but starting to feel nervous. I put my hand back down to my dog's level so he can lick my hand. This brings me reassurance, and also I know he is there if I really need him. An hour later, I was yet again startled awake. This time while still half asleep, I sat up in my bed and looked around the room while listening. I must have left the tap running, I thought to myself. That was however strange, as I saw sure that I had turned off the tap. Then I thought to myself that maybe there was a leak with the tap. Again I snuggled up in bed and put my hand back down to my dog's level to have him lick it. The next time I woke up naturally with nothing startling me awake. I looked at the time, it read 6:25. Thinking that it was now light outside and I won't be able to get any more sleep, I managed to pull myself out of bed. Drawing back the curtains and looking out the window, I can see my parents' car pulling into the drive. Great, I thought, I could get my dad to look at the tap and fix that drip I have been hearing all night. Being out of bed and somewhat cold, I needed to go to the loo. I put on my slippers, opened the door and went to the room that was the bathroom. What I saw that day when I opened the door will forever haunt me day and night. I fell to my knees screaming. My parents, hearing my curdling screams, came running into the house to my side. They asked me what's wrong. I shakily raised my arm and pointed into the shower of the bathroom. There our beautiful collie dog hung from a hook in its tail from the curtain rail. The dog was skinned with its skin in the bath. He seemed to be gutted with all the contents too in the bath. On the mirror, there was a message that shook me to the core. I turned white as a ghost as it read, "Humans can lick too." The thought that there was someone in my room, under my bed while licking my head, turned my stomach. I couldn't take it anymore and I had to throw up. I pushed past my parents and ran to the toilet and let loose. I didn't want to because of the scene in the bathroom, but I couldn't help it. My parents called the police that day. They came and took a statement from me. They said that due to every window and door being locked, the only other way they could have gotten in was through the basement window. However, what startled me the most was, when did this person break into our home, as when I closed the basement window. I also deadbolted the door leading to the basement as I didn't quite trust just leaving the window closed. My parents never left me alone again. When they went out, they made sure that I either went to my friend's house for the night. If not at my friend's house, then I would go and stay at a relative's. My parents put the house up for sale that year. We just couldn't live in the house anymore knowing that someone was in there. The house sold quite quickly and we moved into a new house within 6 months of selling the house.
Harold Frederick Shipman, January 14, 1946, January 13, 2004, known to acquaintances as Fred Shipman, was an English general practitioner who is believed to be one of the most prolific serial killers in modern history. On January 31, 2000, he was found guilty of the murder of 15 patients under his care. His total number of victims was approximately 250. Shipman was sentenced to life imprisonment with the recommendation that he never be released. He died by suicide by hanging on January 13, 2004, a day before his 58th birthday, in his cell at Prison Wakefield, West Yorkshire. The Shipman Inquiry, a 2-year-long investigation of all deaths certified by Shipman, which Dame Janet Smith chaired, examined Shipman's crimes. The inquiry identified 215 victims and estimated his total victim count at 250, about 80% of whom were elderly women. Shipman's youngest confirmed victim was a 41-year-old man, although suspicion arose that he had killed patients as young as 4. He is the only British doctor known to be guilty of murdering his patients, although other doctors have been acquitted of similar crimes or convicted on lesser charges. Harold Frederick Shipman was born on January 14, 1946 on the Bestwood Council estate in Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, England, the second of the three children of Harold Frederick Shipman, May 12, 1914, January 5, 1985, a truck driver, and Vera Britton, December 23, 1919, June 21, 1963. His working-class parents were devout Methodists. When growing up, Shipman was an accomplished rugby player in youth leagues. Shipman passed his 11+ in 1957, moving to High Pavement Grammar School, Nottingham, which he left in 1964. He excelled as a distance runner, and in his final year at school served as vice-captain of the athletics team. Shipman was particularly close to his mother, who died of lung cancer when he was aged 17. Her death came in a manner similar to what later became Shipman's own modus operandi. In the later stages of her disease, she had morphine administered at home by a doctor. Shipman witnessed his mother's pain subside, despite her terminal condition, until her death on June 21, 1963. On November 5, 1966, he married Primrose May Oxtoby. The couple had 4 children. Shipman studied medicine at Leeds School of Medicine, University of Leeds, graduating in 1970. He began working at Pontefract General Infirmary in Pontefract, West Riding of Yorkshire, and in 1974 took his first position as a general practitioner, GP, at the Abraham Ormerod Medical Center in Todmorden. In the following year, Shipman was caught forging prescriptions of pethidine, Demerol, for his own use. He was fined £600 and briefly attended a drug rehabilitation clinic in York. He became a GP at the Donnybrook Medical Center in Hyde, near Manchester, in 1977. Shipman continued working as a GP in Hyde throughout the 1980s, and established his own surgery at 21 Market Street in 1993, becoming a respected member of the community. In 1983, he was interviewed in an edition of the Granada television documentary World in Action on how the mentally ill should be treated in the community. A year after his conviction, the interview was rebroadcast on Tonight with Trevor McDonald. Shipman's trial began at Preston Crown Court on October 5, 1999. He was charged with the murders of 15 women by lethal injections of diamorphine, all between 1995 and 1998. Shipman's legal representatives tried unsuccessfully to have the Grundy case tried separately from the others, as a motive was shown by the alleged forgery of Grundy's will. On January 31, 2000, after 6 days of deliberation, the jury found Shipman guilty of 15 counts of murder and 1 count of forgery. Mr. Justice Forbes subsequently sentenced Shipman to life imprisonment on all 15 counts of murder, with a recommendation that he never be released, to be served concurrently with a sentence of 4 years for forging Grundy's will. On 11th of February, 10 days after his conviction, Shipman was struck off by the General Medical Council, GMC. 2 years later, Home Secretary David Blunkett confirmed the judge's whole life tariff, just months before British government ministers lost their power to set minimum terms for prisoners. While authorities could have brought many additional charges, they concluded that a fair hearing would be impossible in view of the enormous publicity surrounding the original trial. Furthermore, the 15 life sentences already handed down rendered further litigation unnecessary. Shipman consistently denied his guilt, disputing the scientific evidence against him. He never made any public statements about his actions. Shipman's wife, Primrose, steadfastly maintained her husband's innocence even after his conviction. Shipman is the only doctor in the history of British medicine found guilty of murdering his patients. John Bodkin Adams was charged in 1957 with murdering a patient, amid rumors he had killed dozens more over a 10-year period and possibly provided the role model for Shipman. However, he was acquitted. Historian Pamela Cullen has argued that because of Adams' acquittal, there was no impetus to examine the flaws in the British legal system until the Shipman case. Shipman hanged himself in his cell at prison Wakefield at 6:20 a.m. on January 13, 2004, on the eve of his 58th birthday, and was pronounced dead at 8:10 a.m. A statement from Her Majesty's Prison Service indicated that he had hanged himself from the window bars of his cell using bed sheets. After Shipman's death, his body was taken to the mortuary at the Medical Legal Centre for a post-mortem examination. West Yorkshire coroner David Hinchliffe eventually released the body to the family after an inquest was opened and adjourned shortly after. Some of the victims' families said they felt cheated, as Shipman's suicide meant they would never have the satisfaction of his confession, nor answers as to why he committed his crimes. Home Secretary David Blunkett said the celebration was tempting. You wake up and you receive a call telling you Shipman has topped himself and you think, is it too early to open a bottle? And then you discover that everybody's very upset that he's done it. Shipman's death divided national newspapers, with the Daily Mirror branding him a cold coward and condemning the prison service for allowing his suicide to happen. However, The Sun ran a celebratory front-page headline, "Ship Ship Hooray." The Independent called for the inquiry into Shipman's suicide to look more widely at the state of UK prisons as well as the welfare of inmates. In The Guardian, an article by General Sir David Ramsbitham, who had formerly served as Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons, suggested that whole-life sentencing be replaced by indefinite sentencing, for this would at least give prisoners the hope of eventual release and reduce the risk of their ending their own lives by suicide as well as making their management easier for prison officials. Shipman's motive for suicide was never established, though he reportedly told his probation officer that he was considering suicide to assure his wife's financial security after he was stripped of his National Health Service pension. Primrose Shipman received a full NHS pension. She would not have been entitled to it if Shipman had lived past 60. Additionally, there was evidence that Primrose, who had consistently protested Shipman's innocence despite the overwhelming evidence, had begun to suspect his guilt. Shipman refused to take part in courses that would have encouraged acknowledgement of his crimes, leading to the temporary removal of privileges, including the opportunity to telephone his wife. During this period, according to Shipman's cellmate, he received a letter from Primrose exhorting him to tell me everything, no matter what. A 2005 inquiry found that Shipman's suicide could not have been predicted or prevented, but that procedures should nonetheless be re-examined. After Shipman's body was released to the family, it remained in Sheffield for more than a year despite multiple false reports about his funeral. His widow was advised by police against burying her husband in case the grave was attacked. Shipman was eventually cremated on March 19, 2005 at Hutcliffe Wood Crematorium. The cremation took place outside normal hours to maintain secrecy and was attended only by Primrose and their 4 children. In January 2001, Chris Craig, a senior West Yorkshire police detective, was selected to lead an investigation into 22 of the West Yorkshire deaths. Following this, the Shipman inquiry, submitted in July 2002, concluded that he had killed at least 215 of his patients between 1975 and 1998, during which time he practiced in Todmorden, 1974–75, and Hyde, 1977–98. Dame Janet Smith, the judge who submitted the report, admitted that many more deaths of a suspicious nature could not be definitively ascribed to Shipman. Most of his victims were elderly women in good health. In her 6th and final report, issued on January 24, 2005, Smith reported that she believed that Shipman had killed 3 patients, and she had serious suspicions about 4 further deaths, including that of a 4-year-old girl, during the early stage of his medical career at Pontefract General Infirmary. In total, 459 people died while under his care between 1971 and 1998, but it is uncertain how many of those were murder victims, as he was often the only doctor to certify a death. Smith's estimate of Shipman's total victim count over that 27-year period was 250. The GMC charged 6 doctors, who signed cremation forms for Shipman's victims, with misconduct, claiming they should have noticed the pattern between Shipman's home visits and his patients' deaths. All these doctors were found not guilty. In October 2005, a similar hearing was held against 2 doctors who worked at Tameside General Hospital in 1994, who failed to detect that Shipman had deliberately administered a grossly excessive dose of morphine. The Shipman inquiry recommended changes to the structure of the GMC. In 2005 it came to light that Shipman may have stolen jewelry from his victims. In 1998, police had seized over £10,000 worth of jewelry they found in his garage. In March 2005, when Primrose asked for its return, police wrote to the families of Shipman's victims asking them to identify the jewelry. Unidentified items were handed to the Assets Recovery Agency in May. The investigation ended in August. Authorities returned 66 pieces to Primrose and auctioned 33 pieces that she confirmed were not hers. Proceeds of the auction went to Tameside Victim Support. The only piece returned to a murdered patient's family was a platinum diamond ring, for which the family provided a photograph as proof of ownership. A memorial garden to Shipman's victims, called the Garden of Tranquility, opened in Hyde Park, Hyde, on July 30, 2005. As of early 2009, families of over 200 of the victims of Shipman were still seeking compensation for the loss of their relatives. In September 2009, authorities announced that the letters Shipman wrote in prison would be sold at auction, but following complaints from victims' relatives and the media, they withdrew the letters from the sale. The Shipman case, and a series of recommendations in the Shipman Inquiry Report, led to changes to standard medical procedures in the UK, now referred to as the Shipman Effect. Many doctors reported changes in their dispensing practices, and a reluctance to risk overprescribing pain medication may have led to underprescribing. Death certification practices were altered as well. Perhaps the largest change was the movement from single doctor general practices to multiple doctor general practices. This was not a direct recommendation, but rather because the report stated that there was not enough safeguarding and monitoring of doctors' decisions. The forms needed for cremation in England and Wales have had their questions altered as a direct result of the Shipman case. For example, the persons organizing the funeral must answer, "Do you know or suspect that the death of the person who has died was violent or unnatural? Do you consider that there should be any further examination of the remains of the person who has died?" In the Navajo language, Yin Nadiushai translate to by means of it, it goes on all fours. While perhaps the most common variety seen in horror fiction by non-Navajo people, Yin Nadiushai is one of the several varieties of, specifically a type of Anti-Ahniai. The legend of the Skinwalker is not well understood outside of the Navajo culture, mostly due to reluctance to discuss the subject with outsiders. Navajo people are reluctant to reveal Skinwalker lore to non-Navajos, or to discuss it at all among those they do not trust. A quote by a Navajo person goes as what happens when Rowling pulls this in, is we as Native people are now opened up to the barrage of questions about these beliefs and traditions. But these are not things that need or should be discussed by outsiders. At all. I'm sorry if this seems unfair, but that's how our culture survives. Navajo witches, including skinwalkers, represent the antithesis of Navajo values. While community healers and cultural workers are known as medicine men and women, or by terms in the local, indigenous language, witches are seen as evil, performing twisted ceremonies and manipulating magic in a perversion of the medicine of the good work people traditionally perform. In order to practice their good works, traditional healers learn about both good and evil magic. Most can handle the responsibility, but some people can become corrupt and choose to become witches. Animals associated with witchcraft, usually tricksters such as the coyote, but can include other creatures, usually those associated with death or bad omens. They might also possess living animals or people and walk around in the bodies by locking eyes with them. Skinwalkers may be male or female. Skinwalker stories told among Navajo children may be complete life and death struggles that end in either Skinwalker or Navajo killing the other, or partial encounter stories that end in a stalemate. Encounter stories may be composed as Navajo victory stories, with the Skinwalker approaching a hogan and being scared away. Non-Navajo interpretations of Skinwalker stories typically take the form of partial encounter stories on the road, where the protagonist is temporarily vulnerable, but then escapes from the Skinwalker in a way not traditionally seen in Navajo stories that take place away from home. Sometimes Navajo children take European folk stories and substitute Skinwalkers for generic killers like the Hook. It is believed that Skinwalkers wear the skin of the animals they transform into. It is considered taboo to wear the pelt of any animal. In fact, the Navajo are only known to wear two hides, sheepskin and buckskin, both of which are only used for ceremonial purposes. Those who have talked of the encounters with these evil beings describe a number of ways in which a Skinwalker will try to inflict harm. Some describe hearing knocks on the window or banging on the walls. Others have spotted an animal-like figure peering through the window. According to Navajo Skinwalker legend, they are seldom caught. Those who do track a Skinwalker and learn of their true identity must pronounce the name of the evil one in full. Once this happens, the Skinwalker will get sick or die for the wrongs they have inflicted against others.
Item, SCP-005, the Skeleton Key. Object Class, Safe. Description: in appearance, SCP-005 resembles an ornate key, displaying the characteristics of a typical mass-produced key used in the 1920s. The key was discovered when a civilian used it to infiltrate a high-security facility. SCP-005 seems to have the unique ability to open any and all forms of locks. See Appendix A, be they mechanical or digital, with relative ease. The origin of this ability has yet to be determined. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-005 poses no immediate risk in any direct sense, however this could change at any moment, but no such threat as of yet. Its unique functions require special measures to be taken to restrict access and manipulation of the object. Approval of at least one Level 4 personnel is required for the removal of the object from its containment area. Additional notes: SCP-005 may be used as a replacement for lost security passes, but only under the supervision of at least one Level 4 personnel. SCP-005 may not be used for vending machine repairs, opening lockers, or for any personnel's spare home key. Removal of object from the compound will result in intimidate termination. Appendix A, while SCP-005 has shown to be effective in removing almost any form of locking device, further experiments has shown that efforts to disguise the purpose or identity of a lock have proven at least somewhat successful in defeating SCP-005's ability. In approximately 50% of cases where a volunteer was not able to identify a locking device as such, SCP-005 was not successful in deactivating the device. Due to these results, SCP-005 has been tentatively classified as sentient and further tests are being run to determine its cognitive abilities. However, there are no results that show any traits that prevent it from being able to identify any particular locking device, only that the aforementioned device has been heavily concealed and disguised.
We have all heard of some type of urban legend these days. Urban legends are being told from family to family and by friends, usually around a campfire trying to scare the crap out of us, or maybe our parents would tell us these stories, maybe to make us behave or maybe to keep us away from a specific area, but we will never know why our parents scare us so. Maybe the reason why we don't believe in these stories is for the reason we don't want to, that there could be so much evil in the world. With this story I am about to tell you, this was told by my mother. Her friend had a daughter and this story happened to her. This gives me the creeps, and now because of it, I am too afraid to go down to the woods or even Lover's Lane. So here is the story my mom told to me and my friends when I was about 16 years old. I guess I told my mom that I was going down to the woods with my boyfriend later that night. As you can imagine, I was scared to death and now will never step foot there again. My mother's friend daughter and her boyfriend were on their way home from somewhere, not important. One night, the couple decided to make a detour and would spend some time alone in the woods. You know what lovers get up to these days. The couple parked off the main road, in a part of the woods, off the main track. They didn't really want it to be bothered with people passing by. As you could properly guess what they were going to get up to, the man, being brave for his sweetheart and not fearing anything, wanted to go for a leak. The guy stepped out of the car, saying comfortably to his girlfriend, "Don't worry, I'll be back. I'm just going to find somewhere to take a leak. Make sure you lock the doors and windows while I am gone." She locked the doors and sat restlessly while waiting for her boyfriend to finish up with his business. Suddenly, she sees a shadow fall across her lap. She looks up to see, not her boyfriend, but a strange, crazed-looking man. She looked deep at him as he was swinging something in his hand. The girlfriend let out a horrifying scream. The boyfriend, hearing her screams, quickly does up his zip on his trousers. "I'll be right there," he shouts as he starts running towards the car. As the boyfriend runs to the car, this crazed-looking man starts to run away from the car. A sign of relief hits her as her boyfriend is on the way back and the other man was now gone. She kept waiting, but 5 minutes had passed. Her boyfriend never turned up. A few minutes later, she heard what she thought to be footsteps in the distance. She was both relieved but yet scared as she did not know who it was. Although she could hear the footsteps, there was still no sign of her boyfriend, but yet the footsteps continued. This continued for a few seconds until the girl realized that her boyfriend is most likely playing a joke on her. The girl decided that enough is enough and wanted to teach him a lesson and make him walk home that night. The girl now jumps into the driver's seat thinking enough is enough. Lucky the keys was still in the ignition. She turns on the car and starts to pull away until she hears what she thought to be a scream. She stops the car and looks around but doesn't see anything. Thinking that it was her boyfriend yet again playing a prank on her, this time she floors the gas pedal but imminently brakes when she hears a even worse blood-curdling scream. Now, not being able to contain what is happening, she gets out of the car to look around. Looking above the car, she turns white as a ghost as she witnesses her boyfriend's head on the roof and his body dangling from a rope that was attached to the bumper of the car. While looking up at the body, her eyes set upon a figure in the tree line. She screams as the figure waves at her and starts to walk towards her. Now, I don't know about you, but this story scared the pants off me. I would never be able to go into the woods again, not even in the daytime. I am thankful that my mother's friend got her daughter back, but she is now scarred from that night and will need therapy properly for the rest of her life.
Item, SCP-016. Object Class, PETA. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-016 is to remain within the confines of a 5x5x5, 5x5x5 meter room at all times, maintained at a temperature not to exceed 0 degrees Celsius. SCP-016 itself is to remain in the Petri dish in the containment cube at all times unless directed otherwise by Level 4 or 05 personnel. Full documentation of experimentation with SCP-016 must be submitted before and after samples and duplicates of SCP-016 may be taken. Failure to follow these procedures will result in termination or reassignment as Class D personnel. Only authorized personnel may be permitted to obtain samples of and experiment with SCP-016 under BCL-5 containment conditions. If an outbreak does occur despite following the aforementioned procedures, directive-based personnel are to implement a Code Sigma lockdown and containment plan. Infected personnel are to be terminated on site by security forces wearing standard mission-oriented protective posture, MOPP, anti-biological and anti-chemical equipment. Should the infection not be contained after 48 hours, the on-site nuclear device is to be detonated. Remaining personnel are not to be evacuated under any circumstances. SCP-016 has been shown to survive for up to 6 hours on hard surfaces, and up to several minutes in air. High-intensity ultraviolet light and high concentrations of orthophthalealdehyde solution have been demonstrated to be effective in disinfecting non-organic surfaces. Description: SCP-016 is a blood-borne pathogen recovered from a mine worker and data expunged who injured himself while working in a deep coal seam. Said wound became contaminated with coal dust from the mine, possibly infecting the worker with dormant spores. Over the next several days, SCP-016 proceeded to infect the remaining employees at the mining camp, as well as the CDC crisis team dispatched to deal with the epidemic. Foundation personnel then took over the investigation and terminated all affected personnel. Patient 0 was brought into captivity, and the mine shaft was collapsed by explosive device. SCP-016 has an incubation period ranging from 24 hours to 2 years, depending on the presence and number of other human hosts in the area. First symptoms resemble the common cold, and include itchy eyes, runny nose, coughing, and bodily aches. Phase 2 begins in 48 hours, and consists of a controlled form of hemorrhagic fever, as the organism causes a small amount of blood to become aspirated to the lungs, creating an aerosol effect. During Phase 3, the host crashes and bleeds out, bleeding profusely from every bodily orifice, including the nose, tear ducts, anus, skin pores, mouth, urethra, and, in case of females, vagina. Blood pressure skyrockets during the final stage. Hosts have been observed projectile vomiting blood to distances of over 5 meters. Should the host survive this near-total exsanguination, the pathogen will become dormant once more, returning to incubation phase. What distinguishes SCP-016 from other strains of hemorrhagic fever such as Ebola and Marburg is its unusual response to high stress. Should the subject undergo a high-stress situation, such as a life-threatening crisis, the organism will change its survival tactic from rapid reproduction to the rewriting of the host's DNA and stimulation of rapid cell division. Major physiological changes occur within the first 24 hours, with complete bodily reconstruction occurring within 2 weeks' time. Most hosts do not survive the process due to the heavy demands made on the body. An interesting side effect of the transformation is an increased aggressive urge. It is believed that this may be an attempt to maximize the spread of the virus in a manner similar to rabies. On another note, subjects who undergo bodily transformation no longer appear to exhibit SCP-016's hemorrhagic properties. However, Subjects infected by transformed hosts will still undergo the normal SCP-016 infection process. Addendum. Experiment log of SCP-016's transformative properties. Subject D-016-1, D-Class personnel infected by SCP-016. Upon first showing symptoms, subjects' quarters were slowly flooded with water over a 24-hour period. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, transforming subjects' lungs into gills. Subject survived for two more weeks as SCP-016 transformed its limbs into fins, caused its eyes to atrophy, and enhanced its sense of hearing into a cetacean-type echolocation ability. Subject was terminated by draining all water from its quarters, causing it to asphyxiate. Body was subsequently cremated without autopsy. Subject D-016-2, D-Class personnel infected by SCP-016. Upon first showing symptoms, subjects' quarters were slowly flooded with water over a 24-hour period. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, causing subject to undergo rapid muscular growth and increased bone growth on knuckles. Subject then attempted to escape from confinement by punching through the reinforced steel door. Subject was not successful and died by drowning. Note: same situation, two different responses. Interesting. Dr. Data expunged. Subject D-016-3, D-Class personnel infected by SCP-016. Subject was previously a chemical engineer who poisoned his wife upon discovering her adultery. Upon first showing symptoms, subject's quarters were slowly flooded with water over a 24-hour period. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, causing subject to grow an unusual organ on his chest, consisting of a chamber and two separate tubes. Organ continued to take in water and swell in size, until Foundation personnel, realizing what SCP-016 may be attempting, terminated the subject by gunshot. Organ was found to contain several gas sacs filled with acetylene gas and oxygen. Subject D-016-4, D-Class personnel infected by SCP-016. Subject was told to concentrate on forming wings. No stress was applied. SCP-016 did not mutate into teratomorphic state. Subject died of exsanguination during Phase 3. Subject D-016-5, D-Class personnel infected by SCP-016. Subject was told to concentrate on forming wings and placed in an acrylic box suspended 305 meters, 1,000 feet, above a mine shaft. A timer was placed outside the box which subject was told indicated the time to release. SCP-016 mutated into teratomorphic state, causing subject to grow a tentacle-like organ on his left wrist similar to a spider's spinnerets. Subject extended said organ through one of the box's air holes and extruded a strong, silk-like substance, which it then used to secure the box to the cable. Subject was terminated when the countdown reached 0 and the bomb detonated. Footnotes 1. Due to their similarities as fatal contagions, they stimulate the production of excess organs. A possible link to SCP-1801 is under investigation.
Have you ever heard stories about haunted universities or creepy libraries and even dungeons beneath? Do you believe in the legend of Bloody Mary or the Headless Horseman? What about the strange disappearing and suicides on campus? All of the above are simply university urban legends. Some are spooky, some are weird, and most are almost entirely made up. Every university has its stock of tales and traditions, Urban legends and ghost stories included.
The Halloween Massacre is one of the most famous college myths of all time. It is not certain how and when it actually started, but it has made its way into American universities. For decades now, it has created panic and fear among thousands of students, and possibly even a few professors as well. The legend goes that a popular psychic has made a prediction that on a Halloween night a masked man will enter the campus of the university that starts with the letter M or W and is located near a pond, lake, river, railroad track or cemetery. He will then kill everyone there. This story has existed for many years now, but no massacre has happened yet. However, students from all around the country still fear it.
Another grim college legend, which is repeated across many dorm rooms, is the one about the dead roommate. No one knows where it started or whether it has any basis in true events, but rumor has it that if a student roommate in college dies by accident, illness or suicide, she or he will get only straight A's until the end of the year. This, of course, is a complete fabrication. Those students might receive some consideration for the stressful circumstances, but they will most definitely not automatically get only excellent grades.
Many universities around the world have some sort of statues or monuments in front of their building. It might be a statue of the creator, benefactor, alumnus or an abstract symbol. A popular myth is that at night those statues come to life and move around the campus. The legend varies from institution to institution, but that pattern is the same. Some colleges might even have monuments of animals or different types of fantastic creatures. The University of Cincinnati, for example, has stone lions in front of its McMicken Hall, which some students believe they heard growl at night. Some variations of the legend say that the statues only move when a virgin or cheater walks past them. Others go even further and describe paintings and other objects coming to life as well. Students from Michigan State University, for instance, claim that the portrait of Mary Mayo moves its eyes and follows you through the room.
Lots of universities in the world are believed to have secret tunnels below their campuses. Through the years, students have made up various stories concerning hidden pathways leading to dungeons, ritual rooms and so on. The legend is again particularly popular in the U.S. Students from Michigan State University believe that there are creepy dungeons below the university. That is partially true because there are tunnels running under the campus, but they are actually steam tunnels that were built to house campus utilities. No dungeons whatsoever have been found. Another version of the same belief exists at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, where some students there believe there is a secret room below the foreign language building and that it holds a supercomputer, which is owned by the government. They also claim that there are secret tunnels below the buildings on the quad, whose origins and purpose are unknown.
Arguably the most popular college urban legends are about haunted universities. Almost